Hello, Internet. Good morning and welcome to day 2 of Senior Photography with Kirk Vauquelin. My name is Lorraine Lobdell. I will be your host today along with the ever so lovely Kathy J. How are you?
I'm doing great, Lorraine. Thanks to Kirk, I had to go eat some fried chicken and collard greens yesterday. I blame Kirk. And it was delicious. I loved every bit of it.
Fried chicken is amazing. And we were talking earlier this morning about you lived in Louisiana.
I did for a little bit,
yeah. When you were a rocket scientist.
It's true.
For real.
It's true. Yeah, it was a good time. Highly recommend living in the French Quarter in your early 20s. That's all I gotta say.
All right, so we are obviously having a few minutes. So those of you who are already in the chat rooms, and if you're not in the chat rooms, you can do so by going to creativelive.com/chat. Join in the chat rooms, let us know if you can see us and hear us while we test our audio and video. We would sure appreciate that. And of course, we love to know where you are joining from around the world. So, while you're in the chat rooms, give us a shout out and say where you're joining us from around the world, maybe what time zone you're in, and
what you ate for breakfast, something like that.
Exactly.
If you had fried chicken last night.
All right, and so while all of you from around the world are joining in, we have a wonderful in-studio audience, people that have traveled from near and far to be here to learn from Kirk firsthand and in person. So we're going to take a few minutes to get to know the in-studio audience. And while we do that, do you want to go check in on the internet?
I will go check the internet, and I will be checking the lounge tab first today. So we will start with Paulo today. If you could just tell us where you're joining us from, how we can find you online, and what you loved about day 1.
Okay, my name is Paulo Girdal. I'm from Brazil originally, live in Fort Lauderdale since like 2000. And you can find me, mainly Facebook is the better way to find me. My website is still about weddings, but today I work a lot more with portraits and boudoir. Yesterday, if you guys watched yesterday or you watched the rebroadcast, it was amazing. It was a great day. I couldn't imagine like one whole day just about talking about marketing, and I learned so much. Thank you very much, Kirk.
What I really liked about talking with you this morning, Paulo, is that you said you watched 2 rebroadcasts yesterday. So not only were you here in the studio, but you went home and watched and learned even more afterwards.
Can you imagine, like yesterday we were here for the whole day, and then I got to the hotel, I plugged the computer, and I still watched, and I think around midnight or 11 midnight, they started the second rebroadcast, and I was still watching, and it's so different. You're alive here. It's so great. And for people at home, like if you feel the energy of Kirk in the computer is one thing, but here is like information on steroid is really good.
We are glad you are here. Leroy, how are you?
I'm great. How about you?
Good.
Okay. Well, my name is Leroy Tatamy. I'm from Southwest Louisiana. My business is Tatamy Design and Photography. A husband and wife team. My wife Chelsea works with me also. Yesterday, my takeaway was you always have to stay hungry. Like, it doesn't matter what you do in life. It's photography, what we're talking about today, but you have to stay hungry. And Kirk's energy is just amazing. Like Paula was saying, if you thought you were seeing something on the screen, you should be in the audience. It's just amazing. And so thankful for everything he's dropping on us, because he's dropping us lots of nuggets of wisdom. So super excited about today.
Excited that you're here. Okay.
Hi, I'm Kim Griffin. I'm from Bel Air, Maryland. My website is flawlessphotos.net. I've known Kirk for about 2 years, and every time I see him speak, I learn something new. He's just amazing. I love his energy, I love his information, and I love his overall view on how to treat his customers and in life.
Awesome. We're glad you're here, Kim. Hi, Monica.
Oh.
Hi.
Hi, I'm Monica, Family Affair Photography, and we're a husband-wife team too. Based in Tacoma, Washington. We can be found at familyaffairphotography.com. I really enjoyed Kirk's story of how he got started, and it made me kind of chuckle when he said he went to JCPenney's to buy his camera, because that's pretty much where I went to buy mine, and I would never think to go there anymore to buy a camera. But and I was pretty much the same way with the tax and what. So I could relate to that. And just his customer service and relating to people is very good. Instead of butting heads, figure out why.
Yeah, and just keeping it real and understanding the person.
Exactly.
I like that. That's what you said. Good takeaway.
Hi, I'm Russell Hay. I'm originally from Houma, Louisiana. I live here in Seattle now. You can find me online at Facebook, Russell Hay Photography, Russell Hay Photography on Facebook, and then also Russell Hay on Twitter. My biggest thing that I learned yesterday, I think, is why packages suck. Best way to put it, and why Kurt goes with the a la carte pricing, and I think that's fantastic. I think that's going to change kind of the way that I approach my business.
Right on. Good points and takeaways from yesterday, you guys. I can tell you were paying attention all day. Hey, Kathy J, who else is joining us here in the, from around the world?
We have already got a fun time going on in the chat rooms today, and it's the hardest thing is not being able to say hi to everyone. So we've got some hometown heroes from Houma. We've got Kenny Dion and Joanne LaBeouf. Joanne, you're right. I should have had beignets. What was I thinking? We've got Tolly Bagels coming from Abilene, Texas. We've got Hey Jude in Dayton, Ohio. LA, Louisiana Lee from Gonzales, Louisiana. And Dee Lee from Switzerland. Simply Hillbilly from Denver. Corey B from Brooklyn. Jenny Lenz from Santa Monica. Is getting ready with her chia seeds and flax. I love it. And Dude of Honor from Blue Springs, Missouri. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome to the newbies, and we're looking forward to a day 2 in the internet land as well as here.
That is awesome. And while you were shouting out names, and when you read off, I think first Joanne, Kirk is on the sidelines going, I know Joanne. Just to let you know, there's an extra shout out for you today. Well, I wanted to take this time to let you guys get to know one of our in-studio audience members a little bit more in person. So I'm going to ask Leroy to come on up here so you guys can get to know why he's here and how he knows Creative Live and all that good stuff. So it's so good that you are here, because when I first started on Creative Live a little over a year and a half ago, you were one of the first people that reached out to me in the chat rooms while we were live on the air, and I was like, hey, nice to meet you, Leroy. And then from there, you and your wife and I would always like talk on Twitter, football games or photography, and it was just always like nice to know someone actually was out there, and now that you're finally here. So the journey, tell me about the journey and how long you've been doing photography, and again, your website.
Okay, well, I started photography about 2.5 years ago. I was working in corporate America as a retail manager and learned a lot there about business, but just kind of did photography on the side, It's something I loved doing. When I was in high school, somebody gave me a camera. Didn't really put it to use as a film camera, so, everybody else had digital. So then eventually I went to a big box store, kind of like Kirk and them, and I bought my first digital SLR, saved up some money. It was actually a gift from my wife. And we played with it. We really fell in love with it in our business. We had our little daughter, Ava, and then we started taking pictures all the time. And then she was like, this is fun. And I was like, yeah, we could do this as a business. So, I'm the business guy. So she said, sure. And we just kept doing it. And we saw Creative Live, and we were like, well, we have to stay educated, like we'll fall behind. So the education was free, and we're like, people are giving away education for free. We go to college, we pay thousands and thousands of dollars to go to college, and they're doing it for free. And there were many nights where I worked the shift, and I stayed up all night just watching. And she's like, you gotta go to bed, you gotta work. And I was like, I can't miss out. Like, I can't miss a thing. And being in the studio audience is like, it's amazing, because like you're actually here with like Kurt. I've never dreamed like something like this would happen. And it's a funny thing, while I was doing my video, Ava was actually sitting on my lap with some earbuds in, watching Netflix, and I was doing the video while she was sitting on my lap, like trying to do it and hoping she doesn't say anything crazy or start saying, Daddy, help me.
That would have been great, though. We would have also loved that, because that's part of who you are and your family. That's so wonderful. So why did you decide to submit specifically to this class with Kurt?
Well, my wife and I, we've done just seniors, a few close family members, something to try to build a portfolio. But I recently went full time in our business, starting in the summer, and we said we're going after the senior market this year. Like, we're really going to go after it. So we picked 2 reps. We photographed them over the summer during the hot months, which we probably shouldn't have done because they were kind of miserable. And I said, look, this is an opportunity to go see, somebody just talking about seniors. Kirk's talking about seniors. He's very well known for his senior work. He does well with it. And I was like, this is an opportunity I can't pass. And I was like, I'm submitting a video. And I'm just going to hope and wish and pray, like, I hope I get accepted.
And that was 2 weeks ago. You messaged me and you're like, I submitted a video.
Yeah.
I'm like, I might see you. So it's cool that you were here.
I actually sent Kurt a Facebook message and said, hey, man, want to go?
We are so glad you're here.
Excited.
Thank you so much for submitting the video, for being here and willing to share more about you
Thanks
to
for having
everybody
me.
out there online. All right, so I'm going to have you take a seat again because already, I can't believe how fast time is already flying in the studio. It's 9 a.m. in the morning in Seattle, Washington, and that means it is time to get started with day 2 of senior photography with Kirk Vulcane. And I'm going to take you on a quick tutorial right now of how to watch today's class, how to ask questions and chat, and how to purchase the course videos while you are watching today. All right, there is only one place to watch, and that is creativelive.com/live. And no matter what you are doing today or where you are at, you can take us with you on the go because our feed works on an iPad, iPhone, and all Android-friendly devices. So you can hear Kirk teach you all day long or all evening if you are in a different time zone. All right, so from anywhere on our website, you can watch this class. And how you do that is just look for the green watch button that is on the top left-hand side of our website. And when you click on that, you're gonna see a drop-down menu of multiple choices for different classes. And just select the class that you wanna watch. And of course, you're watching senior photography, so I highly recommend you click on senior photography, click on that, and it will bring up the video. One amazing thing, sorry about that. So underneath the video, you can also choose to purchase all 3 days of this course for just $99. So while you're watching live or during the rebroadcast, just click on that green button. It will add to your cart. All right, and one of the actually wonderful things about Creative Live is the fact that it is a true community and global experience. And that means you all get to interact with us here live while we're on the air by communicating through Kathy J and I. You can ask questions to Kirk and we will pass them along at the specific time. The best way to do that is to click on the Chat Live with Class Participants button. When you do that, it's going to open a brand new window in a new browser, and it has 3 tabs across the top, and I'm going to take you through those steps right now. The first tab is the Creative Live tab, and that is the chat room for all on-topic conversation of what we are learning here today in the classroom. You guys have a wealth of knowledge. You all are listening to the key content, so those who are like joining in late throughout the day, popping in, you can help keep them up to date on what we're talking about. You can share information about what you learned in your own senior photography business and educate each other along this journey. The next tab is the Creative Cues room, and this is for all questions for Kirk today. We're looking for on-topic questions for Kirk, and we have off-screen chat moderators that are working really hard behind the scenes. They pull those questions out, put them into a document for Kathy J and I, and we will ask those questions as soon as we have an opportunity. And also, while you are asking questions, we encourage you to let us know where you're joining us from around the world because we'll give you an extra shout out as well. The last tab there that you're going to see is the Creative Lounge. Hello, loungers. This is the wonderful tab and chat room where you can have all off-topic conversation, get to know your community, and talk about things like what you had for breakfast, if you had southern fried food, catfish, or bacon. I think fried chicken is going to be the new bacon in the lounge room. All right, so with that, there's also a couple other places that you can ask questions and involve yourself in our community here at Creative Live. You can go to our Facebook page, which is facebook.com/creativelive. Give us a like there if you haven't already, and you can just ask your questions there. And again, our off-screen chat moderators are monitoring that, and we'll grab your questions and pass along to Kathy J and I for us to throw over to Kirk as soon as we can. You can also ask your questions via Twitter. Just use the hashtag KirkLive. All right, if you are new to Creative Live, the way Creative Live works is that we air this broadcast live around the world for free, and we try to reach as many people as possible during that time. At the end of the live broadcast, we also have a rebroadcast, so those of you who can't watch the entire content live throughout the day, or if you're in a different time zone and need to sleep and watch the rewatch, you can also watch it at that time. At any time, you can choose to purchase all 3 days of content for $149 for all that wealth of knowledge. But during the live event, while we are on, over the 3 days, you can actually choose to purchase the entire 3 days for just $99. So we highly encourage you to do that during the live event to save. All right, next we're going to take a look at the course page. And first thing you're going to see is that you can enroll on the left-hand side there. Enrolling gives you all the updates about this class. So when the rebroadcast starts, you also get, there's a couple bonuses included with enrollment, so we highly encourage you to do that. And also to the left there is a button for you to buy the course videos. Again, during the live event, it is $99. And below that, lower on the page, you'll see the bonus materials included with this course. Kirk is actually including a high-res video, and it is a walkthrough of how to retouch senior photography photos. He's also including his favorite Photoshop actions. So this is just an awesome, awesome bonus that's included with this course. Below that, you'll see all the course videos that are in bite-sized chunks, so you can watch at your convenience the topics that we are covering over the course of the 3 days. There's a few ways you can watch the course videos. You can download them in low-res or HD version, or you can actually stream live from the Creative Live website. All right, so that is how to watch and experience Creative Live and how to be a part of the community. With that, it is absolutely my pleasure to introduce back to the Creative Live studios for day 2 at Kirk McLean. Welcome. High five. All right, take it away.
Thank you so much. Hey, I really, really appreciate again you guys having me here on day 2. We did all kinds of stuff yesterday. And I figured, other than saying again, thank you for having me here, and I'm so humbled to be here, that we would start today with a bit of a review of yesterday. And if you notice on the screen, those were some of the topics that we talked about yesterday. One of which was the red circle, and the red circle basically is to help you get it in your mind, the concept that what's in your mind, what you sell, what you're thinking about, it has to match what's in the mind of the customer. If it does not match, if the 2 red circles don't match, you're not going to have a sale. It also really helps you get a grasp of exactly what advertising is and how it all works. So that was the whole point of the red circle. Hopefully everybody got the point of that. When it comes to advertising, when it comes to that type of thing, the most powerful form of marketing that's out there is word of mouth marketing. And that type of marketing, what it does is it allows you to touch a lot of people. It motivates people. That was one of our points about advertising, is that it's a system of persuading people to buy. Well, word of mouth is the most powerful of all those types of advertising. It also allows you to, because of word of mouth, what it allows you to do is market on a limited budget. It allows you to actually have people pay you to market, is what it actually boils down to. So that is what word of mouth does. We talked about pricing yesterday. Russell kind of mentioned it a little bit about how there's a la carte pricing, there's package pricing, there's all those different types of things, and why I use the a la carte system. We talked all about that. We talked about amateur versus professional, what's the difference between those types of things, and we talked about doing some stuff for free versus doing stuff for pay, and all sorts of different ways of pricing and marketing ourselves. But the whole point of yesterday is the very last one. Marketing is the tool that you use to get to the photography stage. And all day yesterday, the reason I do that first is to help you grasp that concept. And you have to understand that, let's imagine 2 photographers. We're going to call them photographer A and photographer B. Let's just say photographer A is a, I don't know, so-so photographer. The type of work that they do is media. Okay, they're a bad photographer. Let's just call it like it is. Their photography is bad. Okay? Photographer B, on the other hand, is an award-winning photographer. Their work is just impeccable. The stuff that they do is incredible. When you see it, it just takes your breath away. Photographer A is a fantastic marketer. They are always getting their stuff out there, always putting it in the front of the customer. People are seeing it. They're promoting word of mouth like crazy. Photographer B, on the other hand, says, well, I'm a great photographer. My stuff is incredible. I do beautiful work. People will just come to me. Now, which one do you think makes more money? Absolutely. A is absolutely making more money. And the photography, it sucks. But so that's the reason why I did all that I did yesterday. All the concept about marketing and pricing and all that stuff is because if you do not have that in place, what we do that is so fun, what happens today, it's useless. It's absolutely then still just a hobby. You're an amateur. You might be doing award-winning work, but if you're not turning a profit, you're just an amateur. You're just mediocre to me, because if you're going to be a professional photographer, you got to turn a profit. So that was the reason for all of that. We had a whole long list of things that we questioned everybody about yesterday. Under the camera tab, we're going to actually go through all that list, and as we get to it, we're going to scratch it off. So what I thought we could do this morning is actually talk about some of the different things equipment-wise that I use, why I use it, that type of stuff. Talk a little about posing theory, how I do posing, that type of thing. And then just kind of, let's just sort of show it instead of doing it. And then for segment 2, we're gonna go do it. Sound like a plan? Awesome. So when it comes to my equipment, I currently am using the Canon 1DX. I use the 1DS Mark III also, 14 millimeter, 85 millimeter 1.2, 16-35, 7200 IS2. This is the lens I use the absolute most. So I think one of the questions from yesterday was, I'm on a limited budget and I can't buy all this fancy schmancy stuff. What should I buy? Well, lens-wise, get the 70-200. And is the 70-200 image stability L glass better than the 70-200 It is. It's visibly better, in my opinion. So if you can pull off the money, if you can afford it, get that one. Okay, if that's the only lens you can buy. Then from there, I also use the 300 millimeter. I use the 600 EXRT flash outside. That's that on-camera flash, and we're going to talk about that in a minute. That's a question I get a lot from people. Kirky, wait, you're all about being professional and looking professional, and are you telling me you actually put a flash on camera when you go outside? Yes, I do, and I'm going to explain that in detail. So that is my list of equipment. Besides the actual physical camera stuff, in the studio, I use the ProPhoto D1 series lighting. I use the ProPhoto Acute B600R on location. When I do those types of images, if you've seen some of these images that I've done where the sky is really, really, really blue, looks like it's obviously done with a wide angle, maybe low, a little piece of the sun is in the picture, a flare, all those types of things, that's done with the off-camera flash outside. And that off-camera flash is that ProPhoto Acute B600. The reason I use, back to the studio, the D1 series is this. I have used all sorts of lighting equipment over the years. I've taught all sorts of little classes and studio workshops and things like that. So thus I've had access to all kinds of equipment. Of all the pieces of equipment that I've ever used, the ProPhoto series is the ones that allow me to, whenever I pull the trigger and take a meter reading, if it says f8.1, if I fire it again, it's f8.1. If I fire it again, it's f8.1. If I fire it again, it's f8.1. I mean, it is nailed every time. Whereas other lighting, I notice, will fluctuate. We're talking minor fluctuation here, but you might go poof, f8.3, poof, f8.0, poof, f8.1, but it's still a fluctuation. And so that's a big deal with me. The other thing is, it's going to be very, very difficult for me to show you this. It's one of those things that you have to see face to face, but I can sort of explain it when we're shooting. And I don't really, a lot of photographers use their meter, and they meter and they set and boom, and they take the picture, and then they move light around and they meter and they move stuff around, or they have a string. I know you've seen the string photographers. They pull out a string and they know that that's f8, and so boom, they take the picture. Or they have little tape or marks on the floor, and they'll do it and they'll boom and they'll take the picture. Well, one of the things that I've noticed that I absolutely love about the D1 series light is that the intensity of the modeling light perfectly matches the intensity of the flash, so that I actually get to where what I see is what I get. So if I look at the subject and the subject appears to be overexposed, all I have to do is dial the exposure down, and then, oh, they look great to me now. Clear the light so it isn't storing any power, and then boom, take the picture. And boom, I get perfect exposure. If I back the light up way over here, and the subject looks dark now. Well, I raise the power on the light, and now they look good. Boom. So it's exactly what you see is what you get type of lighting. And that is something that I absolutely love about that light. So that's another one of the reasons why I use it. And you kind of see that today, but again, that's very, very difficult to see on camera. I've tried to record it myself, and it's difficult. So, you know, there's a reason to come see me live. So you guys got that. I also use an Epson printer for emergency type things. It happens all the time in the senior world where they say, oh my God, I'm graduating this weekend and I need 100 wallets. Okay, and so for that type of thing, I can quickly have something that gives me the ability to print fast. It happened to me this week. A very good customer of mine, the son died several years ago, and they have a foundation, a benefit for him, started this thing in his name, and they suddenly forgot that they needed a print to put up, you know, as part of the foundation type thing, and they called me up and said, I have to have a 16 by 20 by tomorrow. What can you do? And so I said, I can have it for you this afternoon. How's that? And they were like, oh, Kirk, you're so wonderful. See, again, like yesterday, I'm the good guy. I want to be the good guy. And they, well, whatever it costs, it just doesn't matter. What do y'all think? Y'all know me pretty good by now. What do you think I charged them?
You gave it for free.
You gave for free.
I'm thinking free.
I think free.
Free. Absolutely zero. No way am I charging for that. However, I said, is this benefit all about making money? I mean, I'm assuming that's what this is, that this is a benefit that the people who are coming, you're going to try to solicit donations for this foundation. They said, yeah. I said, well, if this was a normal situation, if this wasn't for this purpose, you know, with the rush fees and everything, you're looking at about $1,500 for that 16 by 20. But it's not going to cost you anything. But I would like to be the first to be credited as a $1,500 donation. Oh, you got it. See, I mean, it's PR, man. Right. It's good word. It's like, it's already happened. It was all over the lady's Facebook page. Do you know what Kirk Voegtling did? Boom. So you see, I mean, that's just good business. Right. I'm the good guy, see? So that's, again, sort of going back into yesterday. And anyway, I get that from Pro Digital Gear is where I get my Epson stuff from. They seem to always have the best prices, so that's just for what it's worth. Next, come on. Hello. There we go. I use the Denny Manufacturing 4x6 and the 10x36 strip. You'll see me use it today. I absolutely love that 4x6 softbox. One of the reasons why I notice a lot of people do not have a 4x6 softbox is because most 4x6 softboxes are quite expensive. You will find that this Denny 4x6 is totally within your budget. And not to mention the fact that if you do any type of location stuff, you are going to love the way it collapses, the way it's portable, the way it moves very easy. So that's another thing that I do and absolutely love. You'll see me, I'll demonstrate it today and why I use it and see how great the light is and exactly how I use it because, you know, there's little tweaky things. Like, for example, just as a side note, I do not use the baffle inside of it. And I'll show you why later. So anyway, that's that. And then I also use the large tri-grip reflector, silver white reflector. Actually, I have it down there. And I use the Gitzo carbon fiber tripod. Now, my tripod is almost like my Linus blanket. It, you know, for you guys who ever watched Charlie Brown. By the way, the high energy guy you saw yesterday, gets tired on day 2. So we're going to kind of keep the energy up, but it's a different mindset when you're shooting. I don't know. It just becomes, and then the energy guy comes back crazy on Photoshop day because that's always fun. But anyway, one of the things that I absolutely love about this tripod is this. You know, if you can't do this with your tripod's too heavy. And so that's because it's carbon fiber. Is it cheap? It's god-awful expensive. But I beat up tripods. I eat them for lunch. I live on a tripod. I shoot an entire wedding on a tripod. Every senior, tripod. I go on vacation, I bring my tripod, okay? Don't tell my wife, but I sleep with it at night, all right? It's just, I love, love, love my tripod. And so for that reason, I eat these things for lunch, all right? And before I started using the Gitzo carbon fiber one, what happened was I would go through a tripod a year. Every year I would go through a tripod and I'd buy another one. So in that sense, this tripod actually becomes cheap now because I haven't bought another tripod in 6 to 8 years, I think. So it just lasts much longer. So if you look at it from that standpoint, the tripod's cheap. But if you look at it from the fact that it's $600, it's expensive. So, but a lot of people complaining, I can hear the internet world right now saying, wait a minute, there's no way you can shoot with a tripod everything. But yes, I can. And here's why. Here's what your complaint is in the internet world. You're saying that if you have to go from high to low, you have to unscrew the leg, and you have to push it in, and you have to unscrew the leg and push it in, and then you go down, and you take the picture, and then suddenly they want something high. So now you got to go back in reverse, and you got to unscrew the leg, and you got to, and it takes so long, it's so aggravating, there's no way. You don't understand, Kirk. I do a lot of children, and how am I doing? Okay. So here's why I love it. Watch. To go low, you pull this little thing, and I'm low. Nice. Okay? I didn't need to go high, no problem. I'm high. If I need to go higher, I'm higher. Okay? If I need to suddenly now be extra low, I can be extra low. And then I can go right back up. So don't tell me I can't be fast with this thing, because I do it all the time. I love the pistol grip for the camera because you'll notice I do a lot of leaning and tilting and all that stuff. And so I can just put it where I want. The camera is the primary, like I told you, is the 70 to 200. You'll see me do it today. And I can go vertical, horizontal, because I mount it to the lens, not to the camera. So I can slip it vertical, horizontal, and then I can lean it just a little bit, boom, shoot the picture. I'm very, very quick. You'll see it happen today. So that's why my Linus blanket goes with me everywhere. In fact, you know what? It's weird. I've been asked to do, a buddy of mine, we went on vacation with him to Hawaii, and while we were there, he's a photographer, and Bo's probably watching right now. Anyway, and he said, Kirk, I want a family portrait while you're here. I said, dude, I ain't got my camera, so I don't have all that. He goes, well, I got mine. You can use mine. I said, you brought your tripod? No. I'm like, oh, okay. So I have to take your picture without a tripod? Yeah, it's okay. I do it all the time. I'm like, but I don't. And do y'all know how weird it was? It was like I was, I didn't know which end to look through. It was so awkward. I did it. He was happy. We all lived happily ever after. But that's how the tripod has become for me. It is just that much of a piece of equipment. If you're wondering where to get them, I get all my stuff from Robert at Durys, D-U-R-Y-S. So that's how I do that. So let's talk studio lighting. It seems to me that studio lighting, for some unknown reason, just gives a lot of people heartburn. And they just don't seem to get it. So hopefully, what I'm going to try to get you to do today is understand some things about lighting and lighting theory and how the whole light works. As you may or may not know, the closer you are to something, the bigger it becomes. The farther you are from something, the smaller it becomes. So thus the reason for this slide that's up on the screen. Notice the red measurement. That's the fill light across the back wall. It's firing across the back wall. I have 4 lights on like a little pole, and that's what it looks like when the light comes on. And if you notice that red bar, that's 14 feet. Okay? Now, The green line, the other red line, is the light, just for the sake of conversation. This is not the light that I use. This is only a 2-foot light. But where that light is positioned, and again, this is not how I light. This is strictly to demonstrate size. That light, where it's at, is 2 feet across, but it's close to the camera. So do you see how the light, the main light, which is only 2 foot square, is exactly the same size as the back wall, which is 14 feet across? Do y'all see that? All right, so notice now that if you was to draw a line up, straight up from that green arrow, from the softbox, notice that relatively, as we was just saying, that the main light and the fill light are basically the same size. Now, this is just, again, my theory. I did a little bit of testing with this, but it just seems to produce better results when the fill light and the main light are literally the same size, all right? And so what happens is this. Oftentimes, we'll go to a trade show or we see something on the internet and they've got a 2-light pack and it comes with 2 soft boxes, you know, or 2 umbrellas or whatever. And so we buy that and, ooh, we're going to be a studio photographer, right? And so we'll put the fill light in the back, all right? And that clock that you see in the red square, that clock is 1 foot square, all right? It's 1 foot square. I measured it. So based on the fact that the clock is 1 foot square, I drew a 24-inch red square, but it's up against the back wall. So that's where we're going to put our 24-inch softbox or umbrella to be our fill light. Then we put our main light right here. That's the blue square, and it's 24 inches. Do you see the problem that's happening? So here's what's happening. Here's the thought process I want you to think about. What is the purpose of a fill light? I just gave it away.
Fill in the shadows.
To fill. They don't call it the fill light for nothing. It fills in the shadows, like you said, right? So, does it make sense to you that that light should be a soft light or a hard light? What do you think? Soft. It would make sense to me it should be soft, right? Because all we're trying to do is fill in shadows. Okay, so think about it this way. You're going to be a painter, an artist. And what you're going to do is you're going to first sort of lay down the sketch of the portrait. You're going to draw, this is where the face is going to be, and this is where the hair is going to be, right? And then the neck right here, and then maybe some shoulders and a body. What are you doing? You're laying down a base. That's what the fill light does. It just sort of establishes where the subject is. The key light, main light, whatever, is the purpose of that is to provide where the main light, or the main amount of light, or the properly exposed areas. So if the main light is here, all of this, let's say, is going to be in shadow, you want a nice transition from highlight to shadow. So thus, yes, the fill light should be soft, okay? Well, if the closer you are to something, the bigger it becomes, and the further you are from something, the smaller it becomes. If you take a 24-inch softbox or umbrella or something and put it against the back, and then you put one in the front where the key light is that softbox way in the back? Or umbrella in the back, is it soft light? Or is it more of a harsh light? What do you think?
Probably gonna be harder.
It's harder. Yes, let me again illustrate it this way so that you can visualize it. Picture the sun, picture the earth. In relationship to how big the sun is, how big is the earth? Tiny. The earth is maybe like a pencil dot compared to the size of the earth. So, the sun is a big monster light source, right? Is it hard light or is it soft light? It's hard light. Why is it so hard?
It's so far away.
93 million miles away. 93 million. That's why. So when you put a big giant light source 93 million miles from the subject, it becomes hard light. It gives hard shadows. Right. But now, if there was some way we could bring the sun closer to us and not burn up, would it in fact become softer? Sure, it would become this big monster light source. By the way, don't you always love this? Totally off subject. I know how much Creative Live loves this. But have you ever seen a photographer with his light meter come up to a subject and go, and then go take the picture? Like 93 million miles in 2 feet is going to make a big difference. No, what you get here is the same number you're going to get right there, okay? That's totally off subject. It just always kills me. Anyway, so back to the studio. If you want a soft light, a soft fill light, that fill light needs to be the same size as the main light. Starting to make sense? The blue square and the red square should be the same size. Hold that thought. So thus the reason why, if you notice on the screen, you see those 4 lights firing, fills up this entire area. So back to our 2 green lights, my fill light is the same size as my main light. Does that answer your question? No. Go.
As you mentioned about the people that buy the 2, okay?
Yes.
And, but most of the photographers, what they're doing is this way. They put 45 degrees, and they say, okay, I'm going to put this here in f, like a 4.5, and this here at f8 or something like that.
Yes, wrong.
And they're not putting it back
wrong.
there.
Because one of the other things, I was getting to that in about 2 seconds, is you don't want to split your lights. If you split your lights like this and shoot between them, you're getting these 2 gross catch lights in the eyes. What you want is a nice transition from main, highlight to shadow. To get a nice transition from highlight to shadow, the 2, the main light and the fill light, need to touch. So there's no way for them to touch because you can't shoot through the thing. So the only way to get the fill light is to put it behind the photographer. Because if the main light's going to be here, the fill light is going to have to be here because you got to shoot on the side. Does that make sense? So that is a huge mistake I see a lot. And okay, you know what? Can you do it? Can you do it with a main light and a fill light here? Yes. Will it work? Yes. Will you get results? Yes. Will it be awesome? No. That's what I'm getting at. We're trying to take photography, whatever you do, to another level. We're trying to make it the best it can be. So that's what hopefully you're getting from this. The main light and the fill light are the same size, producing images with better wraparound lighting. The whole purpose of studio lighting is to create an image that looks like it was just lit with one light. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They got 6 lights in here lighting 7. Well, that's for y'all. 6 lights lighting me. But the purpose is to make it look just this nice, even, wonderful, wonderful light. And that's what you're trying to do in the studio, too. That's when you're trying to do studio lighting, like the girl on the wall right there. That's the whole purpose for that. It looks like she's just hit with this one nice light. But she isn't. She's hit with a bunch of lights. And so we're going to show you that as we go. Cool deal? All right. So here's what I'm talking about, what you see on the screen right now, as far as nice transition of light. The girl on the left, by the way, that's my daughter. Big shout out to my daughter, Scarlett, who's probably watching right now as she paints on walls of her new home. Anyway, but the darkness, like on Scarlett on the left, do you see the red arrows are pointing to the shadow areas? The green arrows are all pointing to the highlight areas. The green arrows are clearly marking an area that's brighter than the red shadowed areas, right? Do you see it? Okay, but do you notice that there's this nice transition from brightness to darkness? And that is what having the light set up the way I'm talking about, having the main light and your fill light the same size. That's what it helps produce, that nice transition. The girl on the right is a senior I photographed, I believe it was last year or year before. And same thing, you notice the red arrows pointing to shadows. And then you can see that the highlight areas, which is I'm not necessarily pointing to, the blue arrows are to make another point here in a second. But you see like on her shoulder, see that highlight area as it transitions into the darker areas? It's a nice transition. It isn't a distinct line. It's a slow transition of highlight to shadow. I'm assuming you see that. Okay. Now, the next thing that I want you to think about is this, come see, let me borrow my model for a second. And I'm going to point it to her while you also look at the picture on the screen. This is Lexi. Big hand for Lexi. Okay. So whenever I'm photographing a model, this is it. This is Kirk lighting in about 30 seconds. All I ever try to do is touch this part of the face, the forehead, down the nose in the studio, the cheeks, and the chin. That's it. That's all I try to do. So if I have a light on the right-hand side over here, okay, and I have her posed like this, I am going to twist her face so that her nose goes slightly to the light, so that the light comes into her face, okay? This is if you've read anything about lighting, this is broad light versus short light and all this other good stuff. I like to explain it this way. Wherever the nose goes, that's where you want the main light. Done. So if I have her posed like this, okay, then I cannot, she's a very slim model, okay, easy to photograph, absolutely. However, could I do it? Could I get away with putting the light over here? Yes, I could get away with it. I don't know a senior on the planet. We're going to talk about that in about 2 seconds. I don't care whether you weigh 2 pounds or 200 pounds. They all want to look skinny, skinnier. So if I pose her like this and the light is over here, I'm literally making her look bigger. So I would move my light here with the light coming into her face where the nose is slightly pointing to the right, our right, your left. I would put the light on this side. If I can't, for whatever reason, I've been to photography studios to where they cannot move the light from that side to this side. Can't be done. Why? Because there's only plugs on that side. I'm telling you, I've been to studios like that. Well, if that is the case, fine. And she has to pose like this, turn the face this way. Or flip her around and pose her that way. Does that follow what I'm saying? So wherever the nose goes, we'll come back to you in a minute. Thank you. Big hand for Lexi. Wherever the nose goes, put the light into the face. That's the point of the girl with the blue lines, blue arrows on the screen. Notice the highlights on the forehead, the arrow pointing to the forehead. There's a highlight, meaning it's brighter there than it is anywhere else. Look down the nose. Look at the 2 cheeks underneath the eyes. Look at the chin. And that's it. That's all I do in the studio. That is all the light pattern that I'm looking for whenever I photograph someone. Those 5 points of the face. Cool deal? Moving on. Outdoor lighting. I use the Canon 600 flash literally on top of my camera, all right? Right on top of the camera, on the hot shoe. No diffusion. That's probably a question that you're about, wait, what diffusion do you use? No diffusion, internet world. There is a little pull-out thing. I do not pull that thing out. There's another little flappy thing. I do not pull that flappy thing out. None of that stuff is pulled out. It's raw light pointed directly at the subject, okay? The camera setup is, the camera is set on A, aperture priority, meaning I'm going to choose the f-stop. The camera's going to automatically choose the shutter speed for me, okay? Because in the portrait world, I'm more concerned about the blurry or more blurry or less blurry backgrounds than I am what shutter speed I'm firing at. Now, depending on you and your way of photographing, you may be not on a tripod, and thus you may be concerned about your shutter speed because it's getting dusky, the sun's going down. My goodness, you look through the camera and you're at an 1/8 of a second. And you're like, what am I going to do? You know what I do? I take the picture, man. I'm on a tripod. Okay? But I promise you, anything less than a 1/60 of a second handheld, even if you have an image stability lens, you're getting blurry pictures. I don't care if you're like this, Mr. Super Stable. You cannot be as stable as that tripod. It simply cannot happen. When people complain to me and say, oh, well, I bought that lens you said, Kirk, and I'm getting nothing but blurry pictures, my first question is, are you on a tripod? 90% of the time, the answer is no. And then I'll say, okay, no problem. I don't mind you being upset. Put it on a tripod, do the same thing you just did, and now ask, do I get blurry pictures? It's only about 10% of the time I get an email replying back to me that says, yeah, I'm still getting blurry pictures.
I gotta turn off that little.
Well, it could, no, not necessarily, because that also depends on how wiggly you are. I'm real wiggly, so mine stays on all the time.
Okay.
Okay? So yeah, that's that depends. Sometimes there's been things wrong with the camera, and there's been things wrong with the lenses. So there's all kinds of things that could be going wrong. But for the most part, tripod solves all your problems as far as soft focus. But the camera's set to the A, aperture priority mode. I primarily start at f5.6 when outside, and I either go up or down from there depending on how blurry do I want the background. If I want a more blurry background, I start going f4, f2.8. If I want a less blurry background, I go 6.3, 7.1, 8, that kind of thing. So I go up and down. But for the most part, I'm hanging out at 5.6. All right? The matrix, for all the super techies out there, the matrix is the default matrix. It's the way the camera ships, which is the dot with the circle in it. Okay? That's it. The color, my color setting is at 5400K. Everything I shoot, whether I shoot a wedding, if I'm inside, outside, natural light, I mean fluorescence, it doesn't matter. Everything is shot at 5400K. I literally have it set Kelvin setting, 5400K. Where does that come from? Let me tell you. In the studio, my lights, my situation, my softbox, my colored walls, my floor, my everything all adds up to a long series of testing that I found that when I shoot in the studio at 5400K, I get perfect, perfect, perfect color. There was a whole bunch of tests I did when I first went digital. And every time I get a new camera, I go through that same sequence of tests to find out if 5400K is still the magic number. Now, when I go outside, 5400K is not always the magic number. However, I'm shooting RAW. So thus, in the software, when I do my RAW conversion, I know that there are some parts of my studio that are warmer outside than other cooler areas. Like, for example, the front of my studio is very blue. Very blue. I mean, I literally, you get to the point where you start seeing it. I'll work outside and I'll go, ooh, way it's blue today. You know? And you can literally train yourself to see it after a while. There's certain areas behind my studio. I have a big giant oak tree back there, and it is green. All the light come filtering through those green leaves, and it is very green back there. But because I'm always at 5400K, I always know exactly a starting point. So when I'm outside underneath the trees, I know how much Kelvin slide inside the software to make to get me to proper exposure. When I'm outside in the front of my studio and it's super blue, I know how much to slide my Kelvin slider to get perfect exposure. Whenever I'm inside of a Catholic church, I don't know, it must be a rule about a Catholic church. They all got the same color. I know exactly how far to adjust the Kelvin slider to get a perfectly exposed image and color inside of the church. So depending on the situation that I'm in, by shooting everything at 5400K in RAW, it allows me to have a starting point that I'm able to adjust from there. If you're on A, internet world, stop. Take your camera off of A when it comes to your color setting. Take it off of auto color. And that is because your brain is way more powerful than the camera brain. All right? The camera brain takes into the entire average scene, while it may see, ooh-wee, this is blue, and want to make an adjustment, it's not going to make the adjustment the way you can. You will get much more consistent images and much more consistent results if you always have the same setting, as opposed to letting the camera constantly move that color all around. So that's just thought for the day. I bet you have a question or comment.
Yeah, we just got a question from the internet. And Kirk, how do should I use A on my camera? It was a little unclear.
Okay,
A. You can just reiterate.
A as in aperture. A as in aperture priority. Yes. Okay. I mean, meaning you're going to set the f-stop. The camera's going to choose the shutter speed.
I'm just messing
but
with you.
A as in color now. Y'all must think I have an earbud or something to the chat room, because I really don't. I just know. I can hear you talking out there. I don't know why.
That you're not saying that to not use the white balance, that's so like when you came from the manufacturer, like a AWB, the no automatic white balance.
No AWB, yes, no auto white balance. I don't know what your setting is. Take it off the AWB, auto white balance. That's what I'm saying. But the A, as far as aperture priority, that's how I shoot outside. Did I clear things up, I hope? Yes, all right, good. Now, the flash itself is set to the ETTL mode. Okay, that's the setting on the flash, ETTL, and there's TTL, there's manual, there's all sorts of different settings. The one that I have it set to is ETTL, and I physically, manually, that little dial on the back side of the camera, flash, I have that flash dial manually set to -1 1/3, -1 1/3. And that is, before I get to the very last point, that's all my settings on the flash and the camera when I'm outside. Now here's what is happening. Boy, I can hear the internet. It's going to be funny. I know the exact next question. I just heard it. I have a chat room in the head syndrome. Anyway, I know.
It happens when you teach a Creative Live. I'm not sure if they told you that.
It is. So, first of all this, what's happening is this. The camera is making the exposure setting. What happens is, what the flash is doing is just providing me a little bit of fill to the shadow areas. That's all it's really doing. And more importantly, it's evening out my color, because it's only spitting out a flash that's -1 1/3. Now, the unique thing about the Canon system is that the flash is talking to the camera, and the camera is talking to the flash. And so when kaboom, it all goes off, those two guys talk to each other, and the flash, while manually set to -1 1/3, is adding a slight amount to the exposure, and the camera is setting a little bit with the flash. Anyway, the bottom line is what you get is a properly exposed image. Okay. If you look for good directional light. Another weird thing is, like, if I was to take your picture right now, click, black man, black shirt, you would freak out my camera, okay? And I would have to make an exposure adjustment right here with my thumb. I'd have to add a little bit of light, because you take away a little bit of light, because it would confuse the meter. The meter's going to try to turn everything gray, okay? Same thing. I get a white guy with a white shirt. It's going to be just the opposite. Okay, it's going to be this, and so thus I do have to, along the process, it's never ever perfectly nailed exposure, but after a while you get to where you see this happening in front of you, and you make the exposure adjustment before you ever pull the trigger. So that is a few little adjustments that you're going to have to do. And what I mean when I say look for good directional light is that you cannot, now that you have your flash and camera all set up, just willy-nilly walk around outside and go, ooh, I'm gonna take a picture right here, click, ooh, I'm gonna take a picture right here. No, you've got to look for nice overhangs. Like we went to dinner last night, there was this overhang and the light was coming in nice and directional like this. That's what you're looking for. You're looking for overhangs like this, where the light comes in at one particular angle. With this flash setup, you're going to get fantastic, absolutely fantastic results. Now, there are ways to adjust that, and when we go outside in the third segment today, I'm going to show you that, because we're going on the roof. There is no overhangs on the roof. And so, as a result, I'm going to have to fake it, and I'm going to show you how you can fake it. So that's what I mean when I say look for very good directional light. And I'll show you my finger trick. This is what you're going to have to do. Outside, you're going to hold up your finger like this, and you're going to go all the way around, and you're going to find the light direction. And I'm going to show you the squint trick and all them other cool tricks. We're going to do that in segment 2 and segment 3. Okay, here's what the internet just asked. Oh, I can hear you now. That's all great, Kirk, but I have a Nikon.
Oh, yeah, actually, that did just roll in.
Mm-hmm. I knew it. I could hear that. And the answer to that question is, first, mostly, I don't know. I don't shoot a Nikon, okay? But a bunch of buddies of mine do, and almost every one of them says, Kirk, it works with a Nikon, except you have to add one more minus to the exposure. So instead of -1 1/3, you have to go 2 1/3 and do it the same. That's about 60% of the Nikon people I know. There are a few out there who go, I've tried that and it don't work for me. And that could be the flash, the camera. I mean, there's so many different combinations. They don't have it set right. I don't have a Nikon to test this. But if Nikon wants to send me a camera, I'll be happy to test that for them.
All right.
All right.
You heard it, Nikon.
God, it's a shameless plug. Anyway, outdoor lighting. So it's the same basic concept. I want you to take note of a few things. The red line on both girls, the arrow, is from the sun. Okay. The sun is lighting the hair in both scenarios. So whenever I'm looking for good directional light, in both these images, I have a nice overhang that sticks out of the building on the left and on the right. This is all right around my studio. This is in the front yard, that's in the backyard. The left is the front, the right is the back, okay? And the sun, at certain times of the day, will peek around that overhang. And what it does is it lights up the hair. So you see the highlights in the hair on both those images? That's what the red is. Then, in the blue line on the left, showing you, again, that I'm still trying to hit the 5 points of the face. Notice that there are highlights on the forehead, highlights on the cheeks, highlights down the nose, and highlights on the chin. Now, is it a little bit more random, if you will? Is it not quite as directional outside? The answer is yes. It's a little bit flatter, I have noticed, whenever I'm photographing outside. Now, would that win any contests? I don't know. But do the seniors like it? The answer is absolutely yes. They love it. They love it, love it, love it. On the right, I want you to notice that there is a strong directional light with the green line that is on the right, coming to the right. Notice how the right side of her nose is much lighter than the left side of her nose. That's because of the time of day, where that particular thing is. Notice on the shoulder that there's a big directional, it's a brighter on the shoulder. Look at the green line on her, the middle of her belly down there. It's hot, the green line shows that there's a big highlight right there, and then it gets shadowed around the outsides. On her shoulder, same thing, shadows. Look on the left side, the shadows. So with this lighting setup, if you have good directional light, you get nice highlight transitions, again, from highlight to shadow, and that's what we're all looking for. We're looking for direction, we're looking for roundness to the face and the subjects, and thus I like things that are less complicated so that I can then really, really focus on the posing. Cool deal? Awesome, go ahead.
Just a question, I don't know if you're gonna show or explain later. You talk about the light that's coming, directional light, plus your flash just to give the highlight on the eyes. Do you add in any point like a reflectors or something?
Yep, we're gonna talk about that and I'm gonna show it.
Okay.
Absolutely. I'm going to show you how exactly I use the reflector. Did you have a question over there before we move off lighting? Okay, awesome. So let's talk posing now. When it comes to posing, like I said earlier, every senior girl that I have ever photographed, ever, I don't care whether they weigh 2 pounds or 200 pounds, they want to look skinny. They want to look skinny. So to do that, what you have to do is you have to turn their body sideways. Now, the girl that you see on the screen right here, very attractive young lady, she is absolutely not the skinniest person on the planet. She's not, okay? She is a typical average high school senior. But notice that I turned her body completely sideways to where it's this. This is what you're looking at right here, not this, okay? And I don't care who you are. We're all skinnier here than we are here. And that's the same thing with her. Notice the two lines. If I was to turn her, which I can't do that in the picture, but she would grow significantly over where those two lines, blue lines are. So that's one of the first things I do whenever posing girls, is I make sure, if at all possible, I keep the body turned sideways. Now, somebody like Lexi, she is already a very slim person. And when they're already very, very slim, I mean, you can pose them literally straight onto the camera like this and get away with it. But if that girl is a little bit fluffy, do not do it. Now, I will say this. There's been many senior girls that I've come in, and boy, they are just large and proud. And they know they're big girls, but they are happy with themselves. When I get one of those in there, the thought, the concept of, well, she's big and, you know, I need to make sure she's skinny and all that stuff always is there. But if she is posed square onto the camera and she is looking good and proud of herself, well, boom, I will shoot it. Because she's comfortable with herself. So it all depends on that. And we're going to kind of show that. I mean, if someone, Lexi, you can tell right off the bat, she walked right on camera, was cool with it. So she's not going to be that kind of person. But there are some people when they, you know, the body language is this. Well, it's your job to build them up. When they walk in and they all just like, well, this is going to be fun. Well, you know, it's your job to work with that. So anyway, back to posing. The next thing I want you to understand is the Toosie rule. A good buddy of mine, Ralph Romagera from New Orleans, okay, who's probably photographed every senior in the New Orleans area, all right, is the one who first introduced me to the Toosie rule. And the Toosie rule basically states this. If you have two of something on your body, make sure that they're never on the same plane, okay? And to demonstrate that in this picture, notice what happens. She's got two eyes, right? Come on. There it is. She's got two eyes. She's got two hands. She's got 2 feet. See what I'm getting at? How those twos, anytime you have two of something, do not put them on the same plane. Now I want Lexi. Come see, babe. So Lexi is standing straight on to the camera. We're going to go right to that camera, straight on, okay? And we're going to pose you right here. Put your feet together and you put your hands together. Okay, boom. We're going to take our picture like that. Now, is that boring or what? Okay? Now watch what happens if all you do is shift the twos. So we're going to first shift the knees. Take your right knee, bend it towards the camera. Okay? Make your hips really poke out to the left. Okay? So all we did is now notice that the knees are not on the same plane. That forced the hips to a different plane. Now watch, put your hands on your hips now. Okay? One high, one low. There. See how much more fun that is to look at? Okay? And when you poke your hips out really, really hard, give me the feeling like you're trying to touch that shoulder to your hip. You'll never do it, but that's the feeling. So now do you see what happened with the shoulders? Different plane. Now what I want you to do is tip your head to me and roll your face over here to me just a little bit and chin down just a little bit, but look at the camera. Boom. Do you see how now she goes like this, like this, like this? Do you see it? Yeah. Now go back to straight on. Which one's more interesting? Yes, that's the Toosie rule. And it can happen anywhere, okay? I want you to take it, I want your fingers in your hair. One hand higher than the other. Boom. See how much more fun that is? Okay? Now, I want you to put your hands straight on, one across the other. See how boring that is? See what I'm getting at? So always, if you got two of something, make sure those two things are always on different planes. Thank you, Lexi, again. Big hand. Awesome. Always on a different plane. Now, what that leads to is something that if you've studied posing at all, you know exactly what I'm about to talk about, and that is the S-curve, okay? There it is. Do you see it now? So I'll put the big S on top of her with the Toosie rule line, and that is what the Toosie rule can do for you. It adds to that nice S-curve. Cool? Are we making sense? That's it when it comes to girl posing. I can't tell you the number of people who message me, who send me emails, who post on the Pro Forum, and they go, oh my God, Kirk, your posing is so impeccable. Man, I wish I could pose like you. Well, that's it. Now you get it. You know exactly what I'm always looking for. If you do this enough, I give you 1 year. If you do it consciously enough, constantly, within 1 year, it becomes subconscious. You do it without even thinking. Because I'm going to tell you right now, the girl that you see on the screen right now, that was not done. I did not go, okay, now let me see. Ooh, I got to put that heel higher because she's got 2 feet. And oh, one hand low, one hand high. Oh, no, look, now tip her head this way. It just starts to happen after a while. Okay, posing senior boys.
There we go.
Okay? Every senior boy, whether they are or are not masculine, wants to look masculine. It's a guy thing. So to encourage the masculinity of a boy, what you have to do is you have to make sure that his head is tilted towards the shoulder that is the farthest from the camera, okay? So if you're going to use me as an example, watch how this happens. Which camera am I talking to? I'm going to talk to that camera. That camera. All right, I'm going to talk to this camera. So watch. The shoulder that is the farthest from the camera is this shoulder. okay? So for me to look masculine, I'm going to tip my head to this shoulder. Now, watch what happens if I don't. Do you see on the camera how that makes me look feminine? Now, what happens is this. So often, we photographers, we get so wrapped up in the lighting, and Kirk said, put the nose towards the light. So you got the guy posed right here, the light's over here, and you bring in the light, and we have, all of us, all humans have this zone around us to where it's a point of comfort. Right here, this is my zone of comfort. When you cross into my zone of comfort, without even thinking about it, step away from you. Well, with a senior boy, you've got him in his pose. You then bring in that big old softbox, okay? And you cross into his zone of comfort. Well, you done told him don't move. He's not moving. He's looking at the camera. Subconsciously, he tries to get away from the light. And he's in a feminine pose. And so that is one of the absolute biggest mistakes when photographers say, Kirk, can I show you my stuff and tell me what you think? Yes, I'll be happy to look. And I'll look, and every guy is posed feminine, feminine, feminine. And so on this particular guy, notice the blue line is slightly tipped in the direction of the red arrow. And the red arrow is pointing to the shoulder that is the farthest from the camera. Okay. So I suddenly switch to this direction. I want the head going this way. Now I'm going in this direction. I want the head going this way. Make sense? And you can go too far, and it looks retarded. So notice it's just a little bit. Just a little bit. And just a little bit the other way is too much. So be cautious. Be aware of that when posing boys. The Toozy rule absolutely works on boys also. That's awesome. Okay? Here's how the Toozy rule works on boys also. Notice he has 2 eyes. He has 2 shoulders. Notice that those 2 are not on the same plane. Again, if you was to pose him straight on, it gets weird. Cool? All right. Now, is this always? I mean, is it always? No. I just did a girl just recently, and she wanted one of those, I think it's the Lancome commercial. I believe it was the first one I ever seen it, where their hair is like this, and all the shoulders are exposed, and she has white makeup on, and she's looking into the camera. Everything's squared off. I mean, her head's squared off, her shoulders are squared off. She's dead center of the picture, and she's like this, looking into the camera, no expression. And man, it looked good. But imagine if you did the whole session like that. That would be horrible. So if you're gonna break the rules, it's okay. It's all right. That's called artistic expression. It's okay. But don't do it for the whole thing. Do it for maybe one shot and break through, and then that adds variety. So just, I don't know, just play with that. So anyway, that Toozy does work with guys too. Guys are usually taking senior portraits because their mom has forced them to do it. At least that's my experience. It's very, very rare. You know, if I photograph, say, 20 guys, maybe 2 of them are there because they really want to be there. The rest of them are there because mom said, no, you're going to do these pictures. So make it fun for them. I can't tell you how many guys walk in like this. My mom made me come. All right, dude, well, let's take some pictures, man. What outfit you got? This one. I'm like, oh, this one. Yeah, this one. I want to do a picture with my truck. Awesome. Like, let's do that now. Oh, where's your truck? Street. You know, and then by the time it's over with, they're like high-fiving me, and we're having a big dog time, and, you know, what you doing tonight, man? You know, we're like best buddies. So that's what you got to do. Make sure they have fun. And if you do, all of that equals profit. All of it. Okay, so the reason I have this little thing about the Pro Forum is because on the Pro Forum, we have this bit. I have this movie that I made. It's a 2-hour movie just on posing, okay? And I get this a lot, and so I went ahead and produced this 2-hour movie. On the movie, I photograph a senior boy, I photograph a senior girl, and I photograph an overweight girl. And both of them are done inside and outside. And anyway, if anybody joins up for the Pro Forum, I'll give you this movie for free. And anyway, just to show you a little snippet of that movie, this is a little snippet of that movie. To the image, okay? Relax. All right? Let me flip this back. Let me do one more kind of tight headshot that you can do that's also quite handy. We're going to keep that background. I'm going to have you, what I want you to do this time is lean just on this elbow towards me, okay? Now, what that just did, I don't know if you see it, but notice how it took all of this, which all of this right here from her boobs up and into the shoulders is all pretty much the right proportion, okay? Right there, okay? And I'll tell you what, since the heck with fighting that hair, we're gonna keep it. We're gonna give it like a little bit of split like that. And what I want you to do with your face, let your face totally relax so much that your lips separate, okay? Just like that. And then I'm gonna shoot that in real tight again, and watch how that takes and slims her right down. Perfect. Perfect, right there. 1, 2, 3. Now, while I have you there, it made me think of something that I've done in the past. All right? Like I told you, a lot of things that I will do, one thing reminds me of another. All right? And so while you're here, I'm going to have you be a little bit taller, like to there. I'm going to pull this out. All right? I can see both eyes. Chin down a little bit more. Right there. Stay. Come on, stay. Like that. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to crop so tight on her face that I actually cut off one eye. One eye. Watch this. Right? Ooh, let's try it horizontal because I just did the last one vertical. By doing this one horizontal, it makes it look completely different than the one before. Right there. Great. All right. And that is a cool look. And it's one of those ones, like I told you a little bit earlier. Sit back up for me. By doing that, like that, what happens is, by doing that, it gives you a shot right after the shot. And she probably ain't going to buy it. She probably ain't. But it's cool. It's like, ooh, that's cool. And if you have some in there that are, ooh, that's cool. There you go. We could go on with that for 2 hours, couldn't we? All right, so let's talk about posing and lighting a little bit and show you, first of all, on screen, what I hopefully be able to pull off in the very next segment. That is the light, the main light is right over the camera. I'm gonna have some sort of reflector underneath the subject, and we're gonna do nice, flat lighting, okay? And it's going to look something like that. And that's real magazine-y looking. All right, it makes for a really neat headshot. Seniors love this kind of thing. What I like about it is that in this particular setup, you can go from one shot to another shot very quickly. Boom, boom. So we did like the headshot, then we put the hands on the face. We then maybe the arms over the head, okay? We then pull in maybe the hands across the side of the face. And another crazy thing I've been known to do is they're wearing some kind of outfit that I don't particularly like. I'll take the background and wrap it around them. Okay, and do something like that. So, I mean, the background can literally become the outfit. And all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of those images were all done exactly the same way. Light on top, low reflector on the bottom, and shooting under the light. All right? From there, what I hopefully will do is have the main light on the left, and then use the kicker light, or the strip light, on the right. Now, if you notice that the main light, the kicker light is directly opposite the main light, and the main light is directly opposite the kicker light. And so what that produces is this kind of effect. The light is going into the subject, the nose is facing to the left, so the main light is on the left. But if you notice, all down the right side, on the right of her ear, up in her hair, you see that streak of light? That is what that strip light will do for you. It produces that strip of light. Same thing with this shot. It was done. Look at her face. Her face on the left, the nose is going to the left, the main light is on the left, but the strip is stripping down that side, hitting a little bit into her cheek, okay? The effect, just real quick with the cell phone, the way it's done is you just have them hold up their cell phone and you Photoshop that in later, okay? Same thing here. Notice down her arm that's in the dark shadows on the right-hand side, notice that strip of light that's coming down her arm. That's, again, same type of an effect. This image too, this is a full length. Notice the strip of light down the edge of her face, chiseling out her face. That's what that strip light will do for you. Then if we get a chance, we're going to try to do some high key stuff just up against the brick wall. And what I typically do with high key is I have 2 strips. In this case, I only have 1, so we're going to use maybe a raw light and a strip. We'll try to do it like that. And point that at the background and shoot the light across the background, and then use the main light on the subject, and you get these types of effects. That's like a full-length effect. That's a close-up. And then you can do these kind of cool shoe things that I typically do. Every senior girl comes in with like a gazillion shoes, and they just love you. They think you walk on water if you do a picture of them in all their shoes. All right? So then when it comes to following the nose, I just kind of wanted to throw this in really, really quick to show you that that's the case. Notice the light, again, is on the left. It's just following the nose. Another thing is she is really close to the background in this case. So this is basically only lit with just that one light. The main light is acting as a background light and the fill and the whole bit. The one on the floor, that's multiple lights, but notice on the floor, her nose is slightly going upward. But notice the shadow on the bottom side of her nose. That tells you that if the subject is laying on the floor, then the light is coming from kind of above her. In that little video, you saw that all my lights hang off of rails. So moving a light around is very easy. In this scenario today is going to be a little bit difficult because we're on stands, but we're going to still make it work. And then finally, this is another one laying on the floor, and the light, again, notice the right side of her nose at the closer to the bottom has a little more shadow on it than the top. So for that reason, again, the light follows the nose, all right? Whenever we photograph outside, I do use a little bit of a reflector. Paulo asked me about that just a second ago. Yes, in this case, the reflector is on top of the subject, blocking the light coming straight down. This was harsh sun, middle of the day. Mom is holding the reflector out on top of the subject, and then my flash is providing a little bit of light into the face. This one, the little overhang that you see over the subject, is providing light direction. It keeps the light from coming down. I'm laying on the ground, 16 to 35 lens, shooting up. Now, all of the effects that you see in this image, for example, the sun, that was added in Photoshop. That's not really there. The flare that you see coming across the image, again, added in Photoshop. This image was shot exactly the way, flash on camera, little bit of a reflector, that's it. And all the other effects were added in later in Photoshop to create that look. This image, same thing. Notice her hair. Where's the sun? Behind her, lighting up her hair. Little bit of reflector, bouncing light back into the face, flash on camera, boom, done. But another reason why this slide is up there is, do you see the butterfly? Mm-hmm. Totally fake. All right, but a butterfly flew by right as I was about to take the picture, and she goes, "Oh my God, oh my God. Did you get that? Did you get that shot?" Oh, yeah. And I go, "Oh, absolutely. Why? What's the big?" "Well, my grandmother died 2 weeks ago, and she just loved butterflies." Oh, look, I heard the internet. That was the internet going, "Oh, yeah." So, I bought a butterfly image, boom, popped it right in. How you like that? Kind of fun. And she thought, "Man, this guy is good." Oh, yeah, he's good. All right. Dude on a boat. We're in the middle of the Gulf, literally, middle of the Gulf of Mexico. We're probably like 10 minutes from Cuba right here. I'm kidding. We was way out there. And he had this big monster fishing boat, and he did all kinds of fancy stuff in the Gulf, and he wanted to do images in the Gulf. I got to be literally in the Gulf when we do it. No problem. It's all done exactly the same way. A little bit of flash on camera, mom's holding the reflector, I'm taking the picture like this, I am on a tripod, and same setup. So no matter the scenario, no matter where I'm at, it's all exactly like I said. In the pool, this is above water. I'm not in the water, obviously. Well, I'm in the water, but not under the water. I'm using the same camera system. I'm using the same flash. Mom is holding a little bit of a reflector on this image, and the sun is coming in across her hair. You can see it. The reflector's popping light into the face, and that's how that's done. I mean, it's the same setup over and over and over again. Cool deal? Now's the time for questions. Paulo.
Yes, when you're showing inside the studio the diagram with one light or two lights, just a question because I didn't see the diagram. You said that you always have your few lights on. on that case, even the diagram doesn't show the few lights were on
Right,
at that time?
the diagram did not show the fill lights on because of the fact that, let's see, there was a couple of those images that were actually done in classes. And there was a couple of those that they were done without fill lights. But for the most part, yes, if
Just leave
in
the
my
fill lights on.
fill lights always on. Now, I do have on my fill light easy access to a flip switch. I will not have that easy access here to where I can flip a switch and it goes from approximately F5 on my fill to about F4. So it's to give me a little bit deeper shadow. So I can have a deep shadow or a not so deep shadow. Okay.
Are you getting any part when you talk about your lights, how say, okay, my few lights are normally set up if I'm shooting in a studio 5.6, my backlight, my few lights will be this, my main light will be that, my kicker light.
I will try to do that to the best of my ability, but it's a little bit awkward to do that in this scenario. I do know that in this scenario, I tested it last night, where the fill lights are going to be at F5, the main light's going to be at F8. I can tell you that much. I know that the kicker light is going to be approximately F5, F5.6. So I know that much. Okay. I can tell you that. Internet World has a question.
All right, so one thing that really makes you stand out and that people love about your work is your underwater photography.
Segment 4.
Segment 4, okay, then I'll wait.
Coming.
I'll wait. Like, okay, next question. All
How
right.
I do it with housings, I'm going to show a bunch of images, and I'm explaining it the best I can the entire process. I will give you a teaser. It ain't easy, okay? Cool. It ain't easy.
All right, how about a question then? The next one I had lined up is from Gardner Lake Gier, said, wherever the nose goes, thus goes the light, in reference to the studio lighting. Does the same hold true for your outdoor portraits?
Yes, the answer is yes, most of the time, again. If, for example, the subject is posed like this outside, it's like it seems to be a little darkness, maybe a little too much shadow underneath the eyes, or I'm not getting a good direction because of things like that, I will then use the reflector here to bounce light towards the nose. So the reflector will then become my main light. And yes, so the simple answer is yes. Follow the nose.
And I know you talked about this a little bit yesterday, but could you review what are your studio dimensions again?
Okay,
General studio.
The width of the studio is 14 feet.
Okay.
It's 25 feet from the door that enters the changing room to the back, to the wall where the full-length backgrounds are. That's 25 feet. Now, I can open that door that leads into the changing room and actually get 5 more feet and shoot through the door. So I have a full 30 feet to work with. The width, a few areas where I have like the Coke machine, the tin wall, and the lockers and things like that, it's 14 feet. So if I back up against it, the wall, I'm right at 14 feet, which most of the time is limiting. But I have a door that opens up into the studio right there that I can open up, and I can pull off again about 5 more feet shooting through. So I can get to about 24, 25 feet roughly to the lockers and to my wall where the Coke machine and all that stuff is. So for the most part, 25 seems to be a good round length number. 30 is better. 10-foot ceilings, minimum. I've tried less than 10 foot, and I find it extremely difficult to pull off with less than 10-foot ceilings. Can be done, but extremely difficult. And 14, 15 feet wide is nice, but 30 would be great. 30 by 30 square room, dream studio.
Studio.
Cool.
Thanks.
Russell?
I just have a quick gear question. The rails that you use in your studio, can you talk about those?
It's an old rail system. If I remember from a million years ago, I bought them from Calumet. You know, I assume they still sell them. I really don't know. There are a gazillion rail companies out there. You have to find, again, the one that's best comfort your dollars and all that good stuff. But yeah, it's just rails. I mean, it's a very simple concept. There's 2 rails that go the full length of the room, and there's cross rails that mount to that with a little thing like this, okay, so that it can twist and move and left and right. And then off of those cross rails hangs what they call scissor drops, and then those scissor drops have like a counterbalance system on it, which is like a spring, and you can tighten the spring or loosen the spring. And so when you drop the light to right here, it stays right there. When you lift it up to right here, it stays right there. And that's it. That's how the thing works. And it's awesome because it's fast. Well, you kind of saw it in the video. I went from one side to another and just kind of dropped it right there, and that's why.
But I was asking about that because I have these ridiculously large light stands, and they kind of get in the way. And
They do.
I'm trying to find a way of improving that.
I find light stands so frustrating, and you're going to see it today. I'm going to try not to express my frustration, but it is very, very difficult for me to photograph studio stuff outside of my own little comfort world. But we're going to give it the Scouts try here, man.
That'll be fun. All right, Hagen in KC says, how are you getting the beautiful sky in the images?
Okay.
Is that Photoshop or a filter?
That image that you saw of the boy down low was actually another image, and I just dropped that sun in. But there is a technique, and right now we have sun. Hopefully at 1 o'clock-ish this afternoon, we will still have it, and I'm going to show. I hope the sun comes out. That would be my preference, because cheating is when you have clouds. In Seattle, I know it's a lot of clouds. So you guys here get to cheat a lot, and anybody can take a good picture when the clouds are out, okay? But when that sun is bright sun, it becomes quite difficult. But basically, the concept, really as short and as sweet as we can make it, is this. You have to sort of overpower the sun. And you have to put the same amount of light that the sun is touching the blue sky, all right? How much light is touching the sky? You can do that with your meter. That's how much light you have to put on the subject. And I do that with that ProPhoto Q600 or whatever light. But I'll demonstrate it, hopefully.
Great. And we had a question about what kind of bracket you use on the tripod so that you can swivel the camera so easily.
On my tripod, not in the studio, I'll explain that next, but on location and such, the tripod that I have here, this is a Bogan pistol grip, I think they call it. Just call Robert and Doris.
Okay.
But anyway, the Bogan pistol grip allows me to move all around. You just grab it, and when you let it go, it's there. It's there, okay? And there's a little tension setting to where it can make it more tense or less tense, and you can go all over the place. You can then even move to vertical and all that kind of stuff, and that's it. Now, in the studio, I still have this grip, but it's on what is called a mono stand. The one I have, you can't even buy anymore. It's that old. But they still make them. It's a big iron thing on the ground with a single pole that comes up, and floating on that pole on a spring is a platform, and on that platform is your camera. So that if you want to be low, you grab this thing and you drop down and you shoot. And you want to be high, you grab this thing and you shoot up here. And then the thing is on wheels, so I can move left, move right, move up, move down, and it's much, much faster. But that's not something you can take on location because it's iron and it's huge and it's massive and it's heavy, but on location tripod.
All right, on the topic of tripods, what do you think about monopods? And that's coming from Ryan Austin.
I like them, yes.
Okay.
If I had the choice between a monopod or nothing, it would be a monopod because it gives you just that little bit of stability. And that's how a lot of times I've graduated people to a tripod, is I'll say, okay, would you at least put your camera on the monopod? Okay, would you at least do this? That way you have something here, and then you can go here and take, and you can go here and take, and you at least get a little bit more stability instead of just being freehand. And they'll go, okay, Kirk, I got a monopod. I'm going to start doing it that way. And then the images skyrocket so much better that they then go, well, maybe Kirk's got something, and they go to this. Okay, and while we're on that subject, I got just a minute. I will mention this. So imagine the camera is on the tripod and the subject is the internet world. And I'm going to take your picture. And I look through the camera, I get everything all focused, and I get you posed, tip your head. Everybody's, look, did y'all see that the whole internet world tipped their head that way? That was awesome. Okay, anyway, I get everything all set up. Now I'm about to take the picture. I got my finger on the button. Because everything's set and not moving, I can do this. I can move from the camera, I can focus on the subject and wait for that moment, and then boom, I got it. Now, how is that different than when you're looking through the camera handheld? When you got one eye closed and you're looking through this camera handheld, all right, you look at the subject and you click, the shutter goes black. Did they blink? I don't know if they blinked because it was black. So your only choice, take another one, and take another one, and take another one. Oh, take another one, and take another one, and take another. And you end up with this click stuff. Whereas with a tripod, it eliminates that. You can then be more with and into the moment with your subject, making sure it's right and getting better images. That's my opinion. More questions?
We do. We have a couple questions. One from Paul Wood. What are your thoughts on using a passport color checker for color settings?
I think anything that you do along those lines, as far as color, will make your images better. Now, me personally, there is a thing called at the lab a lipstick test. So get with your lab, have your lab give you the lipstick test to find out your ability to see color, because we all see color differently. Women see different color than men. Typically, women are better at seeing color than men, okay? There are certain people, when you say red with anger, that is because of the blood in your system that goes into you, and you're literally looking through red blood, and so you tend to adjust red. So if it's an angry day, your color checking and ability is not going to be as good. Well, the lipstick test will literally show you and your ability to see color. I took the lipstick test, and after I finished, the lab said, "You want a job?" So apparently, I did good. All right? So I do perceive color better, according to them, than the average Joe. And if you find out that you do not perceive color very well, it may be a good idea for you to either hire someone that does, or do things like you said, the passport and the little gray cards, and
yeah,
all
exactly.
those things.
Yeah.
I don't do that mainly because of my ability to perceive color.
Okay.
All right. So hey, I think that's how are we feeling about? How are we feeling? Can we do some scratching?
Yeah, please.
We're going to kind of, some of these things we'll do a couple of times, but I did explain my off-camera outside. I did tell you all of my camera settings. I'm going to go do that. I did a little bit posing. We'll talk about that. I showed you my outdoor setup. We're going to talk about that. We'll talk about that. Underwater, we're going to talk about that. Lenses, cameras on a budget. I did tell you that what lens to buy specifically. And all right, all right. That at least gets us a couple of things scratched off. We're going to go more detailed into several of those things. That's what always happens on camera day, is that you tend to, you do things multiple times. So we'll kind of scratch and unscratch. So there you go.
Awesome.
Hey.
That's awesome. What are we going to do when we get back?
When we get back, we're doing studio lighting. We're going to set up a background. We're going to set up the lights. We're going to bring in our models. We're going to do lighting inside till lunch. We're going to take pictures.
Awesome. Well, the internet is loving you on day 2. And Jaleel Rock Photo says, "I loved you yesterday. I can't wait to see what you have in store today. You rock."
Awesome.
I'm assuming you would have done this part. I added that. That was a little flourish. Joanne LaBeouf, again, you know her. Please let everyone know, everyone, that I have a studio just a few blocks away from Kirk's, and he allowed me in his studio and taught me in one of his Kirk jams all of his secrets. Now, how many photographers do you know who would do that? Not so many. That is what kind of person he is. And I think we've seen that, Larry. It's such a testament what you're giving to the community through ProForum as well. And hopefully, can you speak a little more to ProForum right now?
Yeah, if you join the ProForum right now, it's 50. You can see all that in the swag bag there. It's 50% off, and use the code CreativeLive, and you can take half off. I'll give you my video. Tomorrow, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna give you my entire workflow system. In fact, I'm gonna just give you all my videos if you sign up for the ProForum during CreativeLive. So that it really is a cool thing. We have just under 2,000 members from all over the world, and it's this 24 hours a day.
Amazing.
Outstanding.
And we've had a lot of feedback in the chat rooms just how much that has changed people's careers. So thank you again. And Lori, Kirk had mentioned the digital swag bag. Can you tell everyone where we can get that?
So if you go to the course page right now and enroll, you can receive the digital swag bag. So it's a PDF, just click on it, and when you enroll, and you'll get all those amazing discounts and all the videos that he's throwing in as well, which is just going to be outstanding. But this morning has been another power-packed morning already, and it was just the beginning of day 2. And what really impresses me about Kurt is that yesterday we all got a shout out, you know, the challenges that we learned in photography, from marketing, our camera gear, to like our post-production workflow, and we wrote it down on this board, and everyone was saying, there's no way we can cover it all in 3 days. We're gonna have to add more days with Kurt here on Creative Lab to knock it all out, but he's covering it, he's doing it. We're already into the second section of camera and lighting gear. He's knocking those questions out of the park, all the information that you guys need to continue on your photography journey, and so that you can take the best portraits for your senior clients as well. So you can, just a reminder that you can purchase all 3 days of this course that will cover that entire chalkboard of information for just $99 during the live broadcast. And of course, not only is he giving everyone the digital swag bag with all those amazing discounts, but he, with the purchase of this course, Kurt is including the senior portrait retouching walkthrough video in HD, and also his Photoshop actions will be yours as well when you purchase this course. Do that right now over break, and we'll see you back here in 15 minutes. Welcome back from break, everyone. Before we continue on with senior photography with Kirk Volklane, I have a little bit of information for you guys. It's called the Digital Swag Bag. That is on the course page right now. And you are giving this to just everybody that is just watching at Creative Live. And the coolest prize on here, actually the coolest discount, is for the Pro Forum discount.
Yes.
And that's 50% off.
Half price. I'll give you all my stuff, give you my movies, my digital workflow, which you'll learn about tomorrow, the whole 9 yards. I'll give you the whole thing. And access to the Pro Forum for however long you sign up. Half price.
All right, so you guys can go grab that right now. It's free for everybody watching Creative Live. With that, you are now in our Creative Live studios making your own studio.
Yes.
So I'm gonna let you get to work and show us what we have in store for us. Thanks, Kirk.
All right, so again, thank y'all so much for coming to the second segment here, where we're gonna actually do the photography that we sort of talked about in the last segment. A few things I'll reference to the sort of setup of this whole room is I'm assuming the camera can see this main light. This is my main light on this side. And then I'm assuming the camera can see this kicker light. And you are for sure seeing the background going on behind me. And we're going to use these, as I talked about before, as a pair. I'm going to also set it up in such a way that I do the main light over the subject. And we're going to do that first. And we're going to go from there and make some cool headshots. The studio in here is sort of set up very similar to mine. A little bit have a much higher ceiling in here than I do. Those lights across the back wall there, what they are doing is they are acting as my kicker, my fill light that I talked about. And those two lights are spitting out each about 600 watts right now. They're firing against that back wall. They're lighting up that whole back wall, and then they are coming in my direction, creating a fill on me right here about where I'm standing, about 5.6. The main light is giving me approximately f8 where it's at. This is about f5.6 coming into the camera, but of course it gives you about f8 because of the fact that it shoots into the camera. And then all of that light bounces onto the background and creates a little bit of light across the background. So that is my basic setup. We are going to try our doggonedest to get the real live thing. So we're going to start with Lexi since she's standing there first. I'm going to bring Lexi in. And we're going to do kind of a basic headshot of Lexi using this background and my main light. So what I want you to do, Lexi, I want you to stand right here, bang. I want you to stand with your feet about that far apart and your hips pulling onto this direction. Okay, follow me? So by the way, I don't know if you caught that. Very, very often, that is what I do. I will literally show them. I will do the pose for them that I want them to do and then have them do it. If you can do it, they can typically do it. So do that for me, standing right there. Awesome, awesome. Okay, what I want you to do, I'm going to modify you just a little bit. I want you to turn more to me this way. Turn, turn, turn. Good, good, good. Let your feet separate just a little bit more. Awesome. Let your butt poke out real hard that way. Awesome. Real hard, real hard. Great. Now start bringing your face way into this shoulder. Great. A little bit more. Great. Stay looking over here at me. Play with this little piece of hair. Awesome. Then, so we talked about it ahead of time, how I have the light. Her nose is going in this direction. So I want the light on this side going into the nose. If you can see that on camera, the light is touching here, here, down the cheeks, on the chin. That is all it's doing. Then the kicker light in this particular situation is going to come right at the same angle as the main light, and I'm going to stream out light down the side of her face. So this is very real as far as how I do it. Okay, what I want you to do, babe, I want you to lean in with your shoulders like that. Awesome. Bring your face slow. Stay looking at me. I'm covering. In fact, you know what? This happens. I'm assuming this happens to you guys a lot when you shoot in your studio, is that little piece of hair. I talked about it yesterday. The 80s was like the best hair time ever. Sprayed up hair, boom, it didn't move. Now, it's all over the place. So the hair's not cooperating, so guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to just work with it. Watch, I'm going to do this. I'm going to leave it in the face. What the heck? Awesome. No smile. Totally serious. Lean into it, sugar, just like that. Chin down just a little bit. Awesome. Right there, right there, right there. Beautiful. Beautiful. Stay looking at my camera. Awesome. Don't move. Love it, babe. Right there. 1, 2, 3. Awesome. Okay, good. I'm assuming that's going to pop up on the screen because, man, it looks good on the back of the camera. So let's see if that pops up. It does. So you see what I mean? What you're seeing on the screen at this point in time. Do you see how the light on the right side skimming down her hair? That's that kicker light. Lighten up the hair. See, look, notice the background. The background's giving me this nice, even look. It's because of all the light in the room bouncing on the background. Now, I could make that background much lighter, much, much lighter, by just simply putting a background light on it. Or I could literally pull her farther and farther away from it and make the background much, much darker, okay? And so then the main light is providing all the light on the face. Now the hair is then covering up one eye, and that's just kind of a crazy thing that I've been known to do, all right? So now, of course, is the mom and the mama, that's Southern, and the papas gonna buy that? What do y'all think? No, not gonna buy it. Boyfriend, how about the boyfriend? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, boyfriend's digging it. But who has more money, boyfriend or mom? Mom. Who do I need to make the happiest? Mom. Okay, so in an effort to keep mom happy, I told y'all ahead of time, I typically shoot 6 shots in each outfit. So we're going to literally do that with Lexi. The only thing different is because of time constraints, because of moving around the studio, because of cameras and all those types of things, I'm going to do all 6 shots of Lexi on the same background. That's the only thing different that I'm going to do than what I would typically do in my real life studio. Cool so far? So I would do something like this that makes the boyfriends happy. Now, the next thing I got to do it. I'm like, I got to do something to make mom happy, and mama, and Aunt Nanoon, and all them other people who have the real money, all right? So, in this case, that means she has an awesome smile. Have y'all caught that? Awesome smile. See? Awesome. So, I got to pull that in some kind of way. I got to do a shot that mom and dad who is the next most critical, is not going to be too freaked out about this outfit because of the way it cuts her in the bust area. Okay, you got to be cautious about those kinds of things. So this is all I'm going to tell y'all today, that these are all stuff that the senior would never hear. But this is what goes on inside my mind. I'm thinking about all these types of things. So what I'm trying to do now is let y'all hear with the brain, with the thought process behind this thing. Cool so far? All right, so with that said, the next thing, I'm looking for that mom shot. I'm looking for that mom shot. So what I want you to do this time is I want you to roll your toes this way again, and I want you to take this foot, the one that's closest to the camera, and I want you to poke it out to the camera. In fact, touch my toe. Right there, awesome. And then let your hips go that way this time. Awesome, better, 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 better. Yes, do that. You do it seem better than me, more better. A little more hip going on, beautiful. And I want you to do this with your fingers. It's not in the picture, but I want you to do that. Nice, good, 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 good. Very nice. And now, one thing real quick. Yeah, this camera's live. Do you notice, I also notice a lot of photographers doing this with the main light, which is it's pointing now straight at the subject. What that does is it creates a more straighter or directional type light. In this scenario, I'm wanting it to be nice and soft. So what I'm actually doing is I'm lighting her from the back of the softbox. Notice the softbox is way back here, and the bulk of the light is way up into the front over here. And so it's like the light is actually blowing past her. But in actuality, it's hitting her combine that with what's happening with the fill light, and you're getting this nice wraparound effect. So that's basically how that's working. So getting that, if you can do that one more time, babe, you do it so much better than me. Awesome, thank you. And yes, definitely with the nice pretty smiles. Nice, focus. Like that. Beautiful, beautiful. I'm gonna do it on 3, sugar, right there. 1, 2, 3, excellent. Beautiful. Now that's your nice, atypical mom, dad, mama, Aunt Nanoon, that kind of stuff. Cool so far? We digging it? All right. Boom. Next, what I want to do, come see this way, babe, is I'm going to lower my background just a wee bit to about there. I'm going to warn my subject that you cannot lean against this background, okay? Because if you do, you're going to fall because there's nothing behind it. But what I want you to do is pretend you're leaning on it, okay? And what I mean by that is this. I want you to stand right here, and I want you to, when you do this, you're going to feel it hit you in the back. See what I mean? I can feel it hitting my back. When you feel it hitting your back, that's where I want you to stop. And I want you to put your hips to the right. I want you to bend your left knee. And I want you to touch your hands out here. Cool? How I look? I look good, huh? I know you're thinking right now, you're thinking, man, I wish I was him. I know, I can hear you. I know what you're thinking. Okay. Feel it on your back. Good. Bend that knee. Okay, now watch what I want you to do with this knee. I want you to pull that knee. Awesome. Let your foot kind of kick just a little bit. Let your hands stretch out. Great. A little more hip. Stop. Let your shoulders do this. Stop. Bring your face a little. Stop. Awesome. Excellente. Okay, after I shoot this, don't move, okay? I just want you to hang with me right there just for a second. Totally serious, keep your mouth all the way closed. Love it, love it. I got one little wrinkle on that background irking me, so just hang with me. This is real. This is exactly how it happens at the studio. Notice I did not take the picture before fixing this little wrinkle that's bothering me. I went fix the wrinkle, and then I took the picture. That will save you. Here's what goes through my mind. What happens in my brain is this. I say to myself, can I fix the wrinkle faster in Photoshop? Or can I fix the wrinkle faster with my foot? In this case, that's a hard fix. Okay? So it was faster for me to go over there and fix it with my foot. But there are some situations where it's faster to fix in Photoshop. And so I will opt to do it that way. So anyway, that's just a thought. I'm a big believer in getting it on camera. Awesome, sugar. Nice. Look, do this with your hair. I just wanted to cover that one eye again. No, I just wanted to cover. Yes. I want you to lean into it. Stop. Lean this shoulder. Stop. Roll your face slow, slow. Stop. Loving it. Right there, babe. 1, 2, 3. Let me look. Keep doing what you're doing. You're looking fabulous. Okay, and it's not unusual for me to take the G12 and do this crazy video like that. and make a little short video of her that I then incorporate into a little slideshow later. Okay, now you can relax. And did you see how crazy I was? I'm not nearly as good as the Creative Live team, who is making everything all nice and beautiful for you guys. Mine's shaky and very MTV-ish, okay? Hey, no copying with the video over there. All right, so now, what I want you to do next, what do I want you to do next? I got the mamas covered. I got the boyfriend covered. You know what I want to do? Something a little radical. Watch. Start walking towards me. Walk, 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 walk. Excellent. And what I want you to do, turn your toes a little bit in that direction. Awesome. I want you to take your right foot, cross it way over your left foot like that. Awesome. Then what I want you to do is put your right hand on your hip. Lean into it. Oh, better than that, better than that. Don't do that. Cross, bring your shoulders to me a little bit. I want you to grab your skirts on the outside, both hands. Both hands. Then I want you to hug that to you. Like that. Excellent. Now lean into it. Stop. Bring your face way into here. Stop. Don't move. Love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it. Don't move. Stay looking at my camera. So I hope y'all were seeing, too, how, did you catch that I'm not really metering? All I'm doing is using the modeling light to show me exactly how much light I'm seeing hit the face. We talked about that in the last segment. You're seeing how I'm doing it. If you're noticing that the picture, the way it's those images that are coming out on the screen are pretty much right on exposure-wise. Maybe a slight tweaking, but for right now, they're pretty close to right. And that is because of the way those lights work. Awesome. Awesome. Excellente. Very nice. Beautiful. Good. Bring your face a little more into the shoulder bay. Stop. Then I need just the beginnings of a smile. Don't smile. Just think about smiling. There. Awesome. Right there. 1, 2. God, doggy, don't make me mad. That. 1, 2, 3. Excellent. Beautiful. Relax again. Now, let me look real fast. Love it, love it, love it, love it. Okay, good. Then what I want you to do while I have you here, I want you to shoot straight onto me. I want you to do this with your feet. I want you to put your hands underneath your hair, kind of grabbing your hair a little bit at the time, and go up high a little bit. Stop. Stop. A little bit, one elbow, a little bit high. Right there. Bring this like that. Stop. This elbow a little bit lower. Stop. Okay, stay like that. Stay like that for a second. Excellent. Got one little piece of hair I need. Right there. Ooh, that'll tick off the momos. Excellent. Love that. Excellent. Like that. Digging it. Cool. Cool. Excellent. Right there, babe. You're looking fabulous. I'm going to do it on 3 again. 1, 2, 3. Beautiful. Oh, you're just good at this, man. It's like cheating. Shoot. Cheating, I tell you. All right, so that, did anybody count? How many did I shoot? 5. 5. So I've kind of basically covered all the bases at this point, all the different scenarios, the Momos, the Aunt Noons, the Uncle Joes, all that kind of stuff. I did some close-ups, I did some full lengths, I did some 3/4. I've basically covered all the bases, and I got one shot left. And oftentimes, if this was a real senior, and instead of having to talk to you guys, I'm talking to her. I'm asking about ideas, what's your plans, what you're going to do in the future, blah, blah, blah. By now, I've developed an idea. So what she loves, what she doesn't love, and we're shooting accordingly. In this case, I'm kind of free-willing, okay? I'm just kind of making it up as I go. But I'm just trying to show you as basic of a way of doing it. But very, very, very typically at this point, I don't have anything left necessarily that I would want to do. So I get to do something that I want to do, all right? So what I would love, I'm going to put the students to work real quick, and I'm going to need at least 1, 2, I don't know, at least 3 of y'all. What I need for you to do is I want to shoot this sort of like what we said, where this is right up on top of them. And this is not the easiest thing to do on a stand. So what I need, one of y'all on that side holding this light from right there, look, way on, like that, one here, hands. And I need somebody on the other side. Yeah, Paulo, you're pretty tall. I mean, yeah, Paulo, you're tall. No, I want one hand here, one hand there, just to hold this up about here, guys. Back up a little bit, because I'm shooting right here. I'm going to shoot right between y'all. Okay? And here you go. Russell, you can be the reflector dude. And I need this under her. And I'm going to shoot on top of that, but under y'all. Okay? That kind of thing. Yes. Okay. Then, silver. Back up to me, guys. Awesome. And y'all cannot mess this thing up. Okay? What we need is, you can see why shooting this with a rails would be a lot easier than what we're going to do here. But it's going to give you an idea what I'm wanting to do. So, all right, guys, ram that thing down on my camera. Great, thanks. And point it. It should be pointed right at her. Okay? And this, little bit down, like, yes, at her neck, say. Okay, babe, I want you to start dropping your chin. Drop your chin, drop your chin. Stop. Like that. And then what I want you to do with your face, let your face relax so much that your lips, thank you. That Russell, a little closer to her with the silver. Good. A little bit, tip it down closer to her hand. Stop. Awesome. Like that, sugar. You looking great? Great. Don't move nothing, babe. Right there. 1, 2, 3. Awesome. Beautiful. Okay, y'all can all relax. Russell, you can throw it on the side. Guys, throw this back on the stand from me if you don't mind. Y'all got me? Okay, so you can see the image up on the screen. So it is very flat lighting, yes, but it is more like what you see in kind of a magazine effect, okay? It is incredibly, that's all right, don't worry about that. It is an incredible effect, especially for the model-y look. They love, am I right? This is atypical model headshot, you know? I mean, so they did ask me to provide them a model headshot, and so that is what I did that primarily for. But like I said earlier yesterday, most every senior that I've ever met, they want to be a model, right? So if you do these types of model-y type things, they are going to absolutely love you. So I'm going to go and I'm going to turn off, in my mind, the entire camera whirl, and I'm just going to pretend this is a real senior just for half a moment. And we just did the last 6 pictures and just show you a conversation that very much happens. This is not set up, so I'm really interested to see how this works. So who knows what Lexi's going to say. But I would typically go to this. I just did the last shot, click, and this is very typically what would happen. Was that not fun or what? That means you have at least half a good time? Okay, cool. I bet by now you're wondering, I wonder what they look like. All right, come see. I want to show you. Here, look. Watch. Let me show you what they look like. And on the back of the camera, now real quick, before I even show them to you, what you're about to see is what we photographers call raw files. What that means is it's straight out of the camera. No enhancement, no retouching, nothing has been done to it yet, okay? So when you look at the back of the camera, if you're thinking to yourself, oh my God, that's awesome, well, you're really gonna freak out when I get done doing all my magic, okay? So, but if by the same time, if you look at it and go, I don't like that. By all means, I want you to tell me. And I'm serious, I really do. If you don't like it, you absolutely cannot hurt my feelings. I want to know. But more important than, I don't like it, Kark, I want to know why don't you like it. Okay, can you do that at least for me? Yeah. Awesome. So literally, I want to know if you don't like it, I don't like it, tell me why. Okay, so anyway, but then, there's that. By the way, see that line and that line? That's not really there. That's just camera stuff, okay? So anyway, there's that, and there's that, and that. And that, a lot more crap going to happen to this. Maybe even a crack running down the wall, you know. That way, that little piece of floor right there, not going to be there. And that, got to make one for the momos, keep the momos happy. And then, you know, for the boyfriend. And then that's not you. And back where we started. Cool? Yeah. Happy? Yeah. Not happy? No, happy. Happy? Scale of 10? 1 to 10? 9.5? Awesome! Working for 10 next time, though. Okay, so let's pretend. Just pretend. Stop, camera, dudes. Pretend we don't like, watch, we're going to back up. I don't like that one, okay? Watch. All right, so blah, 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 and so there you go. Happy, not happy? Happy. Okay, any of them that you don't like? Yeah. Okay, when I get to the one you don't like, by all means tell me. Which one?
That one.
That one. Okay, so what is it you don't like about that one?
I don't know, just like my hair.
Hair, okay. Okay, is it like the hair's too wavy, or is it the fact that it like covers an eye?
Too too wavy, I think.
Too wavy. Okay. So what you kind of like, correct me if I'm wrong, you like the way it's straighter here, like in this image, as opposed to the wavy, swingy, swirly, like this big swirly thing right here. Yeah, that's what that is? Okay, what about the pose? You like the pose?
Yeah.
Like the pose, just don't like the hair thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so if we could do this, but without the wavy hair thing, then you would be happy?
Yeah.
Okay, so watch. Let me show you. Let me show you what I'm actually talking about. And then what I would do is I would do it again, but without the weird wavy hair thing that she just told me she didn't like. Then okay, let's pretend we're looking at it now. And I would say, okay, now this is what I just did, and this is the one that you didn't like. This is what I just did, and this is the one you didn't like. Which one do you like better, the new one or the old one? The new one?
Yeah.
The new one. Okay, well, if I delete this one, that's okay?
Yeah.
Okay, boom, tip, tap, and all right, and delete. All right, there you go. So, all right, well, good. Here's what I want you to do. Go put on the next outfit. All right, and literally go put on the next outfit. So that is pretty real as what happens in that entire process. Who did I want to tell when I wanted to change a background? Do I tell them? Do I tell students? Great. Okay, change me to that newest background, the one that's on top. Okay, good. All right, so that is pretty real as far as how I do that. And did you catch how I literally showed her the images on the back of the camera? Now, real quick, there's a way to do that. I actually have a Wi-Fi transmitter on my camera that as I'm taking the pictures, it's being transmitted into the mainframe of my computer. So right now at Creative Live, they have me tethered, and so that's why you're able to see the images pop up on the screen. Well, this Wi-Fi transmitter has, yes, literally change clothes. The one we're doing outside. Yeah, so she has till the next segment, in fact. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, she already knows the shorts thing that we're doing outside is going to be the next thing that she'll do. Sure. So right now, they have me literally tethered to their system so that when I'm clicking the picture, you're getting to see it. In my world, I have a little Wi-Fi transmitter that's on the camera that allows me to send the images into the mainframe while I'm taking the picture. Now, what also happens is Mom has my iPad, and it's sitting there in her lap. There's a little device called a Cam Ranger that I got from Dury's. And when you go click with my Wi-Fi transmitter, it sends it to my mainframe. With the Cam Ranger, it sends it to the iPad. And so Mom is seeing the pictures as they pop into the iPad. It is unbelievable how powerful that is, because Mom is literally getting to see it. And I am listening. As much as I'm listening to the senior girl, I am also at the same time listening to Mom. And I'll hear behind me, bad smile, fake smile, You know, sometimes they'll literally get verbal like that with me. And I'll go, oh, Mom, is that a fake smile? Yeah, that one's fake. Oh, wait, sugar, wait. While you're there, come on, think of Billy Bob, you know? Boom, and I'll get the shot, and Mom will go, okay, now that's a real smile. Okay, awesome. So again, all of this kind of goes back to yesterday and to the marketing part of it, in that I listen to people. I listen carefully what they have to say so as to understand exactly what they want. So I'm betting there's a question out there right about now. Am I right?
There is.
Okay, fire them at me before we start doing the boy.
So one, Sandrine wanted to know where you get your backdrops.
Denny Manufacturing.
Okay.
DennyMFG.com.
Okay.
All right, and Caddy's wondering what do you do if you're just starting out and can't afford multiple backdrops?
Okay, I love that question. What are you going to do if you can't afford multiple backdrops? I just want to make sure y'all heard what she just asked me. Here's a true story. When I first got started, I could not afford any backdrops. I still have this background to this day, and I still use it. I went to Walmart. I got me painter's drop cloth, black RIT dye, and rubber bands. And I made a tie-dyed effect. I dipped it into that, and I hung it up on the wall. And that was my very first background. It becomes so popular that literally, I still have it. It is in bad shape. But every now and then, I pull it out, and I'll do a photograph on it. Now, I know you're thinking, tie-dyed curly, Kirk, really? 1960s, really? It doesn't look like that. It just has this black and gray kind of pattern to it. And it made, it almost looked just like the last thing I just did, except a black and gray. And then I can take a gel, I can put a gel, colored gel, and turn that red, okay? And so I did, that's what I did. Boom, 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 shooting. Now to show you how far I was willing to go, I went to a buddy of mine in town who had a studio, and we were talking, having coffee, and I said, listen, what do you do with your black paper when it gets all, you know, messed up because people walk on it? He's like, cut it and throw it in the garbage. I said, next time that time comes, call me. I'd like to do something and have it. Would that be okay? He said, sure. So when we cut it, I rolled it up, didn't crumple it up, and took it home. Well, that black paper has two sides. Now that shows you how hungry I was. I unrolled that thing and used the back side of the black paper, and he had some white at the time, and used the back side of the white so I literally built a reputation as the guy with so many backgrounds with a piece of used black paper and a piece of used white paper and a tie-dyed background that I got from Walmart. And I would just simply throw different colors on it and create all sorts of different effects. So don't tell me it can't be done, because it can be, but you have to think, you have to be a little bit out of the box. And so there's that. There's material that you can go buy for, you know, in the cheapo bin that they sell for $2, and you can take a piece of it and put it behind people. And the list goes on and on and on. But what you're seeing me use today is from Denny Manufacturing. Cool? Questions?
Awesome. I love that story, Kirk.
It's true.
It's
wait
great.
till you hear the story about building my own softbox. I still have those too. I did. I really did. I PVC pipe. And I sat at my mom's sewing machine, and I literally sewed it based on what I thought a softbox. And it was clunky and it was weird, but it worked.
That's awesome.
You are the DIY master.
Totally. So no excuses out there in internet land. No excuses. We do have a question from Miss M. Melendez. Do you have all your seniors get makeup, and is that an in-studio service?
In South Louisiana, makeup is a thing, and no. It is not something I do. They typically show up, made up, looking awesome. I'm not gonna say every time, but no. So, cool. Taking more pictures. Let me bring my senior guy in. And Sean. Sean, awesome. So I just wanted to point out, again, with the senior guy, is some of the stuff we talked about, just to demonstrate it. If we're going to pose him like this, give me a little turn, looking at that camera with the red light, he tips his head like this to the shoulder that is farthest from the camera, okay? If he does this, it looks feminine. And I'm gonna show you in the camera. I'm not gonna take his picture like that, but I'm gonna pose him the wrong way. And what happens, like I said earlier, is you will bring the light into his uncomfortable space, and he will try to get away from it. You'll do this, and his head pulls away, and he goes into that feminine tilt. So oftentimes, seniors, no matter what I do, no matter how much I talk to them, sometimes literally I have to do this. I have to go, dude, right there, right there. And I will grab them and move them into place so as to make sure they get to where I want. So since he's looking cool right there, we're gonna shoot that. Shoot that, man. I'm gonna shoot him with my Canon. There it is. Legally. All right, let's see, man. Looking good, digging it. Looking right here, me. Awesome, dude, right there. 1, 2, 3, awesome. Oh, yeah, that's looking cool. Now, one of the things I absolutely love about this exact background, which I do have in my studio, is the fact that I can shift the look of this background just by moving him around the background. Do this. Feet more out. Little stop. Okay, so this is one I'm gonna right now break the rule that I just told y'all. I am going to pull him, and what I'm gonna do is his head is now gonna tilt away from the main light. Remember I told y'all nose following the main light. Here's the nose going this way, but wait a minute, Kirk, the main light's on the wrong side. Okay, he's a guy, so if he looks a little bigger than normal, I don't know, the guys don't seem to get as hyped up about that as the girls. B, I'm gonna rim him out a little bit and make it way more fun. Watch this. Get you in focus, bud. Excellente. Very nice, very nice. Very nice. Awesome. Right there, bud. One. Cool. Cool. Loving it. Let's see what that looks like. I'm not used to having a monitor pop up. Yeah, there you go. So again, I get around, I get a little bit more of a dramatic effect. Also notice how I totally changed the background just by shifting him around the background. Did y'all catch that? Okay, great. So next what I want to do is I got to kind of follow my same pattern that I did before with the senior girls. And that pattern is to produce images. I got to do one to make the Momos happy. Okay, and so watch. I know this because I shot an image of him a little while ago, but y'all catching this that he's got, I don't know which camera, where are we at? Watch this camera. Okay, what I want you to do is notice, you see this eye right here? See how skinny that eye is? This eye here, see how big that eye is? So I'm always looking for things like that. Hold on, let me check. Yeah, this eye is definitely more squeaky than that eye, okay? Every human on the planet has these defects, every one of us, okay? And the ones that don't, they're in Hollywood. Okay, and they're famous, you know, Denzel and Tom Cruise and Marilyn Monroe and all the rest of them. They're the ones who don't have these defects, okay? Or they have really good stylists, all right? So our job as photographers is to take these defects and make them better. So remember what I told you earlier? I said the closer you are to something, the bigger it becomes, and the farther you are from something, the smaller it becomes. Even very slight and subtle. So we've got a little squeaky eye and we got a bigger eye. So what do I want to do? Do I want to put it like this? No, because the bigger eye is getting closer and closer to the camera. We're only talking a few inches. So I want to make sure my partner turns this way, and now the squeakier eye is closer to the camera, and the bigger eye is farther from the camera. And what happened is it sort of evens out those eyeballs. And then the rest you do in Photoshop. Okay, I know that's cheating, but that's the truth. Okay, so then I want you to, wait, didn't we just, yes we did. So instead what I want you to do, yeah, we're gonna do this. I want you to put your thumbs in your back pockets. Let your feet do like that again. Hips going that way from me. Cool, roll your shoulders towards me. Stop, don't wrinkle up that forehead. Bring your face slow, stop. I need 2 like this, dude. 2, 1, 2, click, click. Don't move after the first one. Excellent. Make sure my kicker is in the right spot. Nice. For this first one, I need the big old Momo smile. I know you have teeth because I've seen them. Excellent. Making them Momos happy. Watch, here's something I have to do with boys a lot. Watch this. Watch, don't smile, smile, don't smile, smile, don't smile, smile, boom. Y'all, that's very, very common. And it's like, they always laugh. See how you laughed? They always do that. And I get to the real thing. Yes, awesome, right? Awesome. Now, I didn't mean to do this to you on purpose, but you did it without even subconscious. Notice the tilt of the head. See? It happens. It happens a lot. But it's because the light's over here, he's pulling away from it, and before long, boom, you got him in the feminine tilt. Tip your head for me like that. Stop. Bring your face slow, slow. Stop. Awesome. Love the smile. Love it, dude. Right there. 1, 2, 3. Good. While I have you there, what I want you to do is let your feet separate just a wee bit more. Roll your shoulders to me. Stop like that. Bring your face slow, slow. Little cocky head slow. Chin down slow. Awesome. Like that. Awesome. Keep your mouth all the way closed. Hang on. I'm hurrying. Right there, bud. On 3. 1, 2, 3. Excellent. Fun, fun, fun. Come on, there it is. Awesome. Ooh, dude, digging it. See that light on the right side rimming his face? I love that. I just love the look of that. So that's 1, that's 2, that's 3, that's 4 that we've shot, okay? So now what I want to do, I want to try to get somewhat of a full length of him. And there's more than one way to pull off a full length. You don't have to have, hold that for me, Pablo. You don't have to have a really big studio to pull off a full length. And I wanted to show you how you can do that a lot of times. A little bit lower. You can do it. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, about that high. You can do it by simply sitting them on the floor, okay? And all these backgrounds that I have today are only 10 by 10s. Yes, by all means.
Now, this backdrop here, is it one of those wrinkle-free
Yes.
type
Yeah, Denny Freedom Cloth, they call it.
Freedom cloth? Mm-hmm. Those are pretty cool.
Yeah, it's really neat because, I mean, once you get the initial wrinkles, the shipping wrinkles out of it, it absolutely, you can just kind of ball them up in the corner and they really stay wrinkle-free. I mean, when you see the ones, I don't know if you see it over here, that way they picked it up from, it was just
Yeah.
balled up in the corner. It's very, 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 very cool. All right, so here we go. Awesome. Sit flat on your butt, feet going that way on the thing. Mm-hmm. Yep. Scooch a little bit closer to the background. Awesome. Uh-huh. Very good. Very good. Bend your right knee up for me. And put your left foot underneath, like, yes, sir. Very good. I want you to put your right arm across your knee. Very good. I want you to push your butt to the background a little bit. Excellent. Make that knee touch the ground, just like that. Mm-hmm. Very, very cool. All right, let's do it. Okay, let's see what you're looking like. Very good, very good. Loving it. All right, bud, looking great. Good, little bit of a smile. Not a big old monster smile, that's what I'm talking about. Excellent, right there. 1, 2, 3, very cool. Very cool. Very nice. Okay, so just like that, I've done 5 images. I don't know if you've counted. We actually did 6, but one of them I was making a point about the head tilting. Stand back up for me. And I want to now show you a crazy trick, and I'm surprising the crew here. Don't surprise me, Kirk. I'm going to just steal this plug. No, I'm not. Oh, I'm driving them bananas right now. Y'all should see them. I'm going to steal this plug and show y'all kind of a cool trick. Okay, so you done bought all this fancy lighting, right? You bought all this stuff. Unhook that for me behind there. Thank you. So you done bought all this fancy lighting. Oh, look at them. Look at them back there. They're all scrambling around. I love it. He didn't tell us he was going to do this. So, nah, no big deal. So you done bought all this fancy lighting, and now I'm going to show you how you can do something really crazy with one of these. Okay? You done bought all this fancy stuff. And I started playing with this a little while back, and it is unbelievable the crazy stuff that you can get with just that. From a stove? No, it's a shop light you can get from Walmart or Kmart or anywhere. I mean, you know. But I did bring you the good one that I have from home. Okay. Okay? Look, do me a favor. Lift this up a little bit. Jump off of that. I want that up to where it's at least over his head. Okay? And I'm going to steal a chair while I'm here.
My husband just bought one of those.
Here you go. Hold that for just 2 seconds.
Got it.
A little bit higher, guys. A little bit higher, and that'll work. That's good. Okay, man. Here's what I want you to do. Sit right there, legs going like this. No, what? No, no, no. Now, leg that way, leg that way. Uh-huh. Good. One knee a little bit. Go. In fact, go up on a toe. Uh-huh. Awesome. Awesome. Uh-huh. Poke your face at my camera a little bit more. Awesome. Yeah, lean into your elbow. Okay, just be a professional, God dog it. I love that. Come on. Make my job easy. I love that. All right, Paulo, come see, buddy. You're going to be my dad here. All right, Dad, I want you to hold this. Just let this go over your shoulder like that for me, because I want that out of my way. Right there. That'll work. And that hand, okay, I'm going to tell you to go up, down, background, camera. You follow? And when you get to the spot where I want, you're going to just hold it there for me, okay? So hold that.
Straight down.
Straight down. Yep. Boy, are we breaking the rules now or what? All right? We're like, oh, God, Kirk just made all these stinking rules. I wrote every one of them down. Now, what in the world is he doing? I cannot believe he's going to cause me all this anguish when I just got all the rules learned. All right, Dad, closer to the background. Keep going. Stop. A little bit closer to the windows. Good. A little closer to him. A little closer to the background. Awesome. A little bit closer to me. I'm sorry. Nice. Right there. Good. Chin down for me, bud. Just whoop, chin back up slow. Stop. Dad, a little bit closer to me, bud. A little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. Stop. Right there, guys. Hold my phone right there. Awesome. 1, 2, 3. Wait, one more time. Boy, y'all must have really, really good balanced light in here. That's all I got to say. All this stuff in here is causing the most balanced lighting. Unbelievable. Right there, bud. On 3 again. 1, 2, 3. Nope. One more time. One more. This is the best one. Right there. 1, 2, 3. Yes. Okay, y'all can relax. So what that did is, unfortunately, you're not going to get the exact effect. You're going to just get a piece of the effect. Plug that back in if you like. There you go. You're just going to get a piece of the effect that you're going to see on the monitor right now. And it's usually entirely way more contrasty. It plugs in there. Plugs into that. It's usually way, way more contrasty than that. It's also way, way more yellow than that whenever I shoot it normally. And it's not happening because of all the Creative Live lights. But it is close to the effect that I was looking for. This really strong downlight, these hard raccoon eyes, and kind of just this really crazy effect. So try that. Just try it. Go get you one of those shop lights. Just unbelievable some of the crazy things you can actually pull off with that. Okay, that was 6 images. I'm going to show them to him. Just not going through the whole thing because y'all saw me do it, but just so he can see them. But there you go, bud. There's that, not that, not that, that, and that, and that, and not that, and that. Maybe black and white, by the way. And that, and that's not you.
Oh, I look good there.
Oh, you do look good. Cool?
Yes.
Happy?
Absolutely.
All right, go put the outside thing on.
You got it.
Awesome. All right, and Raven. I knew that. Raven, come see. And by the way, if y'all could change to my other background, that would be incredible. So just a little bit of let me throw this to the chat world. I bet y'all have a question for me about now.
Yeah, we do. So we have a number of questions of how many headshots versus full body shots of the 6 photos taken, and then how many horizontal versus vertical shots?
If I knew the answer to that question, I would have long ago packaged it into a PDF and put it out there. There is no rhyme or reason. The next question is, well, Kirk, when do I tilt and when do I not tilt? And I have no idea the answer to that question. The next question after that is, when they're leaning to the left, I notice you tilt to the right, but when they mostly tilting to the right, you also tilt to the right. When do I know when to tilt to the right and when do I tilt? I don't know the answer to that either. It is mostly a feel thing. I tend to. I follow those Toozy rules that I kind of told y'all earlier. You can see it on the screen right now if you drew a line through his eyes and a line through his shoulders and a line through his hands and a line through his knees. All of them are all on different angles. And then based on that, I sometimes tilt it one way or the other, and it's sort of a feel. So it is, again, we're going to call it artistic expression. You do what feels good.
Right on. That's a good rule.
So on that light, can you tell us again exactly where you got that light, what light bulb setting that you had it on?
That light?
Was it like a 60-watt bulb, a 100-watt bulb? Tell us the details.
I don't know.
You don't even know.
It's a Sylvania.
Okay.
Okay, and it is a 120-volt, 100-watt bulb. Specially designed screw-in caliber, photographic caliber screw-in lighting. Right. Yes. You can only get these from KV. No, I'm just kidding. No, man, it's just a regular, boring shop light. You can find these everywhere. Why is it all wrinkled up? Because sometimes I like to have it stripping like this, and then sometimes I'll use it wide open. You know, I've been known to use it like this, like if you're again my subject and the camera's on a tripod, I'll do some weirdo things like, there, I'm liking the way that looks, click, 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 you know, that kind of stuff. So It is something I don't do a ton of images that way. I highly recommend you do not do a whole session that way, but maybe for one random shot here and there to create variety, y'all gonna love this. You are going to love this. And by the way, if you can't find them at your local Walmart, I'll be happy to sell you this one for $140.
And autograph it.
Yeah, I'll go to sign it, sure. Yeah. Because mine works way better than anybody else's. It's just a piece of crap light is all it is.
And one last quick question, Kirk. We had a question on how long do these sessions take, these one-person sessions? So are we seeing, this is maybe like 10 minutes?
This is a pretty real scenario. The only thing that takes a little bit longer, but then again, it's faster, is see, for me to change a background, I just do this. I slide it across the world, and boom, it's in place. For me to move a light, it's all hanging, and I go swoosh over to here and swoosh over to there. Yeah. It's much quicker. And so I very rarely will do all 6 images on one background. And I must say it, I never shoot all 6 images on one background. Okay? It's always different. It's floating in, it's floating out. And again, that's all about variety. The greater the variety, the more moms give you this. I love it. This is when they're, well, Kirk, I just don't know. I just don't know which one to get. They're all so good. Here's a crazy idea, Mom. Get them all. And that's what I want. Yeah. I want them to not be able to decide which one to get and have to buy them all. Darn.
That's great. Right
cool?
On. Well,
moving on.
You do your magic.
Okay, so on purpose, Raven has volunteered to be our larger senior, because this is real. I do not photograph models, okay? Me and Raven had a conversation, so before the internet world lights up and says, oh my God, Kirk, you're being so insensitive to that girl, me and Raven have had a conversation before, and I told her she's gonna hear what happens inside my brain, okay? So I look at Raven, I look at this outfit, and I think to myself, very attractive young lady, look at how big the sleeveless thing makes her arms look. Okay, so I'm thinking I gotta hide that. I'm thinking to myself, man, I gotta somehow make this girl look as attractive as possible, because I guarantee you this is what happens in the real world. When you notice, I want you to do this at home. I want you to go, next time you comb in your hair or look at yourself in the mirror, notice that you never look at yourself. If you're combing your hair, you look at your hair. If you're brushing your teeth, you're looking at your teeth. You never stop and go, God, I'm fat. You never do that, okay? And thus, the only time you ever really, really look at yourself is when you see a photograph. And you got your whole self crammed into this little space and you go, whoa, I'm fat. That's what happened to me yesterday when I watched the rebroadcast. I'm like, whoa, I gotta lose some weight, okay? So, that's real life. So when you photograph someone who is not a perfect size 2, you got to do stuff to make them look as small as possible, okay? Here's one quick secret, one quick tip. I don't care who you are, we all weigh the same thing from here up. We do. All heads are practically the same size. Okay? Some a little bigger, some a little smaller, but all basically the same. So, irregardless of how big she is down here, she is the same size as everybody else from the neck up. So, concentrate on that and use that to your advantage. So, here we go. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Am I still working? I am.
Hey, Kirk,
yes?
Just to let you know that when you show her the back of your camera and go through the images at the end, if you want to give us a heads up on that, we can show the audience exactly what you're showing her at the same time.
Oh, the picture's here.
Yeah, when you go through at the very end.
Yes,
Sound
okay.
Good?
Oh, okay. Well, thank you for letting me know that. We will definitely do that.
Cool, thanks.
Okay, yes, indeedy. Okay, sugar, here's what I want you to do. Perfect spot, very good. I want you to roll your toes this way. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Awesome. Then what I want you to do, take this hand, I want you to hug your face right in here. Awesome. Okay, what I do not want you to do is ram your face. Awesome. Like that. Take this hand. Give me a little hug right in here. Looking over into there. Excellent. You play with this little finger, started aggravating me. Awesome. Thank you all. Okay, babe. Very cool. Looking right at my camera. Beautiful. Good. Let me put my camera back on the other setting. Sorry, 1 second. Nice. Nice. Slowly, babe, what I want you to do, take everything, poke it at me. Stop. Chin down a little bit. Awesome. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Stay looking right down the hole of my camera. Let me get all my toys around you. Fabulous. Beautiful. Awesome, awesome. Right there, sugar. 1, 2, 3. Let's make it flash, okay? Right there. 1, 2, 3. Excellent. Awesome. Oh, I'm digging that. I love it when a plan comes together, man. Boy, now, is that good or what? There it is. Relax. Here's what I want you to do next. I want you to turn straight on to me, like that. Huh? Yes. Somebody grab me a reflector, and I want you to put your fingers like this. And hug that right here. Pull all this to you. Poke your face at me. Chin down just a little bit. Awesome. Okay, a little bit higher like this. Nice. A little bit of twist like this. Good. Are y'all catching that? Are y'all seeing how I'm like mirroring her? Am I saying that right? Mirroring her? Okay. And so she is just imitating everything that I'm doing. Okay? Let these fingers stretch out a little bit straighter. Awesome. Let your face move in here. Good. Take this. Take the light that's coming from here. Boy, this is going to really make the camera guys happy. Take the light that's coming from here and throw it back at her. Right there. In tight. A little bit tighter. A little bit tighter. Nice. Looking right here at my camera. Oh, yeah. They're really happy now.
Raven, the internet loves you. They said that you look stunning already in these images.
Awesome. Awesome. Okay, Raven. Digging it, sugar. Looking fabulous. Don't mush them hands into your face. Thank you. Good. And then I need little flirty smile, sugar. Too much. That. Beautiful. Beautiful. Right there. 1, 2, 3. Beautiful. Oh, yeah. Now, what I want you to do, you can relax. Here, I want you to like roll in like this. Flip all this in here. Hug yourself right here. Like that. Hug, hug, hug. Do this with your fingers. Like that. Good. Come on, hair. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Thank you. Okay. Then, beautiful. Beautiful. Give me that little bit of reflector again there, Leroy. Dude, you're wonderful. Okay, sugar, poke your face at me a little bit. Good, good. A little flirty with the boyfriend. Too much. There, 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's smoking good. Jeez, I should do this for a living, you know? I'm just thinking about maybe blowing this all off and just start being a photographer. I could do that. I could make money at this, I'm telling y'all. Okay, babe. Now, what happens at this point in time? Did y'all count what I did? 3, right? What happens in this point in time when I'm going clickety-click and I'm thinking I'm a genius, and she says, oh, by the way, my mom just loves these shoes. What does that mean?
She wants a full body shot with her shoes showing.
How can I show a shoe and not do the whole body? You see what I'm getting at? I mean, you can't go.
You could have her laying down with her feet up, showing the show.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's all kinds of ways to do it. But that means I have to now go into making the body. You have your jacket with you?
I think Heather has it.
Heather has it? Her jacket? Did y'all bring that? Yeah. So how do I go into, show off the body mode? Well, fortunately for me, a little ace in the hole here, she showed me whenever she was looking at the outfits, she said, okay, and I can either have this with or without the jacket. So one thing that I'm gonna use is I'm gonna hide her arms, okay, and I'm gonna use the jacket as a disguiser. So put that on for me. All right, good. So do you see, I mean, it's very simply, it took the arms down, okay, this, and you see this in fashion a lot. They will use like straight lines and things like that to give the illusion of slimness, and that's all I'm doing. I'm just doing what, I see them do that in the fashion shows and stuff. So that's all I'm trying to do. So what I want you to do, sugar, is come see real close to this background. Yup, and
You have wrinkles.
give me a little scooch this way. There, nice. And I want you to turn straight onto that television set. Good. And I want you to take your left foot Nope. I want you to take your right foot and you put your right foot forward. Oh, that's good. And then bend that knee just a little bit. Awesome. Now roll all this back over here to me. Don't fall, because I will laugh at you. I want you to hug this. Hug it to you. Nice. Too much. Too much. Better. This right hand lower than your left hand. Nice. And then bring your face as hard as you can into your shoulder. Good. Let me try something just to see if I like it better. I want you to go take both knees and go straight. Better. I do like that better. Much easier to hold up too, right? Yeah. Roll your shoulders to me like that. Excellent. Right there. That's where I want you to hold that.
Raven has a fan club starting in the chat rooms.
She has a what?
She has a fan club starting in the chat rooms.
That's awesome.
Jen V and Gina Marie Photography says, oh my gosh, she's so beautiful. They're in love with your eyes.
Awesome, awesome. Okay, loving it. Okay, Miss Raven, you're looking fabulous, babe. Turn them shoulders to me, sugar, like that. Love your face, you're looking fabulous. And a little bit of happiness coming out of you. Beautiful. Beautiful, right there, on 3. 1, 2, 3, love it. Oh, but yes, very cool. All right, so for the sake of time, yes, very cool. For the sake of time, I think y'all starting to understand what I do and how I move around backgrounds. So just to show you then, what I would love from a couple of my students, someone to do, is simply just take this entire background out. Let's just park it right over there somewhere. Just walk the whole thing right over there. And we're going to go against the white wall. To give you a bit of an idea of how you can pull off this high key thing, we're going to try it. Okay, guys, here's what I want you to do, babe. I want you right here, okay? And I want you to walk to me just a little bit. Like that. And I want you to twist your toes just a little bit to them. Like that. Let that hip. Awesome. Then, right there, I want you to take the coat. Act like you're taking the coat off. As soon as it gets off your shoulders, hug yourself. Show me. Stop. Now, okay. No, lift your hands. Put it back on. Grab all the way down to the corners. Try that again. Let's try it. Stop. Now hug yourself. That. Okay. Plan B. Put it back on. I want you to let me try just this one shoulder. Let me see what it does. Stop. Now hug yourself. Okay, plan B, C. Go back up here. I want you to take the coat, just hold them from the corners. Bring your face way into this shoulder. Come back to me a little bit. Too much. Stop. Stay right there. Okay, so what I'm trying to do right now is I'm going to take off the grid, and I'm going to use this, and I'm going to shine it at the white. I'm going to jump up the exposure a little bit, and I'm going to try to put as much light as I can on that background, that white wall. I'm going to take my main light, and like before, what I was doing was I was feathering it this way to go past her. Well, I'm going to do the opposite now. I'm going to come from this side, and I'm going to point much of it to the background, okay? Y'all catching all that? And I'm going to shoot a full length. And hopefully, we get a pretty white background. We'll see. It ain't going to be perfect, but it's going to be kind of close. And then the rest we can adjust accordingly. All right, let's see. Great. What I want you to do, if I had my hands on your hips, I'd roll you to me. No, I'm sorry, to them. Good. Now bring your face into your shoulder. Great, like that. Let's see what that looks like. Nice. Nice. Awesome, sugar. Right there. 1, 2, 3. Let me look. Very cool. And there you go. That's high key. It's exactly what I was showing y'all before. Efficiency-wise, if I had another light, like at my studio, another one of these right here, I would have gotten it would have been a little bit more even behind her. And so it's as simple as that. It's not really that complicated. All right, so yes, I'm about to show her the images on the back of my camera. You can show it to them live what I'm showing her. Come see, babe. So real quick, you see that flashing that's happening on the back of my camera? The black, it's not really black. It's the camera thing that's just telling me that it's white. I know, weird, right? But anyway, so you have to imagine that blackness is not there. Those lines are not there. So that, and that, and that, and that, and that, And that's not you. Okay, so here's something for real. Up to this point, I'm going to pretend up to this point that she was all this conversation that we just had about her size and her arms and all this other stuff that you guys heard going on inside my mind would never have come out if she was a real senior. At this very moment, though, I'm looking at the back of the images, and I'm looking at the one that is a high key. I would tell her, okay, oh, look, see this one real quick? You know, one of the cool things that I can do inside my computer is I can go, see what I did? And I won't say I'm going to squeeze you, I'm going to make your butt smaller, I'm going to make your waist littler. I'm not going to do anything like that. I'm just going to do this. That's all I say. And so they go, oh, really? Thank you. Thank you so much. And after that, boom, I don't have to reference it anymore. Okay? So a lot of times when they don't like one of them, it's going to be one of them that's kind of like that they not going to like. And what that one is the one where she's coming over her shoulder. And they will say, I don't like that one. And I will say, they don't even have to ask why. But what don't you like? Oh, well, I don't like the way my cheeks look so fat. You made my cheeks look fat. And I'll say, oh, babe, don't even worry about that. I didn't even see that because I'm going to fix that in the computer. And they'll say, oh, okay, thanks. And so that's one of the things that I will very often do. And it just reminds me to fix the cheeks. And again, we'll be talking about that kind of cool stuff tomorrow. So, questions? Raven, by the way, big hand for Raven. Thank you for being such a cool, awesome sport. Did I tell you something to wear for the next segment, or this was the only thing I told you to wear? Okay, we'll talk about that later. Awesome, thank you. Thank you so much. Questions?
Yeah, we have a question from Kaylee. Why do you use smaller apertures as opposed to wider ones?
Like f8? That's smaller? Mm-hmm. I mean, because it's a bigger number but a smaller hole. I always get that confused when people say, which one are you talking about? First of all, I find I get a much better result as far as depth of field. That is the real, first of all, answer. That the focus range from in front of the subject to behind the subject, f8, if I'm shooting at, say, 2.8 or f5 in the studio, a lot of times it's headshots and those types of things. And as a result, what happens is I am focusing on, say, this eye, but then this eye is out of focus if I'm not shooting at f8. So that is the real answer to that question.
Okay, great, cool. Thank you.
Can we talk camera gear?
Yeah.
Okay, how about your lenses? Nancy23 and also quite a few other people out there are wondering about, right now they can't afford the 200 millimeter lens. So on opinion of primes, what would you recommend, or any other zoom lens that you recommend?
Wow. For years and years and years, back in the film days, I shot a 150 Hasselblad prime, no zooms, because I could not afford a Hasselblad zoom lens. So the equivalent, the closest thing probably to a 150 is probably somewhere in the 135, range. So if you get just a straight 135, I think you would get pretty good results. At the bare minimum, I would say a 100. Now, I just recently purchased for a vacation purposes Canon makes a relatively inexpensive, it's a 28 to 135 kind of zoom. It is a little bit of image stability. I did a few test shots with it. It is not nearly as clean and as sharp as the 70 to 200, but the little bit of testing that I did with it, I think you could get some pretty good results. And I would do like what I used to do. And that is this. Again, we talked all yesterday about debt and all those types of things. But if you end up buying some sort of lens, let's say you use your credit card to buy it, make that lens pay the bill. And I used to do that. I would use it, and then if I did something with that lens and it produced a $500 sale, well, a piece of that was salary, and a piece of that was electricity and rent and all those types of things. But a piece of that $500 was the payment on the lens. And so I made the lens pay for itself. So that's something that you might want to look at. Make the lens pay for itself. I know that's kind of a roundabout answer, but an answer nonetheless.
And we had a number, talking about gear, we had a number of questions on how big is that softbox?
4 foot by 6 foot.
Okay.
So 4 by 6.
Great.
Denny. And since, I think I have 3 or 4 minutes left, I do want to show, since you asked about it, I want to show, well, first of all, let me show you one thing. Do you see, can the camera guy tell me, can you see how there's a line, a distinct line? Thanks. So that distinct line that you're seeing down the middle is there because I do not have the baffle in it. And that distinct line tells me that it's hotter down the middle than it is out on the edges, okay? And that adds to that wraparound effect that we were talking about earlier today. So that is one of the reasons why I do not have the baffle, is because I do want it hotter down the middle than out on the edges. So that's one thing I want you to take note of about this particular box that I absolutely love. The other thing is watch what it takes to collapse this thing. So this will be easier for y'all to see. Okay, you undo this set screw right here. And you're out of there. That's it. I mean, it's just absolutely cool. This is how it ships to you, by the way. You're looking at it. It ships just like that. And then to put it back together when you're going somewhere, you just open it up like an umbrella. And you drop it into this set thing. Set the screw. And that is it. And it's just, to me, it's just a very, very neat softbox. And I absolutely am in love with it. Go ahead. Another question?
That's great. It is actually time for us to take our 45-minute lunch break.
I love it.
Right.
I love it when we reach the magic moment.
It's perfect. All right, so we are so excited about this day. Everyone loves watching you shoot. There's just their brains are turned on. They're getting creative and powered up and energized for senior photography. What do you have for us when we come back from break?
When we come back from break, I think we're going to be on the roof. According to the sun, we're going to be on the roof. And we're going to do outside. And I'm going to show you exactly how I'm shooting outside. And I'm going to answer some of those questions about making the blue sky. If we have a blue sky. If we don't have a blue sky, we're going to make a gray sky. Okay?
I like it. Use what you have.
Yep.
All right, cool. And just another shout out to our wonderful models, Lexi and Sean and Raven, for doing just such an amazing job this afternoon. Thank you. All right, Kirk, this is the moment where we get to tell you what the internet is saying. And Monique says, hi, I work for Kirk. I'm in the studio right now. Can you tell him that Monique wants to know if she can have the rest of the day off? Also, ask him to bring me a t-shirt.
Tell her no.
All right. And Kefner says, not many of us can afford what he's using. This is a case of improv and ingenuity. Channel your inner MacGyver. You are now MacGyver. I love it. And Everly says, this is so good. So glad to be a part of this. And we are glad that you are a part of it here with us, too.
And this has been an incredible segment. Thank you so much, Kirk, for letting us see the way that you see. And it's rare that you get this opportunity to spend a day kind of one-on-one time. I mean, there's thousands of you out there, but one-on-one-ish time. And we're offering 3 days with Kirk. Unlimited access for that. You can purchase that for $99 during the live broadcast. It's the next best thing to having Kirk as your inner MacGyver in your pocket. You can literally have it in your pocket on your iPod or your iPhone or your Android mobile device as well when you purchase it. We also have bonus materials with this course, the Senior Portrait Retouching Walkthrough video in HD and Kirk's Photoshop Actions. So it's been an incredible morning. We will see you outside on the roof after lunch in 45 minutes and look forward to seeing you then.
Welcome back from break, everyone. We are now in the middle of day 2 on top of the roof at Creative Live in Seattle, Washington with Kirk Volkan, and we are doing senior portrait photography. And this is going to be really awesome up here.
First time on a roof doing senior portraits, I must tell you.
I bet you're going to light it on fire. Awesome. Well, I just want to say, everybody always thinks it's rainy and gray up here in Seattle.
No, look, hey.
So what do you think?
I know. It's
That's
pretty awesome. It's pretty real.
All right. I'm going to let you get to it.
Okay.
Okay. See you soon.
Thank you very much. And again, thanks for coming back. I appreciate everybody out in the internet world watching me. So I figured we would get into this third segment. I really wanted to talk outside. Most of all of the outside stuff that I do around my studio is done in my own little portrait park world. Everybody who comes to my studio, when they walk through my portrait park, they say, oh, sure, Kirk. Well, if I had a 300-year oak tree and awesome shade and all these things that you got, my goodness, I mean, it would be so easy. So here we go. I mean, I have absolutely no greenery, no green trees, no shade, and the sun is out. So there you go. I mean, this is kind of completely dynamically opposite of what I have in the real world. But I'm going to still do it basically the same way. I'm going to show you what I do. As I showed you in the first segment, camera, flash, literally directly on top of the camera. As I do things, if I make some sort of adjustment to the flash, I may go to plus or a minus more or whatever, I'll let you know about it. The camera, again, is set up to, I'm going to start it at 5.6. I may go up and down from there because of the extra light. Few things I wanted to point out to you as far as lighting and where we are. Right now, the sun is at this angle right here on top of us, coming at me this way. So to be able to do this right, I am going to kind of mostly be focusing on this angle. Now, a couple of things I want to show you if I can. Send me Sean. Sean, come see. Kind of give you a few ideas of some of the things I want you to go practice at home. I'm gonna put Sean right here, and Sean has, good, thank you, Mr. Sun, perfect timing. So what I want Sean to do, just because I know it's bright and glary and all this stuff, I want you to go home, and what I want you to do is I want you to get your subject in some sort of a position, and I want you to do this, if you can see my eyes. See, I'm squinting really hard. I want you to squint at the subject. So I'm gonna look at Sean right now, and I'm gonna squint at him. And when I squint at Sean, the very first thing that popped out was a little piece of sun streaking down his shoulder right here. Because when you squint, you increase the contrast on your subject. And by increasing the contrast, you get a better visual of exactly what the camera is going to see. So this streak of sun right here hitting him right here on the neck is a whole lot more distracting than if I would turn him like this, and now when I squint at him, that piece of streak is not there anymore. So I know it's really bright on him right now, but don't worry about looking good for the camera and all this stuff. I'm just demonstrating some stuff. The next thing I do is I look at him. If I hold my finger out like this and I roll my finger here, I'm getting a nice little streak coming down my finger right there. I'm coming right here. Oh, look at that nice little streak down my finger right there. Coming right here. I got half my finger, half my fingers lit, half my fingers in shadows. I come way over here. It's very flat right here, and the sun's hitting my finger here, and it gives me a way to start training myself to literally see the light and see the direction where it's coming from. So that's another little thing that I typically do when I go into a strange location or outside. In the very first segment, I talked about people who take a meter reading, and they'll meter read here, and they'll go right here, as if, 2 or 3 feet is going to make a difference when the sun is 93 million miles away. And I kind of made a joke about it. But I really want to illustrate that right now. If I was to take a meter reading off of Sean's face right now, boop, right there, the number that I would get is the exact same number that if we go way over here and we took a meter reading off of that chimney, or whatever that is, that piece of brick, and I took a meter reading off that brick, it would be the exact same number. If I could float through the air and go all the way over to that church over there and take a meter reading off the side of that church, I would get exactly the same number that I'm getting off of him way over here. So what that tells me is that if I meter him properly right here, then that little chimney looking thing over there is going to be lit the same, and that church behind him is going to have the same number, and I'm going to get this incredible shot all the way through. If I put just a little bit more light on him, all of that stuff is going to go just a little bit darker. And that's kind of what I'm looking to do. So let me sort of demonstrate that for you right now, just for the sake of it. Let's see if we can get Sean in kind of a fun pose here. Here's the number one thing, Sean. Yes. Number one, do not fall off the roof. Okay?
Try.
Other than that, I don't care what you do.
Okay.
Here's what I want you to do. I want you to sit. I want you to sit right here, and I want you to lean right there. Sit on the ground. Sit. Thank you. Okay, good. Then what I want you to do, awesome. Keep your right knee up. Let your left foot go straight. And I want you to shift more onto your right hip, and I want you to put your elbow on this thing. Let me see. Okay, I want you to flip-flop them legs. Yes. Yes. Awesome. Just like that. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm trying to get a piece of Sean. Don't worry about looking at me right now. Just keep your eyes closed. Let all of that relax. Let all that glare that you're feeling and experiencing right now relax, okay? Typically, blonde-headed people got all this glare problem going on, okay? So, yeah, I got a little piece of Sean, and I got a little piece of my prick going on behind him. Getting him in focus. And let's see how this looks. Dude, tip your head just a little bit this way. Don't worry about it. Like that. Good. Keep your eyes closed. When I say 3, I want you to open your eyes, okay? And concentrate on looking at the camera. I like that expression there. Here we go, bud. On 3. 1. And one more time. Same thing. Just a little bit. Have 7.1, 200. Better. Okay, so if you notice, I assume that's up on the screen right about now. Notice the little brick thing going on behind him. Notice the church going on behind that. The exposure is the same all the way through all those different areas, and that's what I was talking about. This gives you the ability to keep all of that in, but you have to think it through. You have to look through your entire scene. So, Heather, are you going to be my mom, or we got a new mom? Or we got somebody being my mom? Okay, Mom, come see. So, to add just a little bit more, to punch it up a little bit more, one of the things that I like to do, I'd like you to notice, is most of the time, one of the most distracting things is the light coming straight down on him. So as to keep that from happening, I'll use a reflector, and I'll have it like this. Come see. I want you to look at the shadow. See the shadow on the ground? I want you to make sure that shadow goes right over him, but I don't want you to take the shadow off of his hair. See how I can keep the light on his hair? Now that should feel much better on you right now, right, Sean? Uh-huh. So if you can do that for me, Mom. I know you're not Mom, but that's everybody holds the reflectors called Mom. A little bit closer to me, Mom. I want you covering up his hair. There. See how the lights? You can see the light on his hair, but it's off of his face. All right. All right, bud. Like that. Keep your eyes awesome. Awesome, dude. Loving it. I'm going to do it on 3 again, man. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Do it again. Good. Let that eyes broken. Let it relax. Right there. Open your eyes. Awesome. Yes. Okay, much better. Now, that's one way. That's a bit of a subtractive lighting. We're taking the light off of his face. Another thing, now, he's real sensitive to the light. What you could do is you could do additive lighting. But, of course, that's hurting him. But yeah. Now, that's with the silver side. When the sun pops out like this, I typically do it with the white side, but it's still very painful, okay? And with someone who has really sensitive eyes like that, that's typically what I'll do. I'll just not do it, okay? So here, Mom, hang on to that for a little bit. Stand back up for me, bud. So that, I'm probably also not outside here gonna do like, normally I do 6 shots. I told y'all that earlier. 6 shots in each outfit. I'll do all the way through. I'll do all kinds of different cool stuff, radical this, radical that. but I'm probably not going to do that up here right now, simply because in the real world, I'm walking down a street and I got this doorway and I've got this garage and I've got this park and I got 6 different things. You know, I mean, right up here I have, as far as variety, I have, well, I have the dish network, or I have chimney network, or I have air conditioner vent. You know, I mean, that's my limit to creativity. So anyway, I'm gonna park you on the side and send me Lexi for a little while. So, a few things I want you to know, and come see, babe. Instead of doing, I'm gonna kind of show you and kind of help you understand that if I wanted to do an image of her where I caught all this sky, I'm gonna show you, I'm gonna explain to you the expensive way of doing it, and then I'm going to do the inexpensive, the budget way. I'm actually do the budget way instead of doing the expensive way. But here's the expensive way of doing it. You take your meter. Let me grab my meter. And we grab, I'm not gonna grab, I'm just gonna leave it over here. I take my meter in the spot mode and I take a meter reading of that sky right over there, underneath the sun. And right this very moment, it's all just white-ish. I don't know, probably can't do it with the camera, but over there is a little piece of blue. Over there is a little piece of blue. But, you know, yeah, that ain't gonna work. None of that's gonna work really, really perfectly. But if pretending this is no clouds out right now, boom, we take a meter reading of that blue sky. Very typically, it follows the Sunny 16 rule. Now, the Sunny 16 rule is an old film thing, and basically this is how the Sunny 16 rule used to work. You would take whatever ISO the film was, let's say it's ISO 100, and you would find a shutter speed that is closest to 100. In this case, 125 is the closest shutter speed to 100. You put your camera on 125. You then put your camera on f16, and you take the picture. And you get a perfectly exposed image if it's lit by the sun in the middle of the day. Well, if we didn't have all these clouds right now, and if that was just this perfect little piece of blue sky, what is lighting up that blue sky right now is in fact the sun. So if I was to take this image, click at 1/25th of a second, at ISO 100, and at f16, I would get this perfectly lit blue sky. Perfectly lit blue sky. But now with Lexi standing here in front of it and with the sun right directly behind her, with the sun lighting here behind her, all of this, her, is going to come out silhouetted. So if I was to photograph her, boom, like this, beautiful sky, but silhouette subject. But now I know that I've got f16 coming into the sky. Take my meter, take my flash, which is that Acute 600BR, put it right here, take, poof, and fire that flash until I get f16 on the subject. And when the flash fires and I get f16 off the flash on the subject, go back to my camera, take the picture at f16, 1/20th of a second, ISO 100, the flash is lighting the subject at f16, the sun is lighting the sky at f16, and you get a perfect balance between the two. Now, for all the people out there who think, wow, that's wicked cool, Kirk, I'm going to get one. Great, you're gonna love the effect. It's a fantastic thing. However, it's a couple of $1,000. Most of the time, if I know the internet world right now, they're going, holy cow, how much money does this guy buy on equipment? A lot, okay? But now what if you want to do that, but you're like, I don't have $2,000 and I really want to do that thing. How could I pull that off? Heather, go get me Will's sunglasses, please. Here's how it could happen. One of the reasons why you're not going to turn the subject over here and point them in this direction is because of the sun, and they're going to get all squinty-eyed. Thank you very much. Wow. Man, these are very nice, Will. I promise not to lose them. Whoa, digging it. Here you go, babe. Hang on to that for me just for a minute. Don't scratch them, okay? Just teasing. All right, so here's how it could be done. By the way, just as a side note for the real techie peeps in the world, How do you photograph the moon? What do you think the number? It's a formula, by the way. Interestingly, it's the Sunny 16 rule. Okay? I know you're thinking I just went off topic. I'm not. I'm still on topic here. If you're at night, middle of the night, and the moon is out, what is lighting the moon? The sun. The sun is lighting the moon. Now the moon, is being lit by full exposed sun. So if you want a perfect shot of the moon, you use the Sunny 16 rule, which states ISO 100, f-stop 16, shutter speed 125. Take a picture of the moon, you will get a perfectly exposed moon every time. The problem is the camera does not have a brain. If you just put your camera on automatic and pull the trigger, the camera sees all the darkness around the moon, assumes you want to light that darkness, lights the darkness, overexposes the moon. Okay, you're going to get a big white dot with zero detail. So if you're having that problem trying to photograph the moon, remember the Sunny 16 rule. Okay, so I know y'all thought I was off topic there, but it's still on topic. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to go here. Number one rule, do not walk off the roof. Okay, do not go past that thing. I just want you to, yes, glasses on. Right there, awesome, facing me. Let me see, beautiful. Okay, so now, because she has glasses on, you cannot tell that she's squinty-eyed. Okay? So again, this doesn't work for a lot of shots, but it works for 1 or 2 good shots. So watch. I'm gonna get this beautiful blue sky because the sun, again, 93 million miles away, is lighting that blue sky behind her. The exact same sun is lighting her. So all I have to do is expose for her and I get her and the sun. Cool? Here's what I want you to do. Just put your feet like this. Excellent. Put your hands in your back pocket. Hips going on this way. Great. Elbows kind of falling. Awesome. Let me try it. This hand is awesome. This hand, thumb in the back pocket. Okay, back to the twosie rule. Did you catch what I did? I just made the hands at a different plane. Let this shoulder kick in like that. Bring your face a little more. Don't mess with that hair. Just let it do what it's doing. Roll your face like that. Awesome. Keep doing that. And that's fun. Chin down just a little bit. Excellent. Loving it. In fact, I need 2, sugar, just like that. Great. Let me get you in focus. Chin down a little bit. Down, 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 down. Look over here at me. That, right there. Perfect. 1, 2, 3. Love it. Shoot, man, I could do this for a living. All right, so look, while I got you there, and I got the sun blowing all wonderful. Sorry about that audio guy. What I want you to do, let me see what happens if you let the glasses come down your nose. Awesome. Like that. Let me see something. Now hold them. Like this. Come back to me slow. Chin down a little bit. I need a mom with a reflector. Like that. Mom, throw me a little reflector right here. Let me show you. Mom, don't you walk off the roof either. Right there. Awesome. Beautiful. Yeah, see, she has brown eyes. Way not as sensitive to the sun. So we're gonna take advantage of that. Cool, babe. Love it. Right there. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Beautiful. Awesome. Relax. So while I have you here, let me steal his glasses back. Pass them off to one of y'all. Thank you. You have that back. He's like dying over there. Okay, babe. And what I want you to do, since your eyes appear to be less sensitive, here's what I want you to do. What happens if you go here? Do the exact similar pose that Sean did. I want you sitting right here with an elbow here, but facing me. Sit your hiney right there. Not in the whatever that is. Shift onto this hip. Let this left foot curl underneath your right foot. And put your elbow up here. Good. Shift even harder. Keep going. There. Good. Now the foot on the bottom, let it bend more. Good. The one on the top, let your toe point that way. Awesome. And lean into it like this. Cool. Roll your face a little bit more that way. A little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. Stop. Stay looking down the line. So I don't know if y'all notice or catching all this, but I try to get the pose right. When I get the pose right, I then try to get the light right. When I get the light right, I try to get the expression right. Come see Mom. Then modify it a little bit with a little bit of Mom. Get everything where I want it and shoot it. Little bit of right in there. Yes, thanks. That's right into the hair. Love it, babe. Love that smile. You're beautiful. Right there. Great. Let me add a little bit of that and a little bit of that, and awesome. 1, 2, 3. Beautiful. Awesome. Relax. It's a little weird, you know, with the telephone pole lines and stuff coming out of her head, but it adds to the artistic expression of it all. Okay? So next, what I want to do is, let's say we really were on the top of this roof and she really did want me to do something up here. Let's see. Let's get one kind of radical and weird. Here's what I want you to do, babe. I want you to sit your butt flat on that butt thing right here with your feet going that way. Butt, feet. Okay, keeping your left knee a little bit, watch. Just take the dirt a little bit off that left leg. Thanks, sorry. No extra charge for the dirt. Look, a lot of photographers charge for the dirt. Not me, it's all part of the gig. Leaning back, both hands, a little bit more. Good, bend that knee a little bit harder, a little bit harder, a little bit harder. Good, now keep the right toe pointing. Left toe go up on your toe, like keep your heel, nice. Let your face kind of roll into here, let all your hair fly back, good. Here's the other thing, I want you to stay sucked up right here. Don't get offended by that, I tell that to everybody. Stay sucked up like right here, bring your face sort of into that shoulder, great. If I can do this without getting my feet in the dirt, I'm gonna be awesome. Awesome, yeah, just keep your eyes closed for a second, babe. Just keep them closed, keep them closed. Keep them closed. I'm hurrying. I know it don't feel like I'm hurrying, but I am. Oh, we're getting all kinds of sun now. Isn't that special? Yeah, just keep your eyes closed. Looking good, babe. And I'm going to want you to open them all at the last second. Get ready. Hold on. Open. Awesome. Do it again, just because I like you. Open. Awesome. And it's amazing with that open close thing, how neat you can get it, okay? So anyway, yes, thank you, stand back up. So from there, to be honest with you, it's basically, that's what I do. I mean, if I am outside, for example, and if you look at my website and other things, you may see some images in the middle of a street, okay? And it's like, oh, well, he must block traffic, and you know, no, I don't. I mean, I do try to find a street that is not busy. And so here's how it would happen. Let's say this line right here is the middle of the street, okay? Let's just pretend. And I will be on the edge, and the cars are going zoomity zoom, zoomity zoom, 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 zoomity zoom. On the edge, I'll show Heather, not Heather, Lexi. Whew, where did that come from? What I want you to do in just a minute is we're going to move over to the middle of the street. See that yellow line right there? We're going to go jump on the line. I'm going to want you to put one foot on one side of the line and another foot on the other side of the line. So pretend you're in the middle of the street right now. Do that for me right there. No, 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 facing me, facing me. Like that, good. Then what I want you to do is let your hips go like this, good. And then I want you to take and do this with your hair. Just kind of literally lift it up, just kind of, yeah. Let your elbows kind of fly out, good. Just like that. See what that feels like? That's what we're going to do, but we're going to do it in the middle of the street. You follow? Okay, so specifically, we're pretending that the middle of the street is right here. We unfortunately have the cone of silence in the middle of our street that we're going to pretend is not there. So right here is the middle of the street. So what I will do is show her the exact spot. See this spot on the yellow line right here? This is where I'm going to want you, okay? So the cars are still zoomity zoom, zoomity zoom, zoom, and I'm on the edge. And I am going to be on the side, obviously, not in the middle of the street, and I'm going to get my spot. I'm going to make sure that it is going to be able to be photographed. I'm going to get my numbers right. Yep, got my numbers right, get everything the way I want it, get my flash in the right spot. For this one, I'm going to increase my flash to probably 1.5, 1.7 overexposure. okay? And then I'm gonna say, okay, you remember how we proposed? Okay, after this car, you go to your spot, I'm going to the spot too. Okay, you ready? All right, the car's going. Go, 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 go. Go, just like that, awesome. Do your thing, like that, babe, good. Here we go, babe. Awesome, on three, perfect. 1, 2, 3, excellent. Okay, 2 back to the side, back to the side, back to the side. Okay, and that's how we would do it. And it's just as fast as that you can shoot something like that in the middle of the street kind of thing. Anyway, that gives you a bit of an idea of how I do some of those different sorts of scenarios. Beyond that, do you have a question for me out there, or just keep doing my thing?
I think we can come up with a couple of questions for
Giddy
you
up.
because people love watching how you work, Kirk. And I'm gonna have you come on over here. All right, so the first question, and this came up before our last break, and I told you I was gonna bring it up during this section, and it was, how do you handle like having to approach models and actually touch them? So if you're touching their hair or needing to fuss with their jewelry or clothing, how is that approach normally done tactfully in a student photographer situation?
Totally, Sean, come see, buddy. It's totally different with a boy versus a girl, okay? So I'll show you first of all with a boy. With a boy, which camera am I talking to? Any of them? Him? Awesome. All right, so with a boy, don't go nowhere. With a boy, I'll sit here and I'll grab him, okay? And I will absolutely touch a guy. So I will come at a guy like this. I will come at him like this, okay? And not a quote unquote sexual manner. I will approach him just like that. Quick, hard, fast, boom. I will do that with a guy. With a girl, it's super different. Go over there. With a girl, what I do is I never come at a girl like this. It's too creepy, man. Too creepy. I will always, if I have to move something on her hair, I first of all come at her with my hands backwards. The next thing is I'll use my little fingers. I will sit there. If I have to move her head, I never grab a head. I will say, okay, babe, this is what I need you to do. Something like that. Or I'll sit here and I'll do this. Okay, I'll do that. Another thing that I will do is if I like a piece of hair, I'll sit there and I'll move a piece of hair. It's not uncommon for a shirt to be sticking out or something. Or I see a bra strap or something like that. Or if there's something that she can do to make it right. And the biggest advantage I have with high school senior girls is almost 99% of the time, mom is there. And if it's something that needs to be moved in a delicate area, I will say, Mom, come see that piece of hair right here by the lion nose? I need you to move that out the way. Oh, okay, and she'll fluff it up. So that's a couple of things. So when it comes to senior girls, never go at them like this. Another thing is how you look at people. I mean, there's a way to look at someone, and then there's a way to look at someone up and down. Never do that with a high school senior. Boy or girl, it doesn't matter. You don't look at them up and down. Obviously you need to see their whole outfit, but there's a way to look at people and there's a way to look at them. Like I can see the cameraman up and down right now. I can see the kind of shoes he's got on. I can see what color pants he's got on. I can see what color hair he's got. I can see him all the way up, down the other, but I'm not even looking at him. But I'm looking at him. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So there's all sorts of little things like that you can do when it comes to high school seniors. Does that answer it?
That's
It sure
awesome.
does.
That's huge. We had one other question from Paul Wood, and he says, do you use image stabilization while your lens is mounted to the tripod?
That's a very good question. Did y'all notice how wiggly I was when I was shooting with this camera? Did you notice that, I set it down and I was flipping the camera around and I moved this and I moved this? How's that? Do you like the airplane effect I brought in? Do y'all catching that? That's very nice.
Sound effects, good job.
Yeah, that's good effects. So because I am so wiggly, yes, I do leave the image stability on, and I've never had a problem with it. On the older lens, yeah, you would get a little bit of issue. On the newer lens, I've never had an issue. The older lens, in the instruction manual, it says if you're on a tripod, turn it off. If I recall, on the new lens, it did not say to do that. But I've never turned it off. I always just leave it on and do not have a problem.
And you're using it with flash too, someone said? Image stabilization with the flash, yeah.
Yes?
You got it. All right.
Okay.
With
Joanne,
that big flash there, yes.
our friend Joanne LeBouf is not missing a beat. She is paying attention to everything you're doing, Kirk.
So I'm going to have to change all my techniques. She's 2 blocks from my studio.
Perfect. She's wondering why you upped the exposure on the flash for that last shot.
Okay, the last shot I was so far away. remember the sun was behind the subject, and what I needed was I was going to need just a little bit more exposure on her. I just knew that because of the shot that I did of Sean when he was sitting on that edge right there. So it was just something I kind of picked up. So I cranked up the exposure a little bit on the flash to compensate for that. And plus, it was going to be so far away that it was going to be a little bit flatter. And here's a bit of a lighting trick, if you will. The lighting on a human needs to be more accurate the closer you are to the subject. So I'm gonna say that one more time. So the closer you are, let's say you're so close, all you're getting is eyes, nose, and mouth, not even a chin. Your lighting better be dead on. Now, when you back way up and you got a bride and groom on the edge of a hill and they're this big in the picture and it's nothing but a big monster scene, the lighting on that human is not nearly as critical. So the closer you are, the more critical it needs to become. The farther you are, the less critical it becomes. That was another thing about that last shot. I knew it was going to be a full length. I knew the lighting was going to be less critical, so I just made a judgment call, up the exposure. And I think it looks good. I assume they're not saying it looks bad. I mean, it looked good on the back of the camera, so I assume it looks good inside. I do know that out here, I typically use a little Hoodman thing on the back of my camera to see clearer, and it is real glary up here right now. I don't know if y'all were seeing that in the internet world or not, but it is real glary, and it's kind of hard to see the back of my camera, but I think it's good.
All right. The internet is wondering, Kobe and others, Kobe12345 specifically, asked, can you do one photo with the flash and one without so that we can really see the difference in the exposure difference and how you can compensate with the flash properly?
Yeah, sorry about that. I cut you right off.
That's
didn't
okay.
I? Hey, water is an important thing.
It's very important.
Very important, especially up here.
Yes, I will do that.
Cool.
Another thing, or do that now?
We can do that now and keep moving on with content.
Let's do it.
Great, thanks.
Sorry about that.
Keep hydrated.
Yes. So I guess I'm gonna pick on Sean again. No, I'm not. I'm gonna pick on Heather. Oh, God, where is that coming from? Lexi, don't walk off the roof. Lean up against that brick thing right there. Just walk, boom, put your hiney right into it. Lean back in such a way that your back is touching, but your butt is not touching. Good. Bend your left knee instead of your right knee. And let your knee fall over that way. And let your toe kick way out over here. Cool. Are you kind of grabbing that brick? Because I was digging that. Good. Roll your face into this shoulder right here. Chin down just a wee bit. Good. And I'm going to go into sort of a 3/4 effect. And I'm going to turn the flash off. And then I'm going to turn the flash back on again and do another one. Let's see. I don't know, this is smelling horizontal to me. Loving it. Yeah, babe. Good. 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 Okay. Love it. Keep that face. You're looking fabulous. Right there. Let me do that again without blinking. That. 1, 2, 3. Good. Okay, then I'm going to turn on the flash. And I'm going to go -1 1/3. And I'm going to do another one. Right there. 1, 2, 3. Good. All right. So I think you're seeing a little bit of a difference between those two. I'm assuming, I just need a thumbs up, that we're seeing a little bit of difference between those two. I think so. Yes. Okay, so there you go. You kind of saw the difference. I'll try to make a point tomorrow of bringing those two up again in Photoshop to give you a little bit clearer idea of how those look. Did that help? Okay. Whenever I'm in kind of a crazy area like this, I always do like to do something that's a bit radical. You know, we were on the roof. I had her laying down on the thing. Sean already said I could do this. I'm done with you, Lexi, for a little while. Sean said I could do this. He was okay with it. So come see, bud. Mom, I'm gonna move you to this side, sugar. Sean, I'm gonna put you over there, right near that silver thing. So, yes, what I wanted to do, a little bit back, a little bit back, a little bit back, a little bit. Awesome. We got one shot at this, right? And what I'm going to want you to do is I'm going to want you to, the trick is to hit the water at the right moment. And I need the right face. So I don't want you just, okay, that's not, oh boy, man. I bet everybody inside loved that bounce. Okay, what I'm gonna want from you is maybe more of a like a, Okay, something, yeah, okay, you make a noise. It always looks better if you make the noise, okay? Now, if you can hit both feet at the same time, it's gonna be better. And so we're gonna try to make this cool splash. You're gonna make it look good. Now, don't do it till I'm gonna tell you, okay? Don't do it till we're ready. Like that, okay? Don't do it till I say go. Mom, I'm gonna need you on this one. I'm gonna show you what I want though. So what I'm looking to do is I'm looking to get everything as right as possible before I pull this trigger. So I'm gonna crank up my flash. Let me see, dude, look at me. Yeah. Okay, so that looks good. Let me get my mom in position. So I did a little test to make sure that was gonna look as good as possible. Mom, basically you're playing pool. The light is coming here, bouncing from here, going over to there. Okay, look at him. See him? See the difference? On, off, on, off. Okay? Now, of course, he's not gonna be there. We've got to kind of guess that he's gonna be about there. So let's try to hang on to that right there. Good. All right, hang on, Sean. Let me get one more test. This one don't count. Give me that face. Let me see your face. Okay, yeah, let me look. Digging it? Okay, so I'm gonna try to time this, hit the water all at the right moment. Hang on. All right, and, all right, go. Okay, get off. I don't care, we're doing it again. You didn't get hardly dirty at all. All right, wait. All right, I'm ready to go. God, how do you know you're never going to get invited back to Creative Live? You wet everybody. All right, so there you go. That is pretty much a good wrap up of how I do the outside, what I do, something off the wall, some crazy stuff, some lighting, how to use the flash. I will take a ton of questions inside during the next segment. I hope this was beneficial for somebody out there. And hey, thanks for being here.
That was awesome, Kurt. Awesome. And can I give a big shout out to our PA, Caitlin, for helping hold the reflector during that segment. She also showed us that the reflector can indeed be used as a splash guard. It's true. That just happened. All right. That was awesome. I love how you actually get the seniors to like really have fun and like show their personality and get them out of their skin and like be like fun during the photographs.
That is not going to sell, by the way. Did you know that? I hope y'all realize that. I hope everybody's picking up on that. The odds of someone buying that is zip. But what's going to happen is he's going to run to school and he's going to talk about, we was on the roof, and he's jumping, and we made a big splash, and I got the mom all wet, and you know, that's what it's all about, just creating buzz.
And it's so much fun.
It is.
Oh, and the internet is loving this. The feedback that we have from Malibu Dana, Kirk should be a stand-up comic. He is so sweet and so real.
Awesome.
That's awesome. You guys, Kurt is just like putting it all out there for us. Yesterday we talked all about marketing. Today it is cameras, lighting, posing. He's showing all the secrets of how he photographs senior portrait photography. And if you guys are all learning so much along this journey with us, I see it in the chat room. Some of you are participating and testing this out last night and actually during the workshop. So we just commend you for doing that and continuing on your photographic journey. If this is a class for you, you know you want to learn more in depth with Kirk and go over the material over and over and over, you can grab the entire 3-day workshop for just $99 during the live event. That deal does end tomorrow at the end of the live event. So do that now while we are on break. When we come back, I believe we will be back inside the studio, but you can see that it is beautiful in Seattle sometimes. So thank you for being up here with us. We'll see you back here in just 15 minutes.
Who do you want to see next in Creative Live? I'm Craig Swanson, and we want to hear from you. Go to creativelive.com/suggest, where we've created a special form for you to tell us who you would like to see next in this Creative Live classroom. Creative Live is here to help you unleash your creative potential by bringing you the world's best experts in this unique live worldwide creative classroom and helping you build a sustainable business and lifestyle around your creative endeavors. We're looking for your suggestions for the best instructors in design, business, filmmaking, photography, audio, and software training. Tell us the name of your dream instructor, what you want them to teach, and if they are already teaching, give us a link to their current workshop or classes. This is your classroom, and we are listening to you.
Hey everybody, how's it going? I'm Chase Jarvis, co-founder here at Creative Live, and from September 16th to the 21st, we've got an event of a lifetime coming at you. We're calling it Photo Week.
Creative Live Photo Week is a 6-day, all-access pass inside the high-octane world of photography.
Broadcast you live on Creative Live September 16th through 21st with 3 broadcast channels
and over 30 world-class instructors.
Whether you're a working photographer
or a hobbyist,
we have workshops for you.
You will learn technical, creative, and marketing skills
from industry leaders in every category.
Non-stop photography for the love of photography.
All on Creative Live.
We're unleashing the creative potential of millions of people worldwide like you by connecting them live with the world's most inspiring experts. That's what Photo Week is all about. I'll see you there.
6 days, 3 channels, over 30 instructors. If that isn't a total shebang!
Your head's gonna explode.
Rock and roll.
Come on down to Crazy Eddie.
It's going to be
crazy stupid.
Awesome.
Woohoo!
Earlier this year, I had the honor and privilege of hosting the first ever Creative Live Spotlight event in Las Vegas, where people who wanted to teach on Creative Live showed us what they were made of, and it was a huge success. This summer, the winner of that first event, Arika Dorf, taught a 2-day pet photography workshop here in the Creative Live classroom, and now we are back for round 2. So have you ever wanted to teach a Creative Live workshop? Now this is your opportunity to share your knowledge with the world live. CL Spotlight will take place during Photo Week, Creative Live's largest event of the year. So if you'd like to join us, here's what you need to do. Make a video no longer than 3 minutes and tell us why you want to be on Creative Live, what makes you and your subject unique, and finally, why you're going to rock the Creative Live world. Once you've made a video, fill out this form and producers will get in contact with you if you have been selected to audition. Auditions will be judged live in front of a panel of instructors and producers, and one lucky participant will get a full Creative Live workshop here within the year. So if you have something to teach the world, make a video, fill out the form, and we will see you at Creative Live Spotlight.
Hi, I'm Melanie Duncan.
And welcome back again, everybody. We are studying senior photography with Kirk Volklane, and we have had a good, exciting day shooting with you in the studio, on the rooftop here in Seattle. That was totally fun. It was great. I love the splash that you had, that you had Sean do. It was totally so much fun. But I think now you have extra things that we can check off this list.
Yes, let's get to the
All
checking.
Right.
Thank you.
Sounds good.
Awesome. So yes, let's get to the checking and seeing what we've done. We talked a little bit about outfits and location. I'm gonna kind of strike that off in that I sort of talked about it, and I'll sort of reiterate that again. What you saw on the rooftop was a very squared off spot. I mean, if that was real, I would have went up there and maybe did 2 shots. I'm shooting 6 shots in each outfit. I would not have shot as many images as I actually shot up there. 2 shots, maybe one on the leany edge, one maybe that splashy thing, you know, and boom, we'd have been out of there. Not to mention, it'd have been hard to get permission to go up on a roof like that and even do that in the first place. But, you know, so it is what it is. It gave you an idea of how I use the lighting and how all that kind of stuff happened. But in reality, I would have been walking, like I said, down a street, and I'd have had a doorway, and I'd have had a garage, and I'd have had a green park, and I'd have had all sorts of different scenarios to do. And you know, that's just kind of a problem kind of down here in the, you know, bringing the cameras down the street with us. They got to be connected. So it just doesn't happen. But you can kind of get a visual of what I did, but just with different backgrounds going on behind me. So that's when it comes to different outfits and locations and things like that. Maybe also that question was that when you're out on location, where do they change their outfits? Well, we are stopping in at a McDonald's somewhere and using the bathroom. One of the first things I ask a high school senior when she says something about going to on location and there's multiple outfits involved. If it is, for example, downtown Houma, well, that's really near my studio. So I'll say, well, we're going to go down here and we're going to do the shot, and then we end up back at the studio and we'll change clothes, and then we'll go over here and we'll do the shot. Well, if it's downtown, say, New Orleans, which is an hour and change from my studio, well, we've got to find places to change. Or she has to change in the car. And that's the first question. Are you comfortable changing in the car? About 65% of them are like, sure, I ain't got a problem with that. No problem, let's change in the car. I do have one of those changing tents. Now, I'm a little creeped out by that, but some people are not, in which case I'll send them off into the changing tent. And then, of course, like I said, there's the McDonald's and the Burger Kings and the different places you can step into and get a water or a Coke or something, and while you're doing that, send them to the restroom and change clothes. So if that was kind of the angle of that outfit versus locations kind of thing, that's kind of the way we handle that. Another question that was asked was about buying stuff, and I'll scratch that off too because I sort of talked about that in the second segment about buying stuff as far as what you can afford, getting the very best equipment that you can afford, and doing the very best job that you can. Then using what you have to make money to upgrade yourself, and using what you have as it makes money to pay for the stuff that you already have. Don't get yourself too far extended because it's one of the worst things that can do. It can be an absolute killer to your business. How much time do I spend doing high school senior portraits? Usually what you saw was pretty real. Pretty much. It's 15, 20 minutes per outfit. That's about how much time it takes me to do something. Outside, it kind of sometimes goes faster, and then it kind of sometimes goes slower. Another thing that happens a lot with me is I'm a shoot the breeze kind of guy. I start telling jokes. I'll tell them a Boudreaux joke, and I'll say, oh, yeah, Sha, you heard the one about Boudreaux and his friend Thibodeau? When Thibodeau come over to the house and he said, Mage Boudreaux, what's that three-legged pig you got? And Boudreaux says, man, that three-legged pig, that's some good pig. He says, I know that's a good pig, but why that pig ain't got but for 3 legs? He says, man, let me tell you how that pig saved my whole family's life. When the house was burning down, that pig blew out the fire with that hose pipe. He says, man, that's a good pig. He says, and then when my little girl was drowning out back, he dove in, pulled her to the side, mouth to mouth, brought her back to life. He says, man, that's some good pig. He says, and then there was the time that there was this man, he was burglarizing my house. And that pig grabbed him, threw him to the ground, sat on him, called the police, and waited there till the police came. Thibodeau says, man, that's some good pig. But Boudreaux, why that pig ain't got but for 3 legs? He says, well, you know, a good pig like that, you can't eat him all at once. You got to take your time. So, yeah. Yeah, it's corny, but you tell them a joke. And here's the thing about telling jokes with people, because believe it or not, I can hear Ryan in the next room going, what does that have to do with content? Let me tell you what it has to do with content. If you tell somebody a joke and they laugh, you see, I just saw every one of y'all's real laugh and your real expression. Not, smile. Yeah, not that one. I saw the real one. And when you see the real one, and it helps you know when it's real, when it's not real. Another thing it does is it connects you. If you can get someone to laugh, and they are way more comfortable with you than if they're in this photography situation with the lights and all these people around. And yeah, it just takes it to, oh, wow, this is just gonna be fun, yeah. And it is. As intimidating as this is in this studio with all the stuff around you and the cameras swinging in and swinging out, it's the same thing in a portrait studio. And they're not used to being in that scenario. They gotta go take their picture and they're tensed up. Get them to laugh, it relaxes them. So how much time? It depends. It depends on how much I gotta relax them. It depends on what I gotta do with them. It kind of lets me talk about shy kids too. Because you know, with shy kids, what do? I sort of touched on it, but you can tell from their body language. They come in, they got their chest all poking out, their shoulders back, they're looking around. Did y'all think Sean was shy? Oh no, that dude was out there, dude. I mean, he was popping in and jumping in and going, okay, yes sir, you know, and he was into it, man. He was into it, okay? And how about Raven? Was she shy? Nope, she wasn't shy a bit. She was just as proud as she could be with herself. So you can see that, you can pick up on that with people. Who's shy, who is not shy? And you can get a little bit of personality. What do you do when they're shy? Warm them up, man. Just take a little bit of time, give them a little bit of confidence. You're looking good. This is gonna be so fun. I can't wait to take your picture. And use the back of the camera at your disposal. It is unbelievably powerful. Go get you a Cam Ranger or something like that so that you can shoot into your iPad if necessary. And use the iPad as your buddy. Click, oh my God. You have got to see this. Look how awesome you look. Look at your eyes. Can you believe, that is you, sugar? And so just build them up a little bit. Give them a little bit of self-confidence. And that's what it's all about. If they are feeling good about themselves, it's gonna translate into the pictures, okay? Let's get back, I'm gonna jump back on that. Underwater, we're gonna talk about it in a few minutes. Getting cool props. Let's talk about that real fast. When it comes to getting cool props, I find that just about anything can be a prop. It depends on how you use it. Y'all actually saw me shoot 3 different seniors on 3 different backgrounds, a guy, a girl, an overweight senior, and I didn't use one single prop. Did you catch that? And that is very common with me. I do not have a ton of props. One thing I do have that I did not get to use is I have a posing table. And all it is a table that comes up and comes down, and I lean them on the table and various things like that. Okay, I do have a plexiglass mirror on that table that shoots light back into the face, and I like the effect that gives me. I use that a lot. I have a posing stool that looks very much like this stool, except I push a button and it comes up, and I push a button and it goes down. That's the only difference, but it looks just like this. And I will sometimes sit them on the stool, or maybe put up a foot on a stool or whatever. But I'm not a real big prop guy. But now when I go outside, I do have like the old truck, and I've got a area that kind of has a Hawaiian scene. I've got an old barn. I've got a waterfall. I've got all kinds of things like that in my backyard. And that could be deemed props. Okay? And all I'm looking for when it comes to those types of things is things that are real and natural and at the same time makes for a good image. I'll use my old truck area. You'll see those pictures all over my website, kvphoto.com. Go look at them right now if you want. But all over my website. I love the old truck because I can lay them on the truck, I can stand them on the truck, I can sit them on the edge of the truck and put them in the back of the truck, I can have a look through the window of the truck. And I mean, I'm telling you, I could probably go around the truck 5 times and never twice take the same picture. I got probably 20, 25, 30 different images I can do all around the truck. And here's a little thing I'd love for you to do maybe in your spare time. Gather up a couple of your buddy photographers, have them come over to your studio. And get together, you know, have a couple of beers or something like that, and then everybody sit around in the backyard, and whoever studio you are at, your job is to be quiet. They have to go do stuff in your backyard or your portrait area that you may have. And you will be shocked. You will be absolutely shocked at the stuff that they come up with because everybody sees things differently. Everybody. So let them go off and use that area over there and use this area over here and see and watch carefully what they do. When they do something, don't ever say, well, you know, see, the way that I do it is, your job is to shut up and let them go and just take notes about what they do in your area, and you then go do the same thing in their area, and everybody will benefit and learn from it. So I don't know if that sort of helps you with this, you know, outdoor lens, cameras, all that kind of stuff, but there you go. Monica, you had a question?
Well, the cool props was what I was asking with that one was, how do you get them to bring like
their
what
cool
they're
props.
interested in, like their horn, like if they play instruments,
Yes.
or if they're bring their football books.
Okay. Fair enough. I'll answer that. Whenever they call to make up the appointment, we always tell them, if there's anything that's very special to you, if there's anything that makes a statement about yourself, you know, if you're into something, musical instruments, sort of, you know, sporting equipment, anything like that that you're into that says, you know, unless I'm talking to Patrick Smith, that just really says it for Patrick Smith, then by all means, make sure you bring that. And there's no such thing too big or too small. I tell you what, Pat, if you got an airplane, I want to photograph you by it, okay? Whether it's a real live airplane or one that you fit in your front pocket. I mean, I'm serious. Whatever it is, bring it, okay, bud? And they're gonna think of it. And man, they have come up with some crazy stuff, Jack. I've done jet skis in a coastal canal. I've done horses and pigs and everything you can imagine that lives. Snakes, yes, snakes, everything. You know, all kinds of stuff.
Nutria.
No.
Gotcha.
Doggone it, I've never photographed the nutria. Okay, but I'm gonna work on that next week.
Not yet.
Okay. So does that sort of help? I think it's getting them excited. And if they don't get excited about something, I'll tell you something else. It has been several years since I did it, but go get a teen magazine. This month's teen, 17 magazine or something like that, right? Start flipping through it. And let's say you got an appointment next week. This month's 17 magazine, flip through it, find an image that's kind of cool. You want to create a buzz? This will create one crazy buzz. Open up that magazine, find an image that's cool. Note the page, 34. Call up Susie Q. Hey, Susie Q, do you happen to subscribe to 17 magazine? No? Well, I tell you what, write this down for me. Here's what I want you to do. Go run to Walmart, go pick you up a 17 magazine. Turn to page 34. There's a picture of a girl standing in the middle of the street. She's kind of twisting her dress around. When you come for your senior portraits, no extra charge or anything like that, babe. But what I want you to do is make sure you have a dress that's similar to that. And, you know, the shoes, the whole bit. And we are going to do an image of you that looks just like that, the picture that you see on page 34. Is that cool? Anyway, if it's not cool, give me a call back. If it is cool, just bring it, and I'm going to be ready to go. Okay? Now, what do you think she's going to do? Number one, do you think she's not going to do it? Oh, yeah. She's going to go get the magazine. If necessary, she's going to buy the dress. Okay? Now, when she comes to your studio, what are the odds of her looking like the picture of the girl on 17 magazine? What are the odds?
Low,
very low. Why? She ain't a model, and if she was, she would be in the magazine, right? It ain't gonna happen. It ain't gonna happen. However, all you have to do is get it close. For example, middle of the street, she's got her hands on her dress. It looked like maybe she's flipping it like this, and she's laughing, looking away from the camera. That's the picture right here, love. Okay? Got that? So, is it gonna look the same? No. Is it gonna feel the same? Yes. Is it gonna feel like it looks the same? Yes. Okay, you do the image. Show her, first of all, you know, she saw it. If she didn't see it when she comes in, show it to her and say, come on, let's go do it. Go do it. What do you think she's going to then do for you? Are we reverting to yesterday right now, doggone it? Yes, we are, aren't we? What is she going to do?
Talk to her friends.
She's going to tell everybody. She's going to show them the picture. She's going to tell everybody. It is going to be awesome PR for you. Awesome.
And once again, focusing on the things that generate word of mouth marketing.
Yep. That's what it is. It is absolutely going to work, and it will be a way of we're just combined yesterday and today. There you go, and it will get you some cool props. Cool. All right, awesome. Yes, underwater, we're about to talk about, I talked about that. Cool props, getting cool props. There we go. Wi-Fi, I wanted to talk about that before we moved off of it because we were kind of getting away from equipment. I do have a Wi-Fi unit that I can buy from Canon. Many of the newer cameras are starting to have that built in. The 1DX, it's an extra piece that screws onto the side of the camera. They're not inexpensive at all. They're expensive. But it saves me no less than an hour to 2 hours a day. Remember, one of the things we're going to talk about tomorrow as part of our workflow is a way to literally speed up your workflow and what I want you to literally do in your studio. And if you do this, you're going to find that this Wi-Fi unit is going to allow you to do sort of what we're doing here, scratch off steps from your workflow. Okay? We're going to, again, talk about this tomorrow. But what it does is it transmits my images from the camera into the main computer. And it saves me rendering time. I do everything in Bridge. So when I go click, it shoots over to the computer. Bridge is already set to look at that hot folder. And just like what you saw happen here where the images were popping onto the screen, that's happening on my main computer. So the images are coming in, they're being rendered, I'm getting to look, if I want to go look at them, I can. We're going to talk more about workflow and how that Wi-Fi thing works. But just want you to understand that this is a very, very important part of my system and my equipment that allows me to go so fast. Okay?
Those raw files going to your computer?
The raw files are shooting to my computer. Now, if you are an overshooter, if you are the click, click guy or girl, click, 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 click guy or girl, you're going to have problems. You're going to have problems. Because it just can't keep up. Okay. My daughter does a lot of the baby stuff for us. And she shoots, in my humble opinion, too much. She's probably listening right now saying, I can't believe Daddy just did that. But whatever. She does. She shoots too much. And we had to take the Wi-Fi unit off of her camera because she just can't. She click, 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 and she jams up the buffer. And then the baby's doing the most cutest thing, and she can't pull the trigger because the camera has to finish transmitting. Okay. So if you are that person, you're going to have problems. Okay. But I just shoot 6 shots. I never run into a buffer problem. Okay. So, there you go. That's just a little bit of equipment conversation. One last thing before we get into a little bit more of today's stuff is assistance. Someone asked me about that. Where do you get your assistance? How do you get assistance? That type of stuff. And my assistant, if you saw me on the roof, I kept calling her Mom. That's because my assistant most of the time is the mom. Okay? Even when Dad holds the reflector, I call him Mom. No, not really. Anyway, but very, very often, if it isn't Mom, it is so rare, so very rare that I'm photographing a senior by myself. That is so very rare. But when I do, that reflector that you saw me use, it's one of the reasons I use it, is it has this neat little handle that allows me to one-hand that thing over here while I take the picture there. I don't know if you caught that, but it has this little handle thing. It's very cool. So, but mostly, I don't ever have that problem. Another thing that I have been known to do if I am by myself is I'll just take a stand and a clamp. And, I don't know if you saw me, what you saw up there, but, I had her hold the reflector right here, and she was just kind of holding it like that. Well, that can be done with a stand and a clamp. And so the stand and the clamp becomes my mom, So that's another thing when it comes to assistance. Most of the time, it is my mom. Someone asked, I think somewhere, either it's not on here or someone asked me privately, and I'll just discuss it, how do you handle the annoying mom? What do you do? Is that somewhere up here? Did I miss it?
No.
No, we've seen that though coming in.
Yeah, what do you do with the annoying mom? Well, a buddy of mine, I loved it. He calls those reflectors the mom blockers, okay? And if you have a really annoying mom, what you can do is you can say, oh, Mom, here, hold this way over here. And she's not really doing anything. It's just to get her blocked out. And so that's one thing you could really do. Oh, Mom, wait. Here, I need your help. Hold this. Boom. And she will, once you have her hold it right here, she will just hold that thing and then block her right out. That's one thing a lot of people do. Something that I have been known to do, too, is understand that you cannot, at that very moment in time, when you're doing a high school senior, who is your best friend, mom or the senior? What do you think? Okay, mom, while she is extremely important, is not your most important person at that very moment in time. Here's why. What if you was to turn to the mom's doing something, and you would go, yeah, mom, and the senior says something like, mom, shut up, mom, shut up. Do they ever treat your mom, do you ever catch seniors treating their mom like that? I do. Okay, and I would be like, how dare you talk to your mother like that? Okay, what just happened right there? And the senior don't like me anymore. Right. Am I going to get the expressions I need? No. Am I going to get the cooperation I need? No. I've been known to go, yeah, mom, shut up. Yeah. And mom would be like, ooh. Okay? And the seniors thinks, man, he's on my side. We're best buds. Okay? Mom gets all mad and goes sit on the sofa in the back. I can't believe you treated me like that. Click, I just did the last picture. At this point, the senior is out. Mom, come here, baby. Come here. Can't believe she treats you like that. That's a shame, Mom. Can you believe she does that to you? Listen, I know I seemed rude, but I had to treat you like that because I couldn't have lost my senior. If I lose my senior, I don't get my expressions. Now, come over here. You know, me and you are best friends now. Okay, so I'm serious. You have to be careful at the very moment in time whose side you want to be on, okay? Always remember, ultimately, as my buddy Dean Collins, the late Dean Collins used to say, beauty is in the eyes of the checkbook holder, okay? So when it's appropriate, when you got it, and after you've got the image, keep mom happy, okay? Do whatever it takes to keep her happy. So I don't know if that was kind of not on the thing. But last of all, before we get in it, I want to talk about the age-appropriate expressions and things of that. There is sexy clothing, there is sexy expression, and then there is sexy poses. With a high school senior, you can never have all three. Okay? You can have one of the three. She comes in, she has a shirt, but belly all hanging out, shorts, legs. You better pose her like this. Big cheesy smiles and none of this, okay? None of these kinds of poses. Okay? You can have a sexy outfit, but you do not want a sexy expression and you do not want a sexy pose. She comes in, she's got a turtleneck and a dress that drags the floor. Not sexy at all, okay? You might be able to put her in a sexy pose with a big cheesy smile, okay? But never two. Does that make sense? Same thing, you could, the dress, the outfit is very conservative, the pose is very conservative. Okay, we'll slip in one of them sexy shots with the lip all hanging, okay? Sexy expressions. But do your doggone-dest to never have two of the three, never have three of the three. One of the three, no problem. None of the three, no problem. Okay? And so, of course, the bottom line with that, well, when would you have two out of the three? That depends on the personality of the subject. It also depends on the mom. A lot of times the mom's is the one pushing this sexy stuff. So you gotta it's a constant juggling act with this, and you gotta remember who you're dealing with and all those types of things. So I think that answers the age appropriateness, and so I'll scratch that.
It does, and Kirk, I'm realizing like how much of your job is like part Dr. Phil when you have the families in, and part photography.
It's a lot, Dr. Phil.
Yeah, the psychology must be so important when dealing with the family dynamic.
Mm-hmm. Thinking of it. Okay, good deal? Mm-hmm. We're gonna get to some of this stuff as we sort of go down the line. Some more of these things. So let's get into the next little segment. I'm gonna show you a slideshow. I think I will. Let's try this. Whoop, there it comes. A slideshow. This is a current senior. I did this girl this year. Let's watch a little slideshow. This is, again, just like the very first segment, except it's a senior girl. All of the images I did of her.
Better than watching you laugh out loud, my baby. Ain't nothing better than watching you be you. Ain't nothing better than right now. eyes lie the secrets I don't wanna miss. Put your hand in my hand and make a fist. Grab my shirt, curl your lip as if you know. Staring back in my eyes saying please don't go. I don't know what I know, what I know, what I know what it is that you really, really want or you need. I hate every moment away from you. I see you sleeping in my dreams. I know you're in your mother's arms. I know that you're safe from harm. You know I'm coming home real soon, and I'm bringing all my love for you. Ain't nothing better than watching you smile. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Ain't nothing better than watching you laugh out loud, my baby. Ain't nothing better than watching you be you. Ain't nothing better than right now. And I can't take away the pain if I don't know you're hurting again. I can't leave you on your own if I know you're crying all alone. And my heart's pumping black and blues. That's how I feel when I'm not with you. A million years pass every day, losing the time, I'm always on my way. I don't know what I know, what I know, what I know what to do. I hope you understand when I'm gone. I'll always come back home for you. Open your eyes to a brand new dawn. Ain't nothing better than watching you smile. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Ain't nothing better than watching you laugh out loud, my baby. Ain't nothing better than watching you be you. Ain't nothing better than right now. Let us have this moment of truth.
All right, so there you go. That was one senior girl all the way through. That was every picture I shot of her, and that was this past year. That was her entire senior session. So when it comes to senior portraits and it comes to making images, when I say the benefits of great photography, to me, the product we have is the 8x10s and the 5x7s and the wall portraits and all that stuff that we make money on. Those are the products. If you have great photography and you make models and your customers look like models and they look good in the product, then the product simply markets itself. Okay? The product sells itself. And it's less post-production. The better the photography, the less time you're going to spend post-production and work and stuff. And it becomes way more fun. The better photography, the better you can make it, the more fun it then becomes. So those are some of the benefits of great photography. We sort of alluded to it at the very, very beginning, and I talked about it, about photographer A and photographer B. Photographer B is a great photographer but had zero marketing. Photographer A, great marketer but lousy at photography. But just imagine what happens when you put them two puppies together. If you have a great marketer and then you have someone who does really great photography, then what happens? Whew, then you make really good money. So that's the benefit. That's the wonderful part about being a great photographer. So that's some of the benefits, if you will. Underwater, y'all have been begging me to talk about this, I think, all day long. Yes. So let me show you a little movie. Underwater photography. This is a swimmer, Miss Hannah, and this is her entire session. was her entire session, okay? And you saw, and that was everything that we shot of this girl. So you saw that there was a lot of images done above the water, and then there was a lot of images done under the water. Now, she had an unusual number of images done under the water, because she had like this outfit and that outfit, and she's on the swim team, so she wanted her swim team outfit, and then she had this Live Loud thing. I think that has some sort of, I'm not sure what that is. That's some kind of local logo thing that she's in, and so she wanted some stuff with that. She was very specific with the hand gestures and all kinds of stuff that she wanted to do, and skateboard, and all kinds of stuff that she wanted to do. So, we did as much as possible underwater and stuff. Now, did you notice some of the crazy bouffant hairdos underneath there? Man, there's no way of fixing that. Okay, I tried all kinds of crazy Photoshop tricks to fix that, and there is no way to fix it. It's a problem with long-haired girls. They get underneath the water, and that hair starts floating out there, and it turns into a 1980s bouffant hairdo there, okay? And there's nothing. I can't tell you how many underwater sessions I have done where everything, I got the right face, the right eyes, the lighting, everything, it's in focus, everything, and I got this crazy hairdo going on. And there's no way to fix any of this stuff. There's just no way to fix it. And I'll show you some of the things that I have done in the past. It is not easy to do underwater photography. It is absolutely not easy. It is, on the other hand, mega fun, okay? You're in the swimming pool, you're thinking of all kinds of crazy things that you can do. It is tons and tons of fun. It does create an incredible buzz in the community because, who does senior pictures underwater, Well, I do, that's who, okay? It does win a ton of awards if you're into the competing and, image entry and that kind of stuff. You enter an image that's done underwater and it can be poorly done, and you get a lot of attaboys for it, I tell you. It separates you from the competition, is another benefit of it. It helps establish you as an innovator in your area. And there's some tax advantages. People ask me all the time, so, Kirk, I guess you wrote off that pool. Well, I'm glad you asked. Okay? I did not write off my pool. I tried that. I asked my accountant guy whether I could write off my pool, and he said, no, you cannot write off your pool. However, if you put the pool in the backyard of the studio, you can write it off. I was like, no, I want it at my house. He said, no, that's not going to happen. He says, however, charge yourself to use it. I'm like, oh, okay, that's legal. I like the sound of that. So every time I use the pool, I have to pay myself a fee. So actually, the corporation charges Kirk Vauclain Kirk Vauclain charges the corporation to use the pool. And so I pay myself a fee. Yes, ma'am.
How much do you charge for that session?
It depends. How much I charge myself?
No. If a senior wants it.
Oh, yes.
Your model, do you include that in your model
It's considered
thing?
a location thing.
Okay.
So it adds $200 to the minimum order. So like in this girl's case, she had the loud thing, she had that dress thing, and so then she had to swim. So it was 3 underwater outfits.
Right.
And so that's a $600 minimum order. Because it was 3, that's considered 3 location outfits.
Okay.
If they just want to do 1 outfit underwater, that's 1 location outfit.
Now, if they do the model, the $2,000 minimum purchase, does that include
in there? It would,
if
they want, yes.
Okay.
It absolutely would. Now, there's certain times of the day you cannot do underwater because of the fact that it is the angles of the sun. I can't do them in the morning. It has to be done in the afternoon. The later the afternoon, the better, because I get this nice shadow that comes across the pool that's caused by the house. That's why, I don't know if you noticed it with some of her images, that they looked kind of speckly. They looked kind of like, I don't know, speckly. That's the word I can only come up with. Well, that was because I had hard sunlight. That was some of the first ones we did. And as the day got on and on and on and on, the sun started to drop, and I got that nice shadow across the pool. And when this slide comes up right here, the one right here of her swimming, when I make it bigger here in a few seconds, you'll notice how good that one is. That is because that was the primo moment of the day, and I was saving it for that. I kept waiting for this moment of the day because I knew it was coming when the sun would get just at this magic spot, and then I was like, okay, here's what I want you to do. I want you to just swim across the pool, you know, since you're a swimmer. Show me swimming across the pool, and we did the shot. Cool. Go ahead, Paulo.
Okay, about the lighting for the pool. Imagine in your case you have a pool and you take a bunch of sessions there, you already know that pool. I imagine a couple of photographers outside, if they want to try, or as I want to try once, there is better when the pool is in a plain side there than nothing around, the sun go from there to there, and I will choose a time.
Yes.
Or like I have a friend that has a right side of his house here, the pool is here, and he has a kind of like, that 2-floor house, like the house is creating shadow.
Yes.
So what time or what kind of situation of the sun and lighting should I use?
The ultimate in my world is when I get an overcast sky. That's the ultimate, okay? That is sort of simulated when in the afternoon, and I get a big shadow that's caused by the house that comes over the pool. So in your case, yes, your friend's pool.
It would be a good time.
That would be the time.
When the shadows on the pool.
Yes, shadows over the pool. So it creates this overcast or open shade scenario, okay? You don't get all these weird speckles in the pool caused by the sun refracting and blinking all over the place. When the sun is hitting the pool, you get this, I don't know how to explain it, but you'll see it. It's little freaky shadows going on all over the place. The very, very first session I ever did underwater was done at the Y. And it was an indoor pool, but they had this big skylight over the top. And it was done with a Canon, that's the G9. That was back when I had a G9, which was an older point-and-shoot G-type camera. I don't know if y'all caught me during the segment where we was doing the video, the pictures of them inside the studio segment on the backgrounds. I did this little quick thing with the G12. Okay, well, that's what I bought the G series camera actually for. I literally purchased it because I wanted a vacation camera that would shoot in RAW mode. And then I led to me some discovering that it did these little videos. So I started doing the little video clips with the thing. And then from there, it led to, hey, wait a minute, Canon makes a housing for this camera. And so I purchased it, and I started doing underwater photography with it. Just a little bit of a secret, if you do have a G-series camera, and you do go buy the housing, that comes with this little piece of plastic that connects to the lens housing. And what that piece of plastic, as far as when the flash comes on, it diffuses the flash, and it creates a much more even lighting scenario. Where if that diffuser is not there, when you take the picture, the lens causes a shadow from the flash over the subject. So make sure you have that little diffuser. A lot of people don't read that in the instruction manual. I happen to read it, and then I did one with and one without, and it is brutally obvious why they use that little diffuser. So that's just a little side note. But this is a way to get into the underwater world without spending a whole lot of money, okay? Because like I said, a G-series camera, you can pick one up for, I don't know, $400 or $500, and I think the housing is around the same amount of money, something like that. While you're buying the housing, if you're gonna go ahead and give this a try, Canon makes a set of what they call stabilizer weights, I believe is what they actually call it. And these stabilizer weights screw onto the bottom of the housing and makes this camera buoyant, neutral buoyancy in the water. If you don't have the stabilizer, then what happens is the camera is constantly wanting to float up, and you're fighting with the camera. So make sure you go ahead and buy a set of weights. Just buy it. It's not that expensive. Screw those on, and when you put the camera in the water, like right here, it just sort of hovers right there, even when you let it go. It tends to want to come up, but it ain't shooting to the top, okay? That's one little secret. Another crazy secret that I had to learn the hard way when it comes to underwater photography is go to your dive shop and buy a weight belt, okay? And fill it up with lead. The bigger you are, like me, it's gonna take a lot of weight, okay? The smaller you are, like Russell, it's gonna take less weight. So let the dive people, they will tell you exactly how much weight you're gonna need. They're gonna wanna know whether you're gonna be wearing a wetsuit and all that stuff. Nah, okay? But put on a weight belt. Now, for the whole internet world, I feel like I have to have a disclaimer here. Don't try this at home, people. But be very careful with this because you are being weighted down in a pool underwater. I mean, don't panic. There is all weight belts have a release to where if you get into trouble, you just pull the release. It drops off of you and you float to the top. So just practice this before you find yourself in a panic situation, okay? You're gonna need a mask, okay? Because when you're underwater, the reason the G-Series is so wonderful is that what you see, it has a preview on the back. It lets you literally see what the camera's seeing. So you don't have to worry about an eyepiece or guessing. You can see it. You're floating underwater and you can see it. So that's another thing you're gonna have. You have to have some kind of a mask. Now, if you happen to be a certified scuba diver, then you can buy this thing. I actually bought it from scuba.com. I think it's $300. It's this, what they call like an auxiliary breather. It's a little tank about this big, has a little stage 1 and stage 2 built in, and you fill it from your main tank. It comes with the little fill kit. You hook this thing onto your main tank, you connect it on there, you turn it, fills it up, turn it off, you get 50 breaths. 50 breaths, and then you're out. So that's what I take with me. I got my weight belt, I got my mask, and I got my auxiliary breather. And I go underwater, I get 50 breaths. That's usually I'm only looking for, like I said, 2, maybe 3 shots. And 50 breaths is all I need to get those 2 or 3 shots. The rest is done above the water, okay? And that's the trick. It's more about the experience than it is about the photography. Now, of course, along the lines, what you're going to see here is some pretty cool pictures. And you end up with some pretty cool stuff, but you have way more control above the water than you do under the water. So let me kind of show you some of the stuff that I'm talking about. Like, for example, that. This was actually done at one of my Kirk Jam workshops. Okay, they wanted me to do underwater stuff. So this was my senior from that year. I had her come in. I have like probably 22 photographers all around me for this shot. This was at the pool, not my pool. This was done at the place I used to work out. Obviously, I haven't been there in a while. Anyway, this is the place I used to work out, and they had a pool on the side. And I asked them, could I use y'all pool? Yes. Right here, right above her head. That's why it's shot this way, because right here was a bunch of kids. Okay? And this, what you see in her hair, all in here, is the sun. I have the camera set to +3. The flash is on camera, okay? And my tripod is in the water. Flash is set to +3. Boom. And it evened out this. Look how flat this lighting is on her face. Nice and flat. But it's extremely dramatic, is it not? Yes. And literally, here's what's happening with my camera. My camera is right here. I'm in the water. She's in the water. And the water is right here with the camera, right there. And I have to be very careful that if I did this camera is in the water right now. If I did this side of the camera is in the water right now. So I have to be very careful. Do not, and I'm literally just right there. That's how low to get that shot. You have to be right up against the water. 7200 lens. I'm pretty sure I was pretty close to 200 when I shot it. Flash on camera, click. All of the dark edges and the whacked out colors, Photoshop. Go ahead, Paulo.
You were in aperture priority?
Yep, same thing.
The same metering, just the flash now instead of the -1/3.
It was at +3. Now, I have found that this particular flash, the 600, I don't know whether it's more powerful or it's more efficient, but I don't have to go to +3 anymore for some unknown reason. It seems to +2 do it. This was back in, I think, the 580
And for that
days.
image underwater, I don't know if I misunderstood you when we talk offline. So you always use the G series for all the images, or today you use a cage for this one?
Yeah, I'm about to get to that. The G series was my way of getting into the business.
Okay, so then the G series have a flash already on that, so I just have to buy the cage. And I'm set up. So I don't have to, because I remember you said something else for the DSLR.
I don't use the G series camera anymore.
But I can start with that.
It's a great way to start doing underwater photography without having to break the bank. That seems to be a very popular question online over the last 2 days. is, well, Kirk, I don't have this much money. How could I do it without spending that much money?
Yep.
Am I right?
Yeah, it's common. Spot on. Exactly.
So I've been trying to come up with alternatives, like on the roof when I said, sure, you can buy the $2,000 worth of lighting equipment, but here's the alternative way of doing it. So there's always multiple ways to do an effect. So anyway, that's what I keep trying to do.
Great.
This one, same thing, except the difference is there's a little shelf that when I had my pool built, everything about my pool, the color of the plaster is 18% gray, okay? It is not literally like some sort of Kodak plaster, okay? But I told the guy, I showed him a gray card, and I said, what are the odds of you getting plaster this color? He said, oh, that's gray number 12 or whatever it was, And I said, well, then that's what I want. That's the color plaster I want. So my plaster inside the pool, it's kind of a speckly effect. When you look at my pool, it looks dark. It don't look like one of those bright blue pools. It looks like a dark blue. But that's because the plaster's gray. A lot of pools you go into is white plaster. The most common is white. And so when the water filters through that, it's blue. But mine, like I said, is gray. So what that allows me to do underwater, whenever it comes to color balancing, is I click the wall because I know it's gray. And boom, everything comes into color. So it's gonna be kind of crazy. Most pools, like I say, are white, and you don't have so much trouble whenever you click the walls for color correcting. But there is absolutely no way to do underwater photography, to me, unless you shoot raw, because you constantly have this big monster blue filter in front of your camera to correct that out.
And the G-Series, they shoot raw? G-Series
shoots raw. That's another reason why I bought it. Mm-hmm. Yes. So yeah, back to this image that you see on the screen right now. All these images that I'm showing at this very moment in time was done with the 1DX, the 7200, 600. Well, actually, I think this one was done with the 580EX flash. I believe that was right before I got the 600. But it's the same principle, done the way I showed you on the roof. And a little bit of a reflector in this case. I had Mom holding the reflector, just like I showed you on the roof just a little while ago, where the reflector was not blocking that little bit of sheen of light hitting her in the hair, but it was blocking the light from coming straight down over her face. This is a little bit of a shelf that I had the guy who built my pool, I had him put this shelf in, and it's about as big as this carpet right here. And you can lay on this shelf, and it's only this deep, like not even a foot. And so it's called, if you having a pool made, a tanning shelf, okay? And it's a way you can sit there. It's just a way of like being shallow, and then from there it drops off. My entire pool at its deepest point is 6 feet. That's it. It does not take much to do this. You can absolutely do this in 4 feet of water. 6 feet makes it a little bit cooler though. And then 8 feet is too much because you got to go so deep. And they're splashing around, and 6 feet max. Absolutely, 6 feet max. Next. All of these are done literally underwater with the 5D Mark II, 16 to 35 IS. They are all done with the 580 EX2 flash and the Aquatech housing, okay? Now the Aquatech housing is expensive. I have no nice way of putting it. I know it's several $1,000s, but what it is a housing that goes around the camera and makes it watertight. Now the thing with Aquatech, there's a bunch of companies out there that make housings for these digital SLR cameras like we have. Like for example, another one is Icolite. But those housings, the Icolite housing is literally designed for underwater people. I mean, people who go 200 feet, So it has to be beefed up a little bit more, whereas the Aquatech housings are more designed for surf photographers. And a photographer who's photographing surf stuff is not necessarily going deep underwater. So the Aquatech housing, I think, is rated for 15 feet. I think, that's it, just 15 feet. I go 6, tops. So I never really go really, really super deep. What attracted me to the Aquatech housing is the fact that what they reasoned is we want a housing that is like a bigger camera. Does that make sense? So if you normally click right here with your camera, Well, the button that clicks on the Aquatech housing is right here. If you normally do this to push some sort of button on the back of your camera to maybe view the image, well, that button is still there. If you push a button over here that does something like change the ISO or something like that, that button is still there. So all the buttons on the Aquatech housing are in the same place as your camera. It's just bigger. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So that's what attracted me to the Aquatech housing. Yes, sir?
Okay, with the G series, the image is showing right there, so
yes.
you don't need to use your mask.
Yes.
You put in live view on your camera to do this?
Yes, this is why the 5D Mark II. Now, I don't have a 5D Mark III. I'm pretty sure the 5D Mark III has it, but I don't know if you remember my equipment list. Prior to the 1DX, I was shooting with the 1D Mark III and the 1D Mark IIIS, okay? Neither one of those has this live preview feature. The 1DX does now, okay? But I don't know about you guys, but if I can go underwater with a $2,000 camera as opposed to underwater with an $8,000 camera, you see my reasoning here? So, I mean, that's why the 5D Mark II is my underwater camera. Because it has live preview, it has a button that allows me, when underwater, if I want to focus, I can see it happen on the screen. Push the button, beep, beep, I'm in focus, pull the trigger.
Can you give a tip, like I don't think many people think about this question, probably, at least I never thought until a couple seconds ago. We think, okay, when it's a backdrop, we think, oh, lighting angle, I go a little higher than the model, I want to make the model skinnier. Do you have any tip, like should I go below the model or higher the model because I want that effect on the top? Do you have any tip about angles and everything?
A little bit. The 16 to 35 lens, when you buy the Aquatech housing, you have to buy, not only, the housing is going to cost you a bunch of money, then you have to buy a lens tube that screws onto the front of that housing. Just save yourself the hassle. I bought several tubes and tested a bunch of them out because I didn't know which one I wanted. If you're going to get this, just buy the one that you can stick the 16 to 35 in. It absolutely works the best. Because when you get underwater, there's a bit of a magnification change that happens. So 16 is not 16 anymore. It's a little bit more than, it's a little bit magnified, okay? So, and 35 is a little bit more than 35. It might be getting pretty close to telephoto range, past 50 and stuff like that, because of the water causing a bit of a magnification thing. But what I always like is like the guy, if you see him on the screen right now with the horn, I am literally belly on the ground, on the bottom of the pool, slightly shooting up. So what you're seeing above him, you can see where the bubbles hit the surface of the water. So you can tell that he is probably, what, 2 feet, maybe 3 feet from the top of the water? But then I have all the water, the reflection that comes across. But that was shot at 16 millimeters, which isn't 16 millimeters, but that's what it was shot at. And the lens is physically on 16 millimeters. And it's tipped forward because I'm so low. And you get that cool reflection going on, okay? The bubbles coming out of the front of the horn, okay, is fake. I cloned those bubbles over from bubbles that were in his mouth. So as to make it look like the horn is blowing.
You asked him to blow?
No, I mean, he just did that.
He was just breathing, he was just let the air
Yes,
out?
That entire image was done exactly like this. My thinking was I just wanted him to fall forward like this with the horn. By the way, it's a weird thing that happens. You get an instrument in the water like that, and you never think of it. It becomes an anchor. I mean, it is heavy. It's just, it's weird. But I wanted him just to fall forward. And when he would fall forward, it just would cause him to get, out of balance. And boom, that happened. And it was just like click, and I loved it. And
so in this image, like just to think if it was a video. So the person is outside the pool, waiting, and he falls.
Yeah, no. He was standing up 6 feet of water, not even 6 feet of water.
Okay, he's already inside the pool.
Yeah, he's in the pool, and I was over there, okay? And I told him, I tell them, look, here's what's gonna happen. I get in the water, and I get the thing mouthpiece, and I'm like, when you see me wave like this, I want you to count to 5 and do what I told you. And in this case, what I want you to do is just hold your horn, put it to your lips, and fall forward like that. The water's like up to here. Just drift down forward. And when he did, it caught the weight of the horn, pulled him, and it caused his body to react like that. And he pulled up backwards, and click, that's what happened. It was just, I mean, it ain't like this sudden magical plan that happened. It just happened. So what I do is I get right here, I'm looking at it, boop, beep, I get my camera in focus, I get everything, and I give him the wave, and I'm counting to myself, sinking to the bottom, and my belly hit the bottom. That was about 5 seconds. He proceeded to do the thing, and I started firing down there. And that's it, click. That's how, as quick as it happens.
Cool.
The next guy that you see, he's a swimmer, and I had him get down, hold on to the edge, dude, get down low, and then just push off and shoot up to the top. And click, that's what I got there with the next one. Same thing with the guy with the microphone. I said, and the microphone's down in the water, and it's heavy on the bottom, so it was something he could hold on to and pull himself down. And then I was like, dude, I just want you down there jamming. I mean, you are just rocking it out, You're dancing on the stage, you're just tearing it up. And boom, that's the shot I got like that. So it's that kind of stuff. That's why it's so difficult, because once I go under, there is no communication anymore. It all has to be pre-set up, giving situations, getting the focus right, and then just hoping at that point. All of this stuff I told you about 6 shots and all that stuff, that's out the window when you're doing this, all right? These two, the one on the left, you can see the water and you see it at an angle. I simply tipped the camera pretty hard because I liked the way her body was floating around there, and I liked the way she was just barely touching the surface of the water, and so that was the effect. The one on the left that you're seeing on the screen now, all of the weird yellow flakes and all that stuff that you're seeing is a texture. I was walking through New Orleans one day, and it was a piece of concrete, and I took a picture of it, and I liked it, and I use it. It just works for all my underwater stuff, okay? And in Photoshop, I just laid the texture on top and changed the mode to, I think it's overlay.
I'm seeing here with the backdrop there, with the green there.
No, the one here of the swimmer with the bubbles and all this other good stuff, it was like that. That was real. That is the edge of my pool. And she pushed off, there was a lot of waves and motion in the water, and all of that you're seeing. The only thing that happened in Photoshop on this image is I saturated the colors, I increased the amount of blue saturation, and I removed all of the pool elements. Like they've got this thing that shoots water, and all those little things that happen inside of a pool. Well, some of it was showing, like, I think there was one here and one over here somewhere. I removed those things because it's ugly, I don't want that to show.
For some reason, look at ocean, yeah, I was saying,
Yep,
look like a rock or something.
Yeah. But that is, all that speckle that you see in that image is caused by the gray plaster in my pool.
Oh.
Cool, moving on. Mm-hmm. I think I'm moving on, let's see. Oh, and this is the very first one. No, this is the second image I ever did underwater. Second image I ever did underwater. She wanted to do something. She said something about this dress. She's like, oh, I got this outfit, and I got this outfit, and I got this outfit. Oh, and of course, I have my mermaid dress, and then I've got this outfit, and I got this outfit. And I'm like, whoa, 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 back up. You got what? What? That dress, what is that? That's my mermaid dress. I'm like, why do you call it your mermaid dress? Well, everybody, all my friends say it's like, when you're wearing that, it's like you look like a mermaid. It's like the way it fits me and stuff. I'm like, you want to go do it underwater? And she was like, well, am I going to get wet? I'm like, very wet. And the more she was like, oh, okay, yeah, let's go do it. And you see the bubble, what looks like bubble wrap over her head? Mm-hmm. That's because it was wintertime. And it was the, Ellendale's pool. You know Ellendale, I'm sure. Ellendale's the country club. I'm a member there. And it was wintertime. They have a heated pool. And, but they had already had it winterized and stuff, so they had it covered with this bubbly stuff to keep the heat in. And they kind of uncovered a section for us, and she was right on the edge of the section. So that's how I sort of kept the sun out of her face. But then those bubbles were causing this crazy light that refracted through it, and that's why her face kind of has this sort of highlight and shadow weirdness going on. But yeah, that was all done G12. And I took that to give you an idea of how good it looked when I was done. Wait, I say G12. Yes. I'm sorry. G12 is what I have now. This was the G9. So, because this was this was the second image I ever done. It's definitely G9. Sorry, internet world. That is an error. That is done with the G9.
G12 does
Same thing. Same thing. Just better.
So if I'm going to buy now, I'll buy.
Oh yeah,
G12.
I think what are we up to? G15 now. I think. I don't know which G we're up to, but whatever one they're making right now, it's definitely better than this image was done.
Is that real when they're dresses?
I don't know. I've never had nobody complain, so I don't know. I think it's kind of cool. Yeah. Well, I took and I blew this up to 30 by 40 just to see how it would hold up. And while it did get a little bit weirded out on the edges and a little bit of grainness happening, it was very much respectable. Very much respectable. So, and that was with a G9, okay? So the trick, get it in focus, get the proper exposure, that kind of stuff is all what adds to that underwater look. Cool? So, questions, anyone, about underwater? I knew you would.
Oh, yeah. But you also knocked out a whole bunch of questions because you're
I
so
would.
thorough, and when you explain things, it's awesome. All right, so if you can just reiterate for all of us out there. So you shoot 2 different cameras in the water. You shoot your Canon D1 above the water, and then you use the G12 under the water.
No.
No.
Thanks for playing, no. The G12, G9 actually was the very first camera I used to get into the underwater business, you could say. And once I started making money with it, then I bought the Aquatech housing, and now I shoot with the 5D, okay? And so to me, it was dumb. It was absolutely just dumb to spend, I mean, it's a lot of money. I mean, think about what the 5D's $2,000. I think the Aquatech housing's $2,500. I think the lens housing is $2,000. The 16 to 35, that's $2,000. The housing for the flash, I think is $1,500 or close to $2,000. I mean, we are talking big money to be able to do that. And so it would be so silly to spend that kind of money to just on a whim, you know, will it work? So do something else. I mean, hey, I saw just recently a friend of mine, he had a Fuji makes it. Ask me the brand, don't ask me the model, but I know Fuji makes the camera, and it's totally underwater, has underwater capacity to, I don't know, it seemed like it was 60 or 70 feet. And it does video, and it's a little point and shoot camera, and it's ready to go underwater. And they have multiple colors, you know? And he did some images in my pool with it, and I was like, whoa, that's pretty good. So that may be what you want to do. It seems like it was less than $200, okay? So that might be what you want to try. My point was with all of that is there is a way to do it to get the word out, because the underwater image is not necessarily the important image. The important images are the ones that are all around the pool that you can do with your regular camera. Does that help?
It does. That
Okay.
perfectly explains it. Thank you for going over that one more time.
And we have a follow-up question. Do seniors buy the underwater pictures?
If it's done well. I'll use the girl with the swimming, where it's that last one we was mostly talking about that I said I saved it. She was on the swim team, and they were asking me, it says, look, I was done in the ocean. She has a big monster image of that one as part of a cluster that she purchased. And my goodness, it was some impressive when it came in. It is just fantastic. So it's for that.